Since I was born, but now I am getting youth. Hakuna motangu, hakuna kogabu.
And there it is right there. And Monishi, we are Monishi. So there it is right there. Good day, good to see you. How are you? Good to have you here again. Always a delight. Never a chore, always a pleasure. So yes, it's a Saturday. Wherever you are in the world, I was going to say wherever you are in the world, it's a Saturday, but I'm sure there are spaces in the world. I suspect. Well, I know that where Thomas is it's a Sunday because he's already on his way to church. So a good day to you is the best way to introduce the greeting. So good day to you. That's always a tidy little catch-all. You know, it's just that's just the best greeting, really. Good day, and then that encompasses the totality of the day from AM to PM. So good day to you. So good day to you. Hope you've been having a wonderful time. I've had somewhat of a good time. I've been to some Owambe party, some wedding do. So this might well turn out to be a tidy little session. I was half-minded to not come on, but I'd already put out the notice, so I have come on. But yeah, you may say I look no different, but no, I have actually just returned from some Owambe do. So there it is. So that might well influence how the course of the day goes. But hopefully it goes swimmingly as it always does. So yeah, good to see you, good to have you around and all of that. So always a delight. So the usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. You know, just so important, that like button. I've explained endlessly all the reasons. I continue to implore, and hopefully one of these days you will accede to that. So click on subscribe, click on like, click on subscribe, and then you know, this hyperlink that says StreamYard, we've been getting so much joy from it over the last 2 weeks or so. We've been having so many new voices come join us. Even yesterday, we had a voice called We Winning coming to join us. He actually came in the latter session when Thomas was in conversation with Mike. So we had him. I'll show you actually a little clip of where I was earlier today. So you'll see that I've had a full day. It's just I've been Owambe in all over London. So maybe I'll show you a clip of that. Maybe not. I don't know. The clip is not very good, so I'm a bit reticent to show it. But I may well show it. I may well not. But I'll hang around to see. So yes, the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Well, we've been getting a lot of joy, and we've been discovering some new delightful voices over hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that was how they became your fan favorite. So all these elegant voices, Ajanle Koko Thomas, etc., you know, all of those voices that has now become a daily staple to you. All they did was to click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard, and that was how the journey began. So many personalities that you know online, they debuted into the online space via that one man went to more via that one man went to more hyperlink. So you'll be the next discovery. One man went to more is on a talent scout. So you'll be the next discovery of the day. So forever, we're always looking for new elegant voices. So you'll be the new elegant voice of the day. We Winning was the new elegant voice of yesterday. The day before, it was Rotimi Ayeni. So, and then the day before that, it's just endless names now coming through, and they continue to recur and become a staple. So you'll be the new name for this particular session. So click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard for all of the reasons that I've just now elucidated, all of the reasons that I've just now fleshed out. So click on that. And then this hyperlink on your screen inviting you to buy your host cups of coffee. That seems to have died a natural death, but we're on a resuscitation drive for that particular space. So click on that hyperlink that says buy your host cups of coffee, 3 easy steps, and empty the contents of your wallet. So like I said, it might well turn into a tidy little session. Thomas unavailable, and I'm just returning from a party. So bear that in mind, but we see how it goes. We straddle on and soldier on, because of course that is what you do. You soldier on. So with soldier on, what are we contending with today? We kick it off with this. So we debuted this storyline a couple of days ago. We're going to the Seychelles, and they're going on regarding the Nigerian behavior there. So now they've now come out to give us reasons why they are now banning Nigerians from their country. So here it is, the headline: drug trafficking and fraud. You know, if there was ever a canvassing to rename the Nigerian state, because of course you know that Nigeria is a carryover from the colonial era, and Ghana used to be Gold Coast, by the way. They changed their name to Ghana. So a lot of Africans have actually abandoned that slave name that was well, not slave, but that colonial name that was given to them by the colonialists, by the interlopers. Ghana being a prime example. You can tell me examples of countries that have changed their names as well. But Nigeria now due to abandon the colonial hangover, the colonial holdover of that name, to now adopt a new name. And what better name for the Nigerian state than this? Drug trafficking and fraud. If there was ever really a name that fits the Nigerian state, is certainly that. Drug trafficking and fraud. Seychelles authorities explain why it banned Nigerians. So, very difficult to argue against this. We cannot throw rotten tomatoes at the Seychelles, because we know deep inside the inner recesses of our minds, this is really these two dragon heads are the two things really that afflicts the Nigerian state. If you wonder where all of our bad reputation globally, internationally, is wrapped around those this four-letter headline: drug trafficking and fraud. And those are 90% of where our name is rotting is from those spaces. And the rot has now gone to the Seychelles. Drug trafficking and fraud. Seychelles authorities explain why Nigerians were banned. So we don't actually need even further explanation. Just as soon as you see the drug trafficking and fraud, you already know that they got you banned to rights. So banned to rights. We go on from there. We go on from there onto this next headline. And this next headline, by the way, is also bound to rights. It's very difficult to argue, as it was difficult to argue against the Seychelles headline. Very, very difficult to argue against this headline as well. Data shows Southeast lost 4 trillion. Listen to that, 4 trillion naira in 2 years due to sit-at-home order. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu. So there it is right there. We've been trying very hard to put a naira figure to the sit-at-home, because look at it. If the Southeast is noted for anything, if it's known for anything, it is known for business. So the business is baked into the DNA of the Southeast, and everybody is out to make a legitimate buck within the Southeast. And everybody, they daily fend for money. So if you're now asking that sort of a subsistence trading economy not to trade once a day, every day for 2 years, and now 2 weeks in succession, that will heavily hemorrhage the economy of that space. And the data is coming out to confirm. Data shows Southeast lost 4 trillion naira in 2 years due to sit-at-home order. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu. So now we read through that, see how he arrived at that figure, and then we read through that, see how he arrived at that figure. But the one fight that has been simmering in the underbellies of the Nigerian state, that has not yet come to fledge, it has not come yet to its full fledging or fledgling, but the one fight that has been simmering in the underbellies of the Nigerian state that has not yet had its full moment in the sun. Let me put it that way. That one fight that has been simmering in the underbelly of the Nigerian state that has not yet had its moment in the sun is the real fight between the Southeast and the Southwest. So they've been jostling at each other for a very long time, but they've not really held up that fist at each other. But it looks as though the fist is about to be held up now between the Southeast and the Southwest. We will resist any plot to impose sit-at-home on Southwest states, Yoruba warlord Gani Adams warns Simon Ekpa accomplices. So now, We saw somewhat people testing the waters around these sort of spaces during the election when Lagos was being declared no man land, and then when let's take over Lagos and all of that. So now, because the seat at home in the southeast is proving quite ineffectual, because the government of Buhari, of course, they just abandoned them to their ways, just that they just kept them caged in, or they fenced them around with weaponry and let them cannibalize themselves. So the sit at home in the southeast has proven to be completely ineffectual. It has not impacted on anything and has not gained any result. So Simon Ekpa now is muting the thought now to extend that sit at home to the southwest, which is the life hub of the Nigerian state, because the life hub, the heartbeat of the Nigerian state, is the southwest. And for anything to have any impact on the Nigerian state, it has to happen in the southwest. So he's now happened upon that understanding, and he's now pushing that sit at home should extend to the southwest. So very quickly, the Are Ona Kakanfo of Yoruba land, we will resist any plot to impose sit at home on southwest states. Yoruba warlord Gani Adams wants Simon Ekpa accomplices. So the gloves about to come off in that space. Then the gloves about to come off in that space. So Simon Ekpa versus Gani Adams. Place your bets now. Simon Ekpa versus Gani Adams, place your bets now. So Simon Ekpa versus Gani Adams, place your bet now. Next to this headline. Instead of taxing Nigerians, probe Buhari's former appointees to vomit what they have stolen. This is Sheikh Gumi speaking truth to power. If Tinubu is able to recover even 10% of what was looted if Tinubu is able to recover even 10% of what was looted under the Buhari administration, just 10%, that would be sufficient enough for him to run a two-term administration. Those people just went wild. Even Bishop Kuka, just as early as a few days ago, was telling us that we have never witnessed this level of looting in the history of Nigeria. They just went wild. The backdrop, the lazy narratives was snakes swallowing millions of naira, money's been disappeared, trader money, naira swap, or they just stole the money under fantastical and ludicrous reasons and excuses. An Islamic scholar, Sheikh Ahmed Gumi, has stated that President Bola Tinubu must probe anyone who worked under former President Muhammadu Buhari to vomit what they have stolen. The cleric also claimed that if the Nigerian government failed to negotiate with bandits, the Boko Haram terrorists would soon hijack them. The one person that I agree with the first paragraph that Buhari should, Tinubu rather should probe. I'll show you a photograph actually if I still have it. It's just there was a photograph that I saw. Pantami, Shetima, and what's it called? The Waziri of Adamawa, Atiku, all sat together having a joke and a laugh about the rest of us. So a lot of them should be probed. So I agree with that first paragraph. But this second paragraph goes to that narrative of how and why this sheikh should have been picked up, at least interrogated, if not arrested, because there's embedded threat in this next paragraph. The cleric also claimed that if the Nigerian government failed to negotiate with bandits, the Boko Haram terrorists would soon hijack them. So that sounds like an unequivocal threat, that sounds like. Gumi said this during an interview session with Vanguard newspaper, adding that there was an ongoing negotiation between Nigerian government and terrorists. He said, I heard that there were some contacts made with the bandits, but I am not part of it. Gumi went ahead to justify why negotiation is the best way to end incessant terrorist attacks in the country. I think the Buhari administration tried that pathway and it only really led to them being mugged off. He continued, you cannot rule out the role of the military. In fact, even if you are negotiating, you will not be doing that from the standpoint of weakness. So the military has a great role to play, but the military alone cannot do it because this is a socio-political issue and the military does not solve political problems. We have to go to the round table. So what will be the basis of the negotiations with these people? So how have they been wronged that the Nigerian state should put right? Or are they holding us hostage and then we are having to pay ransom, which is more a better analogy of the situation? Also, nobody can tell me the bandits do not want to sit on the table. I have sat with them. I called them. They also came to me. They told me their grievances. The moment fire is exchanged, while the other side is ready to sit down for talks, it will complicate the whole issue. I don't think that it is logical. They will continue to blame each other. You can sit and discuss the way out and broker peace, which is very possible. That is the way to go. So if they negotiate with these people, then they will hold us to ransom in perpetuity. That's just my sentiment on that. If they negotiate with these people, they will hold us to ransom in perpetuity. Gumi added that the bandits had expressed grievances about displacement, killing, and bombardment. So why would they be bombarded? They are as crude as the Nigerian military forces are. They don't just go on a bombardment just as a way of a joyride. There has to be an action that they're looking to repel. Gumi added that the bandits had expressed grievances about displacement, killing, and bombardment, as well as the failure of an amnesty program. His words continue. Luckily for us, they are not challenging the government authority. That is on the positive side. But the danger is that we have terrorists that are trying to infiltrate them. So we either bring them to our own side or we allow the terrorists hijack them. So what he's saying essentially is that there are fundamentalist groups reaching out to these bandits to convert them to sort of ISWAP fundamentalist, sort of religious jihadist. So we either bring them to our side or allow the terrorists to hijack them, and certainly that will be another story. The Boko Haram recently ambushed army and killed many of them. Guerrilla warfare does not end like that. We don't want this issue of banditry to be prolonged. We want a quick solution. They have not joined the religious terrorists. And when you look at their grievances, which according to them are no schools, no social amenities. So, this just rankles me somewhat. How many communities do not have? So go to the riverine areas, go to the creeks, go to River State, where they have the worst educational reports in the Nigerian state, just for lack of governmental impact. So why are they not taking to the guns and shooting people? So it's just ludicrous. It says guerrilla warfare does not end like that. We don't want this issue of banditry to be prolonged. We want a quick solution. They have not joined the religious terrorists. And when you look at their grievances, which according to them are no schools, no social amenities, no roads, they feel they should have their share of the national cake. So what's the meaning of that? Even no schools, no social amenities, no roads. I don't know, man. First, we introduced violence to them, and now they found it as the way. Secondly, they are not schooled. They don't reason like you and I do. How would you want somebody who is not schooled to reason like you? If you give them all the opportunities to good life, school, social amenities, etc., then if they come up with weapons, we can crucify them. So the one thing that I will agree is that the panacea long term to the northern problem is education. You know, because the more you educate them, the more they are able to think rationally, and the more they are able to think. Because if you educate them, then they come up, they get to the concept that they actually have something to gain in life and something to lose in life. But if you just leave them as wildlings, then they will continue to be in the forest. So I will advise the government to come up with a strong committee that will look holistically into the problem. All stakeholders will be on the table, and we iron out an action plan to solve the problem, not the political gatherings like the one they did in Katsina or Zamfara. No, it has to involve every one of them, and a solution will be reached. Also, when Buhari came in as president, I proposed to him to draw a red line and close his eyes and say what happened in the past, and say what happened is in the past, I should say. But instead, he continued using the institution of fighting corruption to hound and blackmail opponents. So his corruption war failed. So Tinubu should have the courage not only to deal with anyone found to be corrupt, but also bring back all those who have enriched themselves in the past. So how far back are we going, though, is the thing. How far back are we going? Bring back, but also bring back all those who have enriched themselves, and are you included? Because a lot of people speculate to you as well, Sheikh Gumi, but also bring back all those who have enriched themselves in the past government to vomit what they have stolen. So in the past government, then that would say probe the Buhari administration at least. They have to vomit what they have eaten. Nigeria is broke now, and instead of taxing common Nigerians to raise funds to run government, let the stolen money be returned and meted out appropriate punishment on them. If you can do this, I will support him 100%. So this is Sheikh Gumi again. They are just making Tinubu aware that he's still around. So that's Sheikh Gumi making Tinubu aware that he's still around. So we go on from that to this one. So, this next one is a heart-wrenching story. Hold on. Let me have a sip of water. This next headline that I'm about to share with you is a heart-wrenching story. Especially if you're a parent, it's a heart-wrenching story. And I deliberated quite heavily if I should bring this one forward. But it's circulated so widely within the media space, you probably have come across it anyway, and you may have thought about it. But it is a heart-wrenching story, heart-wrenching. Watch chilling video of father of 2-year-old boy weeping as he pursued NDLEA officials who allegedly demised, let me use that word, demised his son via stray bullet in Delta. And there it is right there. And there it is right there. So that goes to the heart of everything that is wrong with the Nigerian state. Yes, I'll probably play you the clip of it. I'll play you the clip of it because it's not graphic, but it's harrowing. It's not graphic, but it's harrowing. So I'll play you the clip of that when we get to the readout. But like I said, have your you may want to look away when I'm reading that actually, or just mute it. It's heart-wrenching. So heart-wrenching. Then we go to this space. Then we teased with the clip of this meeting between the Oba of Benin and Bola Tinubu. So we teased about it yesterday, especially of course knowing that world peace was around, and you know of course anytime you mention Benin, he gets his knickers in a twist. So we teased about it, but Reno Omokri has now been running commentaries on this. So we have a look at it. And by the way, we'll be introducing more and more a bit of Reno Omokri on the platform. because it's so delightful. Some of the outputs that he's been putting out and some of his exchanges with the obedience and other cultures within the space. So we'll be introducing a little bit here and there. Reno Omokri on the platform. We'll try and invite him, of course. I've been trying to reach out to him, but I've not been able to make the connect, in order to even invite him for him to say yes or no. But I desperately would like to bring him on the platform. If anybody is able to access him, tell him that it's wanted. If you are able to hook me up with the guy, then I'll see if I can persuade him to come join us. So that, and then we'll land on this one. It's just really to touch base with what Peter Obi is still up to. So Peter Obi now at some graduation ceremony, talking is so we will listen to the sluggish speech patterns of Peter Obi just in a 4-minute clip. So there it is, a rich harvest, a potpourri, a mix of everything, a mixed bag for everyone. Everybody gets a dip of it. Everybody gets a slice of it. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. The usual protocol, just click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. Hyperlink that says StreamYard. Come join us if you haven't done that before. And the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that is always ever present. So Ayo does as he always does with a handsome welcome to the platform. And so handsome was the welcome that Okwiton TV decides to join him. So thank you, gentlemen. Keep them coming. We want to be seeing at least 10 super chats or more as a regular on the platform. And Ayo does his full complement of that. So others should join in that space as well. So yes, let's take a micro break with the care guys. And then when we come back, we launch straight into the throes of it. But first, you know where we're going, of course. Your calabash to the ready as I bring you the fraternity of the palm wine drinkers. The care guys, Egbelemu, the care guys.
Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orun Meiko, the cockerels of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koniriwa gwese, may death have nothing to do with us. So powerful, potent prayer by the care guys. So amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. So there it is right there. Iku koniriwa gwese. So iku koniriwa gwese. As guys, I bring you this. Drug trafficking and fraud. Seychelles authorities explain why it banned Nigerians. hold on. Let me do something for yeah. Let me do this. Let me do this. All right. Authorities of Seychelles Island have said that an increase in drug trafficking and fraudulent activities by Nigerian passport holders have forced them to tighten their borders against Nigerian passport holders. In a chat with reporters on Thursday, July the 13th, the vice president, so this is the country speaking now. In a chat with reporters on Thursday, July the 13th, the vice president of Seychelles, Ahmed Afif, said that Nigerians with diplomatic passports, valid work or resident permits issued by the island will be allowed to enter. So it's just quite a it's a real it's just it's quite a spectacle the way we are. Actually, let me take you from the top and just run it through without running commentaries. Authorities of Seychelles Island have said that an increase in drug trafficking and fraudulent activities by Nigerian passport holders have forced them to tighten their borders against Nigerian passport holders. In a chat with reporters on Thursday, July the 13th, the vice president of Seychelles, Ahmed Afif, said that Nigerians with diplomatic passports, valid work or resident permits issued by the island nation will be allowed to enter. For the others, the government will keep its eyes open and SEBS, Seychelles Electronic Border System, will analyze much more to find out what reasons they are coming. Example, someone who is coming for a holiday for one day. We have to ask questions because it is strange, and we have seen that happening, he said. He added that there were many instances where Nigerians came into the country with payments from one source. When we checked the payments made for them to come to the Seychelles, it was from one source. So just to be clear, what he's saying here, it says that there were many instances. So not a few instances, but many instances. He said he added that there were many instances where several Nigerians came into the country with payments from one source. So what he's saying is, when Nigerians hit their border, they are coming for what they purport to be a one-day visit. And when they ask what the purpose of that visit is, they say it's a holiday, which is already strange enough. But then when they check the payments that facilitates that visit, there can be 10, 15, 20, 30 people streaming in over the course of a week. But the payment traces to one source, which is to say some drug lord in Lagos is sending them through. This is what he's saying. He added that there were many instances where several Nigerians came into the country with payment from one source. When we checked the payment made for them to come to the Seychelles, it was from one source. This is for different people coming on different days, which shows an organized syndicate, said Afif. He explained that in the past year, especially the past few months, the government has observed a tendency that we have deemed as dangerous for our border control and economy due to criminal activities happening in the country. So go to South Africa, it's the same narrative. If you go to India, they parade Nigerians like the British used to parade safari game kills. They will kneel them on the floor and then parade them like a safari kill. This is what we are: drug dealing and fraud. That is the real name of Nigeria. We have seen a clear link between these. With certain people from Nigeria. In the past 2 weeks, for example, 13 people coming from Nigeria have been arrested when entering Seychelles because they were carrying drugs into the country, said the vice president. So that is over what period? In 2 weeks. So there it is. He added that in the past month, there have been incidents where Nigerians have used false credit cards at tourist establishments. Oh my God! Oh God, man! In one case, 62 Nigerians were. In one case, 62 Nigerians who said they were on holiday used false credit cards, and the money was never credited to the account of these establishments. These establishments have lost money. These people spent a free holiday in the country at the expense of the establishment owners, and there is nothing that can be done for them, Afif said. He also outlined that there have been other incidents implicating financial institutions, and in one case, Nigerians were involved in a fraud where £1 million was lost. There are other online scams originating from Nigeria. We have seen that these people are also coming to the Seychelles and doing those scams. We do not have a problem with Nigeria or its people, though we do not tolerate such criminal activities in our country. So another one bites the dust. Another country gets to know. Another country gets to know us for who we are and what we are. So there it is, right there. So add Seychelles to the countries now that they're going to probe you and put something up your behind. It's a real travesty. I was just as an aside, I was watching some YouTube clip. There's a guy called Taiwo. I know. I'm sure you all know him. He was narrating an experience when he went to a country as lowly as Ethiopia, and they roughed him up off the back of the Nigerian passport, and they forced him into the toilet. That if he did not, do a number two, they would not let him go. And it's all wrapped around this sort of a narrative. It's a real travesty. It's a real travesty. But let's move swiftly on from that onto this one. This one also an equal, maybe even a greater travesty. Data shows Southwest lost 4 trillion naira in 2 years due to sit-at-home order. Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, is high up senior person, so he must know what he's saying. Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu, has said that statistical data indicates that the Southeast geopolitical zone lost 4 trillion naira in 2 years due to the sit-at-home order by separatist group Indigenous People of Biafra. Kalu did not reveal which body released the data or how it was arrived at during a meeting with Indigbo Amaka Progressive Market Association in Lagos. He noted that the sit-at-home order has crippled businesses and also stifled economic growth of the 5 eastern states and should not be allowed to continue. We are so keen to quantify. I'm not quite sure about the level of veracity because, of course, he's the deputy speaker, so he must have access to information. But he has not revealed the source. But we're so keen to establish just the economic impact of the sit-at-home. So if figures can be attached to that are verifiable and credible, maybe if those figures were presented to the Southeast, then because of course we know the Southeast, they love money. If they see how much money they are losing, maybe they'll pack it in. The deputy speaker said the existential threat to Igbo entrepreneurship and businesses now is the insecurity. The existential threat to Igbo entrepreneurship and businesses now is the insecurity and sit-at-home problem in the Southeast. The mutation of this problem is largely unfathomable. It is fathomable. We know it can't wait. People just use words that they are not familiar with. It is becoming a canker worm that is eating deep into our collective fortune as a people. If I do not tell you the truth, as your son, then it will be difficult for anyone in governance from Allah Igbo to tell you, I am pained by what our dear land has become. We have to be honest and sincere with ourselves. I make a heartfelt plea to every one of you. We cannot afford to retreat from our business endeavors. The sit-at-home orders on Mondays has resulted in a staggering loss of 4 trillion naira in the last 2 years in the Southeast alone, according to statistical data. So according to statistical data, but that is the deputy speaker, by the way, of the House of Representatives. So if anybody should know, then he should know. But it looks as though now, how do you then quantify how much the Southwest will hemorrhage if they had a sit-at-home? So it looks as though a sit-at-home is now coming to an Ekitipupa near you via the courtesy of Simon Ekpa. A resistance, of course, we will resist any plot to impose sit-at-home on Southwest states. Yoruba warlord Gani Adams wants Simon Ekpa and his band of merry men. The Arian Okakanfo of Yoruba land, Gani Adams, has warned the autopilot faction of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, led by Simon Ekpa, to stop its plan to stage a sit-at-home in Lagos or Southwest. A sit-at-home protest is currently being enforced in the southeast region of the country to press the Nigerian government to release the IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu from detention, although the Biafran group had since dissociated itself from the sit-at-home and its attendant violence. Adams, in a telephone interview with correspondents, cautioned Ekpa or any accomplice against contemplating such a move or attempt to impose Biafran agenda on Lagos or any part of the Southwest because the region was not Biafra Republic. So, yes, the sit-at-home can extend to Yoruba land. It can. Do you understand? The sit-at-home can extend to Yoruba land, but they cannot compel it on a Yoruba person, of course, but it can extend to Yoruba land, and it can extend to the hubs where Southeasterners gravitate, where they bunch together in whichever Southwestern space. So if they said they were going to have a sit-at-home in Lagos, for instance, and then the whole of Alaba market does not open on Monday, so there is nothing that anybody can do about that, is there? Especially if they don't try to enforce it violently. So they can extend the sit-at-home to Yoruba land, especially if the Southeasterners in Yoruba land acquiesce to it voluntarily. Adams, in the telephone interview with the Tribune, cautioned Ekpa or any accomplice against contemplating such a move or attempts to impose Biafran agenda on Lagos or any other part of the Southwest because the region was not Biafra Republic. Reports had quoted Ekpa as hinting in a tweet on Wednesday of plans by his militants to replicate the sit-at-home in Lagos. Ekpa was quoted as saying in the tweet that Biafrans in Lagos should get ready to be part of the demand to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are coming to Lagos after the 2-week-long sit-at-home. It is time to show your solidarity to this call for justice. Biafrans in Lagos will lock down. The consultation will start soon. So like I said, and the test case of it, of course, will have to be Alaba market. So if he instructs, if he gets it, because he's saying the negotiations, the consultations will start soon. So if you can get them to acquiesce for the symbolism of that sit-at-home, even for one day, then that tells you already that the Biafran agenda has now found roots in the Southwest. Ekpa had on Tuesday announced that there would be a 2-week sit-at-home in the southeastern region. Adams cautioned the Finnish-based ethnic propagandist to desist from repeating the mistake of the 1970s and to drop the move, which he described as uncalled for and counterproductive. The Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò emphasized that the Southwest is not part of their Biafra Republic, and as such, it was preposterous for outsiders to dictate or impose their agenda on people of other regions whom they cohabit with. You see, uh, uh, we're entering a very precarious sort of a phase within the Nigerian space. Because, of course, off the back of the goings on of the election, especially in Lagos, we were starting to see the smatterings, the murmurings of the green shoots of somewhat of a backlash. So if this idea of a sit at home in Lagos, if it gathers any sort of momentum to the point that it is actually actualized, I don't know what happens next. He said, I can't. He said, let me take it from the. Let me take it from. Yeah, the Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò emphasized that the Southwest is not part of their Biafra Republic, and as such, it was preposterous for outsiders to dictate or impose their agenda on people of other regions whom they cohabit with as residents. He said, I can't go to the Southeast now and say I want to decide for the people of that region. So it is not possible to import Southeast agenda into Yoruba land. It would be counterproductive. We advise him, Ipa, to drop that idea. He should not try that. And by the way, maybe Gani Adams should not have responded to this because, of course, him responding, somebody of Gani Adams' seniority responding to Saman Ipa, it will give oxygen to the narrative, and you will see him on his usual, you know how he likes to dress up and preen and peacock. He will preen and peacock off the back of this for endless days. He will use Gani Adams to milk them even more for more money. So maybe he should not have responded, Gani Adams. He should not try that. The Southwest is not. You know, in all of my life, I never thought I would hear this phrase expressed, but it's actually been expressed by a senior Southwesterner. The Southwest is not Biafra Republic. This is where we are now. Any attempts to impose Biafra Republic agenda will be resisted. He should desist from repeating the mistake of the 1970s. He should be very, very careful. They are entitled to their opinion, but Southwest is not part of their Biafra region. He should be very, very careful. He should not come and impose his own agenda on the Southwest. It is uncalled for. It is unwarranted. Although I do not know him and I have not spoken to him, he should not bring unnecessary tension to Yoruba land. We will not accept it. The Ààrẹ Ọ̀nà Kakanfò reiterated the position of the Southwest that Nigeria should be restructured into true federalism, whereby each of the federating units will be allowed to develop at their pace. So there it is right there. So that fight between the Southwest and the Southeast that has eluded us, that we skirted round for so long, it looks as though the gloves may soon come off. So brace yourself now for this next storyline. Just brace yourself for this. Just brace yourself for this. I'm sure you've all seen this anyway. Watch chilling video of father of 2-year-old boy weeping as he pursues NDLEA officials who allegedly did away with his son via a stray bullet. A chilling video of Mr. Fidelis, the father of 2-year-old boy Avan Onose. I'm not going to try his last name out of respect. Who was allegedly done away with via a stray bullet fired by operatives of the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency at Opanam, something or the other local government area. July the 13th has been shared online. The video shows the father weeping profusely as he pursued the officers with his car after they allegedly fired the shot that did his son did away with his son, and also left his second son with an injury to the eye. Correspondents had earlier reported that the officers had stormed the area to carry out a raid at a place said to be a drug joint. Eyewitnesses claimed the officers fired a shot that hit the two brothers who were in their mother's shop. The video shared showed the officers driving away, whilst the distraught father continued to pursue them amidst weeping. So here is the video now. Just brace yourself for this one. Brace yourself for this one. Brace yourself.
One, 2 years, 6 months, and the other one is 1 year, 4 months. We were shot yesterday. I don't know how it happened. I don't know. But yesterday, NDLEA came to us about to raid along Opanam Road by Swiss Spirit, and they started shooting gun. And the bullet pierced through the shop and touched the two boys, two brothers, two blood brothers. The father had to use they ran away. The father has to enter his vehicle and started tracing them, following them from Asaba to Ogwashuku, where they have their office in Ogwashuku. Now that boy now is dead. The senior one, the 2-year-old.
All right. I think we've digested as much. Yes, that's enough of that. So you get the picture, but that's the goings on within the Nigerians. There was another story round about this sort of narrative a few years ago. There was a guy who was he had migrated to South Africa to seek greener pastures. I'm sure you're all familiar with the story. He had migrated to South Africa to seek greener pastures. And then during that time, there was a heavy wave of xenophobia in South Africa, and they were attacking Nigerians quite heavily. And then his family told him to come back home because they did not want him to fall victim of the xenophobia in South Africa. So he came back home. And then he came back home, a fine boy, young boy, 20-something. And then there was a match on Man United, Arsenal, something. He went to some viewing spot where they just sit down to watch football and have beer and pepper soup. And then some drunken, drugged-up police officer just sporadically shot into the space and killed the guy. So this is how Nigeria is being policed. It's a real travesty. A real travesty. But let's go into this one now. Let's touch base with Reno Mokri. We only have just about a couple more, and then we're off with it. Reno Omokri shades a certain monarch from the south as he applauds President Tinubu for properly greeting the Oba of Benin. So Oba Atokpe. So this picture has been circulated widely. I hope you can see it through the rather handsome super sticker from Prince Daddy. But this picture has been circulated rather widely within the media space. So the person bowing is actually the president of the country. And a lot of people feel that by virtue of, because Tinubu presides not only over the Oba of Benin, because he carries more weight and power than the Oba of Benin, and he can impact quite viscerally. He can bring his kingdom. If Tinubu says there's no more Benin kingdom, then it ceases to exist. Its power reaches to that. If it says there's no Sokoto kingdom, it ceases to exist. And there may be a fight back, but by the constitution vests so much. So this image of Tinubu bowing to the Oba of Benin, a lot of people somewhat recoil from it. Maybe you should have done the finger thing and done a little tilt of the head, but not bowing to this level. This is the president of the sovereign state called Nigeria. So this picture has gone viral and generated several opinions. So Reno Omokri chimes in. Omokri shades a certain monarch from the south as he applauds President Tinubu for properly greeting Oba Atokpeye. Reno Mokri this afternoon, July the 15th, threw shade at a certain monarch from the south as he celebrated President Tinubu for properly greeting the Oba of Benin, who paid him a visit in the State House on Friday, July the 14th. Posting a photo of the president bowing to the Edo monarch, Reno wrote, "This is the president respectfully greeting His Royal Highness Omonoba Edo Uku Apolopolo Ewere II, the Oba of Benin. He did not casually greet him. He genuflected. He genuflected to him. That's the that's genuflecting. This is heartwarming, and I hope a certain traditional ruler from the south sees this. Yes, this occurred partially because of the Omoluabi culture of the Southwest, and majorly because the Oba of Benin is a monarch rarely seen in social events. So this is the conversation I was having with Bob Peace yesterday. It is very rare that you see the Oba of Benin leave the confines of his kingdom. Although we saw him in London recently, didn't we? Or was that the Olu of Wari? One of them anyway. I didn't know one and the same. Same thing. Yes, this occurred partially because of the Omoluabi culture of the Southwest, and majorly because the Oba of Benin is a monarch rarely seen in social events, and because of that, he had value added to the intrinsic value he gets from his throne. When a monarch is seen at every Owambe and naming ceremony, so it's almost as though Reno went off the back. Reno, we know you listen to us anyway. You should come on, check your DMs. I've sent you several. Because you repeat so much what we say here, it's beyond a coincidence now. So just come on screen and come josh around with us. When a monarch is seen at every Owambe and naming ceremony, his over-circulation deflates his honor, leading to over-familiarity from people who should have awe for him. Napoleon said, "If I am often seen at the theater, people will cease to notice me." As a revered traditional ruler, you should comport yourself in a manner that commands respect. This is more so when you are not just a traditional ruler, but a spiritual leader. People like that occupy an office of high moral and spiritual authority and should not allow over-familiarity, because when they are disrespected, all the people they represent are also disrespected. When a governor prostrates flat to greet an elder, a traditional or spiritual ruler should not tolerate some anyhow greeting that rubbishes the esteemed position he holds, not just in Nigeria, but globally. So that's Reno Mokri. So the shade that is casting, because he's talking about a monarch in the south, and we can name so many because there's so much of the Owambe sort of mannerism to the southwestern, especially monarchical system, that you can name so many of them. But to name some of them, Kumi joins us. The elegant Adewale is here. Paddy joins us. We've got Eze from Abuja. It's very interesting to have Paddy and Prince on the same stream because, of course, the texture of their voice so similar, and Ekene, of course, are representing the Alaba Massive. So let me kick it off with you, Solomon, since you are joining us from Abuja. So let me start it off with you with this storyline of this man that was chasing the NDLEA van that has sprayed stray bullets hit two of his sons. Did you come across this story, and how did you digest it? Good to see you, Solomon.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah, I came across this headline, and I felt bad seeing this headline because this thing is something that has always been happening in Asaba. It's somewhere that these agencies and even the police, they behave anyhow. They harass people a lot in Asaba. And that guy you showed this video that was talking harassing, He's a human rights activist, and that guy has really been trying to, because I have some of my friends then when we were in school, they harassed them a lot in Asabadia, and they had serious, even one of the issues that that went viral, like that was very, it was a news that went round. He was the person involved, and those guys there were I know them. Yeah, so and this guy was tried to help them, and so what that guy was saying is really, as long as this guy is involved, that news is something that by God's grace we just try to get justice for these people, for these kids, and this is something that is always
But
happening in the Asaba.
can you imagine it for a moment though? At a 2 year, look how handsome the boy is. If you're a parent, you would know if your heart will skip. Even if you're not a
Yeah,
parent. I
yeah.
mean, yeah, your heart will skip
Even if you're
because
not a parent, as
this
long
is
as you're a human being,
yes, yes.
as long as you're a human being, you must feel this. You must feel like you must just put yourself, like in a way you must be bittered about this news, because it's very heartbreaking. Like, it's not just good at all. It's not something that one should experience. And you see, it's a,
Hopefully, there's justice at the end of it, Solomon.
no, definitely, as long as there's God, and this guy, this human rights guy, the guy is trying, he's really trying. He, as long as he's involved, and there must be justice for those kids. And in the
All
same
right,
Asaba,
brilliant.
like 3 months ago, something happened again. I think I think that one is EFCC or SARS, something like that. They still killed one guy, a young guy too. He just got married. In fact, I think his wife was pregnant, or she's still currently pregnant, and the guy is already late. You see the kind of things our all these agencies that are supposed to fight corruption and make things and do conduct things to be normal. They are just one misbehaving and doing anyhow. It's very bad.
All right. Let me take you to the next headline, Solomon. So the Seychelles, they've come out now to tell us just why they are banning Nigerians, and no surprises, of course, drug dealing and fraud. Uh, you know, I was just saying, if you go to India, it's the same narrative: drug dealing and fraud. They parade Nigerians in India like spoils of like a safari hunt. And then South. So, what are you making of what the Seychelles are saying about us? The reputation is just those two things. If you wondered what's damaged our names globally, Solomon, is those two spaces: drug and fraud.
Yeah. Concerning this headline, the authority is right, because this location is somewhere most Nigerian youths they go to vacation there. They go for vacation there, and you know different like everything they stated about this whole thing. I don't see any. There's nothing like false accusation. Like, they did not accuse. There's nothing that's false there about everything they said. They are all correct about this drug trafficking and fraud, because it's like, yeah, like
The the,
something
Ni-
that is just like,
the Nigerian passport is getting more and more difficult to carry to travel. When you carry the
yeah,
Nigerian,
yeah.
because they will park you to one side and just interrogate your life, and just, they will embarrass you wherever in the world.
Yeah, and this passport is very hard to get if you want to get it in Nigeria. Yeah. Like, the process in getting it, and when you want to, then taking it out now is another thing again. It's really bad. Like, it's really very bad. The government should do something. Unemployment is part of the reasons why people, even apart from greed, because there are persons that are greedy normally, and they just have this theft spirit in them. But mostly, uh, majorly, it's because of unemployment. You see people indulging in such acts. So the government, we don't need to just only blame. I'm not in support. I'm not justifying the actions of those people, but we don't need to really blame them like that. The government need to intervene, and do something about this so that we'll curb this whole drug trafficking and fraud. Yeah.
All right. Let me take you to this next space, and then from there I'll go on to Paddy, and then we take the conversation to Paddy. Data shows Southeast lost 4 trillion naira in 2 years due to sit-at-home order. So this is the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Benjamin Kalu. What are you making of that headline? Let me just start you from there. What are you making of that headline?
Yeah, he's very correct. Even though I've been looking for a way, 2 years, 4 trillion, it's possible. Yeah, it's very correct. It's very correct, and it's really bad for the economy of the South. It's like the way they talk about, because this this election has, one of the narratives that Southeasterners are the ones making the economy work more and all that. But in our own region, we don't. What revenue do we remit? Nothing. It's very low. So we need to curb every vices that is causing this insecurity in that space, so that our economy would be good, and to compete with the rest of the other region, because this thing is really bad for us. To be honest, it's really really bad, and I think in a way it affects. Well, no, it will not really affect the allocations going there, like, but it's not good for us. Our the space, they need to really curb that insecurity, and the economy should come back again.
All right, brilliant. Stay with us, Solomon. So stay with us. Let me go from you, Solomon, to Paddy. So Paddy, are you ready? Paddy, you're up next.
Yes, I am. Good evening, one man.
Good evening. Good to see you, Paddy. Always a delight. So Paddy, I'm not sure that Solomon was robust enough, but because I feel that these figures it may well give us the pathway to peace in the southeast. Because if they are losing 4 trillion in 2 years, and we have to take it with some seriousness, because the person telling us is the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, so he will have access to information that is not in our common play. So if the space is made aware that they are hemorrhaging this much money, that's surely sufficient enough for them to put up some sort of resistance to this nonsense.
Yeah, sure, one man. I mean, to give them some sort of context, that value of 4 trillion is the entire worth of Alaba International Market. So Alaba International Market itself is about about $4.5 billion, which is approximately 3.6 trillion naira. So let's just assume that the entirety of Southeast has lost the whole Alaba International Market, and maybe that will help them sink into how much value it is that they're losing, every year in the last 2 years over the sit at home. They might think that it's, I guess the intent for them is they're hoping that it's going to in some way affect the economy, and then the government will think it through. But then where they get it wrong is that, unfortunately for them, that region provides the least to the federal government. They're not all producing. They're not industrial producing in that context of itself. So the government is not losing. The government can almost ignore them and allow them. But what they don't understand is that what they're doing is more self-harm. I mean, just imagine the entirety of Alaba International Market is gone. That's how bad it is that they've lost with this sit at home. But I mean, I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but I think that it's rather than the likes of Simon Ekpa and the likes see it as a maybe the citizens see it as a pushback for Simon Ekpa when the next time he calls for sit at home. I think it's going to become a talking point to say, you can see what we are doing is working, it's hurting the government, they're already complaining, let's do it more, let's make it 2 days sit at home. I mean, I would hope that's not the case, but I would hope, I think it's about time that they started to push back. I like the committee that's being set up, I like the talking points, but then we still have, and I don't want to make this a Peter Obi thing, but we still have to like Peter Obi making it, downplaying that impact in some way. So the one time he spoke openly about the world. The recent time he spoke, which is the tweet he did some days ago, he made it seem like it was just a distortion within the trade, and but they need to overly emphasize the damage that's been done to that economy. And we can't play it enough. Unfortunately, it's as though we other Nigerians that show some sort of concern are being chastised for that concern. So you hear talking points like it's none of your business. Yeah, you are not able, so you don't understand where they're coming from. And then we just saying, hey, we see this, we see this as concerned fellow Nigerians. We know this is wrong. We know that this affects the bottom barrel people. We know that it affects the trade. We hear these figures on within the streets. So at what point are you guys going to understand that what you've done or what you're doing that you think is affecting the government, that they're turning a blind eye on, is affecting your people more? So I would hope that this figure would help them, wake up a little bit.
It puts things in perspective, doesn't it? Because you think Monday sit at home, they still have 5 days to trade. But if you space it over the course of a few years, and if you all of this, because this is not the first time they've extended the sit at home to more than a day in the week, and so that tells you business does not take place, profit is not made, a business does not churn out to repeat, all of that. So the impact of all of that, 4 trillion naira, is a real eye-popping. And when you say that's the size of Alaba economy, then that puts it in perspective.
Right. Yeah. I mean, very well said, one man. I mean, I would hope that I hope that these new intents. I know they're trying to get the attention of the new president, having dine with them and sit with them through and see what ways that they can use to mitigate a better way. But of course, I'm also sure that most of the numbers are projected. But even beyond the Monday economy itself, it's also a way to repel other opportunities from coming there. So no business owner who wants to come and invest in that sector will not come in, because they understand that if I'm going to set up my business there, even though today is Monday, what happens if they decide to make it Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday? And I like to always share obedience. That even Peter Obi did not open his biggest mall in the southern eastern region. So he has one in the next Cash and Carry. He has one in Abuja. He has one in River State. So he doesn't even have his venture in this sector. So it probably doesn't hurt him. It probably doesn't hurt majority of them. So no sizable business venture will go in and open something there newly, knowing fully well that I'm not going to operate on Monday. Sunday is a church day. Saturday is a weekend. So I have 4 days to trade. At what point am I going to make my money? So then what happens? I think the governments are not involved. What happens the day they decide to make it 3 days or 2 days? What happens to my business then? So they are losing opportunities. They're also losing revenue. So I guess maybe the encompassing of everything is what
and those opportunities that they are losing, they go and park somewhere else. So it's not as though that opportunity then goes to the south, it goes to the southwest, it goes to the north. So in a competitive environment, they're just it's self-harm, isn't it? Paddy, you were saying that they are trying to get the government's attention, which they have struggled to get, and it's not really impacting on the Nigerian state. So they're now looking to extend that sit at home to the southwest. We will resist any plots to impose a sit at home on the southwest. Yoruba warlord Gani Adams wants Simon Ekpa. So Simon Ekpa now in conversations with the Alaba market space that he wants to extend the sit at home to that space. What are you making of that and Gani Adams' response, Paddy?
I think I'm beginning to understand how Southwest wants to start playing their politics. So they probably will not use government officials to send a pushback. They will use likes of Gani Adams and the likes, who will first send that repulsion. If it happens, I think maybe the Lagos State government or the Southwestern government should start laying embargoes. So should you not come to market on the days you should trade, you probably stand a chance to lose your licenses. So they understand that there's way much more for them to lose. I don't see it happening. Maybe there might be 1 or 2 rebels who would happen there. But one thing I understand that majority of the southeastern consumers, that does the market itself, are not them. So let me make it maybe clear. They sell their products in Lagos. The people who buy from them are not Southeasterners, right? If they should try that, the chance of them losing is higher. And I know fully well that because Lagos is commercial, they have to pay heavy rents. They still have to pay those levies and taxes. They still have to pay. Even when you don't come, you're going to end up paying much more money. It just makes sense for them to come. I would love to hear Ekene's position. I don't know if it's in. If it's in
No, it's here. So
Okay.
I'll come to him in a bit. But what you just said then, it tallies with something that Ekene was saying in a previous session, that those demolished structures in Alaba, that they are selling it on to the Chinese. So if they go on to have that sit at home in Alaba market, then that opens the window for Lagos State to say, okay, you're not using it for the purpose with which we gave it to you for. They'll just take it off them and give it to the Chinese.
I mean, without doubt, and that's it. And and the Chinese would even do way much more than that without that space. So they're not going to have they're going to turn that place into an industry, a hub, a mall. So they're going to have a very well reformed Alaba international market. So you might be seeing a Xiaomian Alaba,
Look at that.
Xiaomian Alaba market there, and that's it. Because the consumers are there, people will still buy, people will travel, they will use their railway and their trains to go to the market and buy stuff there. And then you're going to have other opportunities for other sectors who have lost out in the electronics. So, likes of Adebo Wale, who used to be a very big electronic trader back in Lagos, that's probably no more. You're going to have maybe some Wasiu or some Gani Adams that can now go and buy franchise and start doing those things, and then you've lost it. But the market still remains in there because the traders will be the one who will lose the most. But the market value is still there. Lagos will still remain Lagos. People will still keep coming to Lagos because Lagos is it's a growing city, and that trickles down into other industries. Ogun State is still very industrial, so they're still going to be coupling those equipments there. It's pretty close to Alaba International Market. So a simple train, you move the goods in there, people are buying stuff, and that's it. So it's to their favor, not to do that. And again, I think like I already said, the cost of living in Lagos is so ridiculous for them to lose that fund. So most of the people who live in there, maybe not all, but there's a sizable chunk of people who live in the southeast that own their homes. So even if you're paying rent, it's probably not so high. You own your home. You're farming a little bit, so your foods are a little bit more available to you. It's a little bit more rural, But in the urban area, if you don't eat, if you don't walk, you don't eat. And I know that there are very much more Omata boy. I don't know what they call them. There are more people in Alaba International who don't own shops. So I remember several years ago when I went there, you go to Alaba International Market, and then you have lots of urchins who will come meet with you, or touts, but not in the real meaning of touts. The guys who will come in, or louts rather, who will come in and tell you, hey, come, you want to buy this? So they will guide you into several shops for you to go buy. Those guys make money from daily sales, so they don't own stores. They're just going to be taking you from one store till you find what you want to buy. The store owner will pay them, and maybe you that they ushered into those stores will also pay them as well too. So those guys, how will they survive? And there are hundreds of them or thousands of them in Lagos. So that means that's like Monday money that they are going to miss. How would they pay for their daily bread? How would they eat? How would they pay their rent? So there are several factors that I don't think Lagos or Southwest is a region where they can effectively, make that kind of thing. And again, like I said again, maybe to just end it there. Should they try that, Lagos State government should find them, or the Southwest government should find them. So tax them.
It'd be a very dangerous thing to do, Paddy, because the Southwest space is still smarting from what happened during the election. And you remember, off the back of the election, the Lagos State House, the Speaker of the Lagos State House of Assembly, he came out with the policy now that they want to indigenalize Lagos State. So the indigents will get first dibs of everything. And of course, they are already now wanting to carry out parliamentarian procedures in Yoruba language. And there's a lot of cold shoulder already being shown towards the southeast off the back of the, especially the March 18 election, Rose Vivo and all that. So if this now comes into play again, then the backlash is going to be very swift and very brutal.
Oh, one man, they already started on Friday. They tweeted in Yoruba. So Lagos State official, the official Lagos State government
They say, what
Twitter
they
already tweeted.
better?
Yeah, so now they started speaking Yoruba on Fridays. So it's already there. So that move has already been made on Twitter. Everything that was tweeted from Lagos State government Twitter handle, the verified one, was in Yoruba language. So it's already official. They're already making that move. And once Lagos starts, trust me, the rest of the southwestern region will, also do the same thing, and that defeats the purpose, And then they're also going to now bring back maybe Yoruba on Fridays in public schools, and force that integration that they've always shied away from into. And unfortunately, and again, there's I think unfortunately, I'm not trying to make this a vicious battle, but you find that the Southeasterners in recent news have been, exalting theirs. So like maybe Ube would see people win an award and he will single out the Southeastern person. So those gestures are making it a whole lot more deliberate. So rather than have pushbacks from maybe House members that you would have had pushbacks from, you now have to say, look at what they're doing. They are hailing their own people. Why can't we hail us? They speak in their language. Why can't they speak us? They have meetings in their own. They have Omunamu meetings in their language. Why can't we do that? They have their Eze calling shots in Lagos. Why can't they do this? And so no Yoruba person will say, don't do that anymore. They will just allow that. And it's already happening. They already did. So every Friday now is officially Yoruba Day in Lagos State.
When the dust settles and the count is being made, Peter, we would have done more harm to that space than anything else. But let me take you to this next headline. So the Seychelles now, they've come out with the reasons why they are banning Nigerians, drug trafficking and fraud. Seychelles authorities explain why it banned Nigerians. So very difficult for us to argue against this, knowing the sort of people that we are. But that's another country now that has cut us out. South Africa, Dubai, India, Malaysia, Indonesia, UK, whichever country, this same headline, drug trafficking and fraud. These two things are Paddy, the hangs around our neck like a noose.
Yes, one man. I mean, the depravity of Nigerians in diaspora it's becoming preposterous, and I would hope that I think it's already at the state of emergency. It's at that state already. It's no longer talking point. It's no longer kumbaya. So you'd have several sectors trying to help us redeem our image. You have entertainment in this case, or maybe some tech people, or some here and there Nigerian students who are winning awards and stuff. But then when you check it behind those people, they have options. So, I mean, I'm Nigerian, but I'm sure Prince Daddy also Nigerian, but we all go with our American passports. We are almost, the only time my Nigerian passport is valid to me is when I'm in Nigeria. Once I'm done, there's a shyness to bring it. And then it also falls at the era where many of us are trying to now own back our identity. We're trying to use our name again. We're trying to bring back our language. And then you have these huge people who are, showing these excessive vices. It's ridiculous. And so Seychelles used to be a visa-free country or visa on arrival country to Nigeria. And now they thought there's going to be a ban. Then maybe after some talks, diplomacy and the likes, it's going to now be visas. And I mean, so it's just so for every loophole that we have, they keep spoiling opportunities for other people. So people who used to run like travel agencies to make money from, they're going to lose their ventures, they're going to lose their businesses because drug dealers want to keep, committing drugs. And beyond drug dealers as well, too, you now have the fraudulent guys who will go to those countries, have access to the internet, open bank accounts there, marry their women, lure them to open accounts for them in their steads, and start to commit crime. So, and they've done it. If they've done everywhere, like everywhere, there's almost no developing country that has opened its doors to Nigerians that is less visa restrictions than Nigerians have not bastardized. Even in UK several years ago, Even now that they're using this student visa to do. South Africa, so those xenophobic attacks that we've had, even Ghana.
You know they are now starting to close that student visa loophole in the
Yes.
UK. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's those. I think sometimes I wonder at what point did we all get here as a people collectively. Of course, the all doesn't mean the entirety of every one of us, but the vast majority of Nigerians.
Do you think we're
stuff.
do you think we're
Intrinsic in
intrinsically
nature. Yeah.
selfish? Yeah.
Yes, we are. Yes, we are.
Because if only they respected this system, it's a system that people could have enjoyed for years and decades. But you go there, you abuse it, and then you rubbish it. They jail you. By the time they jail 10 of you, they are looking for the next person carrying that green passport.
It's one man. It's almost as though it's innate. And this thing is not even new. Even from the far days of Fred Agudoa and the likes, who were traveling then and taking cocaine and drugs. I mean, let me use the Bola Tinubu's era in the 80s of cocaine lords, and we had people who were going to Saudi Arabia with cocaine back then. So there's always been, once you have that, and each time they do those things in bulk, they close those doors. Going for Hajj and Co used to be a lot easier for Nigerians in the 80s and very early 90s. It's this whole saga of going to rob and steal gold and then take cocaine. It's the same thing that happened, and everywhere at some point, and each time they do this thing, our passports begins to go lower. So before we know, Nigeria's passport will become the weakest passport in the entirety of the world because nobody wants you to come there without double checks. I mean, and even if they're going to be a syndicate, look at how flawed their process is. Just one person keeps funding multiple people bringing in cocaine in there. It's just utterly ridiculous that they're not even smart enough to even commit crime properly. One man, I'm sure we all know this, that there are very many countries who also run the same syndicates. But Nigerians, because of our greed, because of our it's just almost as
Nigerians are not the most fraudulent, by the way. The most fraud is actually coming out of India
and Russia. Even North Korea have like the highest hackers and the likes. In fact, whilst we're talking about this, there's also another Nigerian guy, some chap that was caught recently, some days ago, that he hacked into the Bitcoin wallet of his company and stole about $8 point something million. I'm like, why? What are you doing with so much of that money? The funny thing, he just wants to impress the world. He's just going to buy cars, live lavish life, impress women. So even within those crimes, because people will say, the talking point for people will be like, oh, it's because of there's no food, it's because there's no money, it's because the country is poor. But my question to them is, when they get those money, how much stuff do they do? They just blow the money. They just live lavish lives.
Do you know who I blame for this, Rotimi? Do you know who I blame?
Who do you blame, woman?
I blame Davido. do you know why? He's opened up this lifestyle of excessive international opulence, which he can afford. Yes.
It's not only Davido. It's not only Davido. A lot of all the celebrities today not. They promote all these people.
No.
How many of them ever bring their business? They oppress all the youth. They oppress everybody. All these things that's what it causes in the society where there is a lot of poor people.
You guys are just being envious.
I mean, one man, yeah. I don't mean to sound very implicit bias, but I think it's a black people culture. And even though whilst I very much get where you're coming from with the Davido, Wizkid, and those opulence life that they show, it's a hip hop culture. That culture will not lift you up if you don't flaunt that lifestyle. And it's something that we picked up from the Black Americans with their blinks and their chain and the golden teeth and then the blinks and their wristwatches. They sing with it. It's that culture that we imbibed into our Afrobeat, which is that hip hop culture. Because if you sing, in fact, there's this young lady that was winning awards, Thames. I don't know if you probably might not know her, but
I do know her.
Okay,
yes, I'm not a comedian. But
awesome. For the first period where she started our pop culture lifestyle, she was very conservative. She was covering her body. She was even comfortable. And I told her, look, if you don't show these things, nobody's gonna come for you. Nobody's gonna buy your albums anymore. Your song might be good, but it can only be good for a little long. And then you have even very modest singers like Adekunle Gold that used to be extremely modest. Now he's also now having diamond-like teeth, and you see every day you see people go to parties, and rather than just have them red carpets.
Paddy, do you know why? I used Davido as an example of what really started this problem? So Davido, a few weeks ago, he ordered a Maybach, which he imported into the country. Of course, a Maybach, and then the money to clear that vehicle alone will build a house for somebody. So now you're a banker, a lawyer, an IT specialist. You make a decent wage. If you turn up at the clubs, and you think you're a big boy, as soon as he turns up, all the girls, the place shuts down, and then you become this non-entity. So for you to be able to compete at the level, to even have a showing at the level of, you have to resort to that guy that is stealing bitcoins from his boss. Is the lifestyle that Davido, Whiskey, and all of these new gen stars. Or am I completely wrong in that?
So one man, yeah, I think where I would say you are a bit very what's the word? You're being overly a baby boomer generation. Is that even within the baby boomer generation, that same thing happened. They life the high life that many let me even call people. The high lifestyle that's the Southern culture, the Yoruba culture, the Igbos, the Olisa, they build what they coke and coal, spraying money in parties, the Kwamwans, the Ayubas. They always exalted those people as well too, the Shina Peters and co. There were some people that they hailed in their songs. That lifestyle of hailing people, vivid imaginations, this and that, all those eleganza and those that is the opulence. That is Lagos lifestyle. And it has just the only difference is it has trickled down into a modern revamp of a younger modern millennial revamp of that same lifestyle. Lagos as a place itself, or Yoruba as a people itself, we've always lived this pop culture lifestyle of flamboyance. It's in our attire, and I'm not trying to say it's a traditional thing. I'm just saying that it's easy for Davido to absorb that lifestyle simply because his brothers did it, his fathers did it, his fathers before his father also did the same thing, and people can also see that thing. The only difference is that people don't understand. I think the only difference with this millennium generation, this Alpha generation and Gen Z, is that to make your money, you don't have to go to school anymore. So back then, to be a lawyer or a banker, you had to go through school, get college degree, get a high-paying job, and then you are fine. But now,
can I say something?
Yeah. Go ahead, Akena.
Okay. In Igbo land, do you know the club they call People's Club?
Wait, was that not Oliver the Coke's club? Oliver the Coke.
Not only Oliver the Coke. That club is somewhere in Onitsha. I know that place very well. If anybody know that club very well, People's Club, all these things started from that club. So their music and everything, because they have their music, their pattern of music. So if you are a rich man from Igbo land, you don't belong to that club, you have not getting anywhere. All the old men that are in that club, almost all of them is gone. They are now recruiting new members. So everything, all this lifestyle show, because Osadebe, Oliver the Coke, Modi, many of them, they promoted. They use their music to promote that culture very well in Igbo land. So that is why you see all these buga Igbo people are doing when they have money, started from that People's Club. So it's a very perfect example of what is happening in our society today.
Yeah,
so that's what
Thanks, Akena. I think another thing. So there was a video I saw some while back. Not too long ago, maybe this month or late last month. If a boy or a young student went to school, came back home with an SUV, and he needs to be a very poor community, and then his father had a very long staff. He wanted to smash the car. Obviously, the father was questioning the kid, what did you go to school to get a car like that? And that has changed. That's probably like one father out of 1,000. But before then, as a young kid, you went to school and then you came back home and you come back with something of luxury. I mean, back then, I remember when I bought my Walkman, my Sony Walkman, I couldn't, I couldn't show my parents where I got the money from, because it was questionable. Where did you get a Walkman from? How much more coming in with a car? So that morality of that people had, it's been zeroed out. In fact, their mothers now.
Walkman.
Yeah,
That's a blast from the past, isn't
yeah,
it?
yes.
I wonder if Solomon has left. I wonder if he knows. Solomon, tell me in the comment section if you know what a Walkman is. But carry on. Carry on, Paddy.
Yeah, it's now you have mothers who would handhold their sons and take them to go and meet scammers and say, I want my son to learn how to be a scammer. Or they could take their kids to pastors and ask the pastors to pray for those children. So the parents now know that their kids are doing illicit, jobs. So you have the parents covering up for that, and that never used to be the case. So our morality, as is far gone. And the places where we used to build morality from, like churches and mosques and schools, it's zeroed out, because those pastors that used to teach you that shall not steal, that shall not do all those things, are no longer there. Those are the ones who are now wearing colored suits. And if your pastor doesn't wear colored shoes or white shoes and jerry curled hair or fancy monkey jacket, no one's gonna go to the church anymore. The pastors now have private jets. So, and if you pay high tithes in your church, they bring you to the front. You get numbers to the CEO, what they call them, GOs, and the Jews among the Jews of those churches. So the morality is become a cash cow. There are no more morals. So in fact, that video that I was referencing, I saw the father trying to smash the car. I read a few of the comments there. People were condemning the father for questioning his son where he got money from. Like, what kind of father is this? This father is very, that he'll remain poor. Look at his house. Your son has come to bless you and refuse. Back then, the only people who we knew that lived life like this were sports people. Even our footballers didn't even have these funds. So but it just
Do you think there's a way out of this moral decadence that we've found ourselves in? Because I cannot see how we reverse out of this. Do you think there's a way out of it?
One man, honest to God, I do not know. I think it's even so bad that the few people who have chosen to raise their kids the right way, those kids will get mocked when they grow up for being naive and for not for being not being bright. I'm sure one man. I'm sure you remember. I mean, I have not said I'm sure. You know the days where virginity, as an example, used to be a thing of pride. Now, not being a virgin, if you are a virgin now, it's a thing of shame. So those things are like, it's almost as though morality is now zeroed out. You can't be moral. Okay, I think I saw some headline again of a woman in Saudi Arabia, a Nigerian woman who went to Hajj, and she found some money in some huge funds in Saudi Arabia, and then returned the funds back. And check the comments and see how her fellow compatriots are lashing out at her and mocking her for being foolish. Like, so to them now, God's blessing is you seeing money that don't belong to you. We give that God just blessed. God just blessed you. Why would you lose away that blessing? But back then, blessing used to be reversed. So the morality used to be reversed. I don't know what's going to change, because now these younger generations are a bit more open or opinionated. They own their lifestyle. And remember, when you don't have anyone checking on you, when there are no checks and balances, the excesses of morality is endless. I mean, I don't want to be a prophet of doom, but this is like a Sodom and Gomorrah glooming, where sex is
End
free.
times, are we? Are we in
End
the end
time.
time?
No,
Look at this guy.
we're getting there. We're
Yeah,
getting
that
there.
you're
Sodom
taking it
is
too far
free,
now.
and lavish life is it's normal. So now even my own younger brother will refuse to even go through my own path of life, because when I was growing, it was more of it was that trajectory of you work hard, you go to school, get college, you buy a car, get a wife, and I did those things.
Sorry, Paddy. Do you think we're getting to the point where education will become passe? Education, because education now is getting to the point that it doesn't really serve, unless you're a specialism like medicine or engineering. It's almost passe now. A lot of the top bankers in the city of London, they barely have a GCE. you know, a lot of the wealthy people in the world, they are crypto kids that just happened on that wave and made endless, some of them billionaires. Are we getting to the point where are we on the cusp of education being passe?
Yes, one man. Education is now very intrinsic. You know, we almost don't need it anymore. Now we are having AI bots. Like human beings are now being replaced by robots. You almost don't need to task your brain anymore. And like you rightly said, except you are a very high professional, like you know, a doctor, a physician, or the likes. It's just more of you can just literally be in your house. You remember? I don't want. Okay, I don't want to ask if you know. There was some young boy during the pandemic that was just posting his videos. His name is Kabi. He would just open a video and just open his palm as a gesture of common sense. And he's a very rich guy.
Oh yes, it's an African boy. It's an African. I know him. He hardly speaks.
He hardly speaks. Yeah.
Yes, I know. He's more famous than Messi. Everybody knows him.
Everybody knows him.
Yes.
So, and he has millions of followers. So every million of followers now know that all I need to do is to have a social media platform. I don't need to go to school. In fact, there are very many. In fact, there are many Nigerians. There's some Nigerians that I follow that I follow because I'm in that space. That I would have my team back in Lagos follow them and just check their influencers, and many of them are dropping out of college to just become influencers, and they are making vast much more money now than they would have made from going to college. So you imagine you went to college to study philosophy, or even no matter how much masters you have or MBAs you have, all you need to do is just have 200,000 followers on social media, and you have brands giving you money to just put their products there, and you make way more than
there's a guy. I'm sure you know him. There's a Ghanaian guy called Wadamaya. Yes. So you have your average Nigerian that will sit at the desk and pile all these certificates of I have double masters in this and triple masters in that.
Yeah.
And all that guy will just come with a piece of paper, which is his own bank statement, and place it on top of your countless masters, and then you start to fumble at them out. So you know, all this education is of course the guaranteed way to a decent life. But I'm not sure that it is as I'm not sure it still has the luster that it used to have.
Yeah, no, it's. I think right now, what people just, I think it's we're getting to a point where people just need to be illiterate. As long as you can communicate and create content in in your language, I think you're fine. And the example of Kabi we gave, he's a mute, and he has one of the highest profile.
Is he a mute or he refuses?
No.
He just
Is he a mute? Yeah. He just refuses to speak.
Right.
Now, any brand who wants to use him to speak pays him way much more money for him to just speak in their content. Even movie premieres pay him money to premiere the movie because he has the eyeballs. And you have the likes of the Kardashians and co, who has now shown that just by body. I mean, those people just sold their body and makeups, and they are billionaires in dollars. I mean, there's no school you go to. Go ahead.
Let me just cite one more example, and then maybe we'll move on. If we look at somebody like what's it called? Impulsive. What's it called again? That guy, Jake. Jake Paul. His brother. What's his name? What's the name of his brother? He's just launched a drinks company, and which is now worth several $1 billion off the back of just messing around on social media, hanging out with KSI. Yes, Paul Logan. Yes,
Logan Paul. Yeah.
Yeah, Logan Paul. Yes.
I mean, that's the era. That's the era that we are now. We are not at the era of consumption. People just want.
We only spent 1 year in uni. So yes, a real space. But let me move you back to the conversation, Paddy, and take you to this.
Sorry. Before you move on,
Fatai, good to see you, Fatai. Yeah, go on.
Hello. I will try to put a lead on it. I've listened intently. I am always bothered a lot particularly when I see Nigerians trying so hard to promote the propaganda of all these propaganda countries. Okay. And
sorry, are you the Seychelles? Are you talking about the Seychelles?
Yeah, I'm talking about the Seychelles.
Oh, okay, let me bring the headline back up. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. Because I have tried, I tried intently to listen. Yeah, okay, you know what might not, I still think is the first time. I've tried to listen intently to the conversation. And the thing, there are two things I'm just trying to get out of the conversation. What is uniquely Nigerian in all of this? Number one. Number two, if Seychelles discover that a bunch of Nigerians are doing something, right? And I'm wondering, do they have diplomatic channels with Nigeria? Because people are individuals. Because are they all these people Nigerians? Because if you say Nigerians are bringing drugs or whatever or doing fraud to your, well, are they recipients, Seychelles or whatever they call them, the nationals of the Seychelles? Who are is it one-way traffic? Isn't it two-way traffics? Why are the Nigerians the only one who are spotlighted? So when one country does it, and it's cascade, right? So this one does it because Nigeria doesn't have a government. Therefore, some countries can run their mouth, and then another country carries it. Another country. Only they said in your original, how did they say this proverb? Somebody has never seen another man's farmland. That's why he thinks his farmland is the biggest. Even in the West, where they have luxury, where they have in the minimum, even if they don't have money, their government can give them checks. They commit more crime than Nigerians. I even heard in the conversation that you mentioned that I think India. I don't know whether you or this other person. India did more, does more. Yeah, or some other countries. Why aren't those countries? Why those governments don't spotlight those countries? Because I'm pretty sure the Nigerians are not the worst criminals in the world, but it's only Nigerians that are spotlighted.
Yes, but that's the issue, isn't it, Fatai? So Nigeria has been reputationally spotlighted under those two strands, or under those two.
Why do we take
hold on. Nigeria has been reputationally spotlighted under those two strap lines: drug trafficking and fraud. So whether we're the one that do it the most, which we're not or not. But the world has now spotlighted Nigeria under those two strap lines. So the more and more that Nigerians straddle these strap lines even more, it highlights that reputation even more. So in South Africa, the reputation around drug trafficking is essentially a Nigerian narrative. In India, they have their own they have countless cartels. But because Nigerians have reputation of drug trafficking globally already, and they're now going there and they're seeing increasing numbers of Nigeria drug trafficking is spotlighted. Now they go to the Seychelles, and I suspect that the Seychelles is just a transit point in these drug trafficking things, because of course, if they have easy access to the Seychelles, and nobody queries traffic coming from the Seychelles. So they use the Seychelles as a transit point. But they're now seeing an increasing, they're telling us that within 2 weeks, it's a tiny little island that 13, they were caught. And they traced back to some Baba Laye somewhere, being funded as a transit point. And then they come into their country with fake credit cards, they damage the economy, so to the point that they're now preventing Nigerians from coming in. So that adds to that representation from India, from Indonesia, from Malaysia, from South Africa, in Dubai. We had Nigerians trying to break into a jewelry store, a Dubai that has almost zero physical crime. So they now have that reputation. We see them going to slash prostitution, drug trafficking. It's the same recurring decimal. We're not the one that are doing the most, but because we are highlighted in those spaces and we continue to over-represent in that space, it now looks as though we own it. Now globally, the reputation for Nigerians, drug dealers, fraudsters.
So I have only two questions. In those countries, do they have law enforcement who are supposed to go after people, individual people, not a people as a people? What does it have to do with Nigeria? If to be also because you caught some 13 Nigerians, therefore 200 million as a category of people, and then we are all helping to promote the stupidity. I'm sorry, we are helping to promote the propaganda. So they call those 13 people, but they are own nationals, and their own nationals involved. Is it the only the 13 Nigerians who were just on their own doing stuff and then just passing through, and then their people are not involved? Nigeria, they break into jewelry stores. Did you know do you know how many jewelry stores are broken into by South Africans? There was a riot when this former president of South Africa was arrested.
Yeah.
No. I'm using South Africa because it's a public example. They arrested this former president of South Africa. There were like maybe weeks of riot. They broke into every store that you can imagine. America there, during the riots, Black Lives Matter or whatever, do you know how many stores, how many jewelry store, how many whatever stores, fashion store, they break everywhere. These are
who broke in? Sorry, hold on. Who broke into those stores in America?
Americans.
So that's localized. So those are not foreigners, are they? It's a different. They have crime in their own country, but they don't want you importing your criminality into theirs. That's
What about those foreigners who come into Nigerians? What do they do to Nigerians when they come into Nigeria? Not only they come into Nigerians, they take all our money, establish factory, turn Nigerians to slaves in Nigeria, commit all sorts of atrocities in Nigeria, and they still make the way with the money, and we have a government. You can't go into a foreign country and even be rich there. You make it. Nigerians go abroad, they make a living. No, they don't become. They don't fill up they don't own the corporations there, right? Well, no, but they come into your own country, own your corporations and everything like that, and that's it. There is a popular example. There is in Cyprus, Leventis. If you know the Leventis, forever. Leventis became a billionaire out of Nigeria. In the midst of Nigerians, millions of Nigerians who don't have food to eat. You can't come into Cyprus and become a bank director. Doesn't matter who you are. Actually, they particularly have laws against you come and take over whatever.
Sorry, Fatai.
You have a job if there is no CPO to take the job.
Hold on, Fatai. What are you objecting to? Are you objecting to the? Yeah, go on.
My objection is to fellow Nigerians who help to propagate this ridiculous propaganda. There is two sides to a coin. It's not only Nigeria. There are people are the ones facilitating this to whatever they are talking about. I remember one day here on your show, one man, Ghana here. So they paraded like a bunch, tens of Nigerians. They paraded and they put 2 nylons of it's supposed to be of a hashish or whatever on the table on the floor and some laptops. But they are tens, maybe going to 100 of Nigerians. So I'm now looking. So these 2 small nylons of bags, these are the drugs that these 100 people are dealing on. Something they are not even supposed. They are not allowed to do it. You prosecute people. You don't do a show of shame of people. But we have no government, right? Anybody can do anything and say Nigerians or whatever. What if you catch a criminal? You prosecute that criminal. You don't you? And if you have a issue with like it's too much, it's away from Nigeria. Don't they have diplomatic channels through which they can vent their grievances? They go out there doing propaganda, a crime that is facilitated by their people. No, they leave out their people and put Nigerians in the headline. I have seen so much.
Can I ask you a question, Fatai? Do Nigerians have problems with? Does Nigeria have a problem with international fraud that we commit and drug trafficking?
Which country? One man, this song is that country is so I don't even know. Which country in the world? Tell me one country who doesn't have a problem with international fraud.
No. Hold on. I'm going somewhere. But do we have that problem?
Every country has this problem. Every country.
Okay. Do we have a global reputation for it?
Because we are one man, we are helping promote it. Our government should tell them you dare not do that in Nigeria. Yeah, because they will do it. They suffer no consequences for all these things from the government. And as a matter of fact, Nigerians will even help them to praise, them. It's not Nigeria that is your problem. Maybe there is one Adewale, or there is one Chukwuemeka, or there is one Mohammed, or whatever. Prosecute that person. Prosecute that person. You can't go on saying Nigerians.
Let Fatai land and come in. Yeah.
You can't go on saying Nigerians. What the heck? What is supposed to mean? Is that a joke? We don't have a government. It's a disgrace to our government that all these countries are able to do all this stuff and go scot-free. It's a disgrace. It's a disgrace. Yeah. I can show you how many frauds that are committed against Nigerians. Many of them are not even Nigerians. That I personally witnessed. They are not even Nigerians, and they put it on Nigerians. Many situations. It's so bad. It's a disgrace. What about the things they do to Nigeria? Do you know that they take people to Nigerians without they don't even care for your sovereignty? They fly people into Nigeria without authorization from the Nigerian authorities, the Nigerian embassy, Nigerian this. They fly. Countries have alliance. They just fly people into Nigerians. They dump people into Nigeria, and they don't even care about your country. They don't care about your sovereignty. Nigerians don't have issue against what they do to Nigeria. But when some propaganda country comes out and say Nigerians, and we help them to promote it, it's a shame. It's a shame. If you catch somebody, prosecute that person. If you catch 50 people, prosecute those 50 people. Don't say Nigerians. Because it's 200 million people, right? You can't say Nigerian. My great-grandmother was a Nigerian, okay? You can't say Nigerian.
Fatai, please, do you know the reason why the vice president responded to that ban? Because 2 days ago, Akpabio they presented on the floor, right? That reason why the country banned Nigeria, and Akpabio called all the authority that they should look into it. And if it is something propaganda, then too we take action. That's the reason why the vice president respond to that. And second question, where woman asked that, is it only Nigeria? Go and watch Australia border. Go and see all the people they arrest about drug. Before you see Nigeria, out of like 200 videos, you're going to see India, China, Philippines. You know, Nigeria, we are not even top of all these things. You understand? It's not maybe we do. I don't know how they tag out.
Sorry to cut you. They don't know. One man, you don't know what is going on. Okay, it's not Nigerians in the top 40. Nigerians are hustlers. Many of them are doing bad stuff, but everybody is individual. Nigerians are hustlers. Most of Nigerians are hustlers. If we have a government that runs the economy good, it's not going to be like that. The number will be very minimal. Most of them are hustlers. And even other than that, many of these countries, they're Seychelles, so they take all the money of Nigerians, right? They implement some stupid visa process whereby they take money. Oh, okay, so you take people's money, but you don't know that those people, they're not just going to lose their money. Am I giving you millions of naira just to say, oh, okay, bye-bye? No, if you stupid, irregular visa processes they have for their own economical benefit, but do you think it's only one way? I'm just going to give you my money and that's it. Like many of these countries, they set up fake colleges, right? So people lose their money, they pay all this money, and they come into the country. So you expect them to just go back? No, they are going to stay and hustle.
Fatai.
So they facilitate all this stupidity, and then they say, "But we're just the hustlers now. They're going to survive. They're going to find their money."
Fatai, 1 second, right? So I mean, I very much understand where you're coming from, right? And I'm not faulting you, even though I fault it, right? But I don't want to sound a bit brash about it. Do you understand that Seychelles currently today they hold the strongest passport in Africa? So the Seychelles passport is the strongest passport in Africa. That's number one. Number two, Their GDP is way higher than that of Nigeria per capita. Yes, they have a smaller population. The scam that was currently recorded is about £1 million. And these are international credit card scams. Do you know what it does to the country itself? And
what does it have to do with Nigerians?
Just listen.
Not
Just
the
listen.
people.
No, just
I get
listen.
your point.
Hold on. Just hold on. Just hold on, right? So
hold on, Fatai. Let him down that point, then you come back.
The point I'm making is that after their investigation, they realized that the people perpetrating that crime are largely Nigerians. The only commonsensical thing to do is to currently it's a visa-free, it's a visa on arrival thing. The first thing to do is to ban every of those Nigerians that come in for one-day trips. However, every Nigerian that has a Nigerian passport that has been duly vetted, that means if you have a student visa, if you have a work permit or a multi-passport, you will not be stopped from entering. But when you're doing visa on arrival, it means that they've not done any checks. So you remember when you apply for visa from maybe in Nigeria to UK, they are going to ask you for several documents, proof of this, proof of that. So they vetted you to an extent, even though those ones still slip, but they've done a vetting. On a visa on arrival, they haven't vetted you at all. The first thing you do is to ban that process so that the illegal people who are coming in don't come in. Remember, both Seychelles and Nigeria are both Commonwealth countries. So it's not against Nigeria. It's against the process. There's nobody checking on their behalf. Now, they will now say, okay, rather than do visa on arrival, go to the Seychelles embassy and apply for visas. So those people will now get a full detail of who you are before you come into their border. They can't turn you back on the border. But imagine people coming for one day. Hundreds of people are coming in for one day to come and do what in one day. So you come in one day and then boom, you're gone. And they realize that £1 million fraud has happened in Seychelles. And Seychelles largest make their money from tourism and fishing. So
yes, they cannot afford the reputational damage. Is what Paddy is telling you. They cannot afford the reputational damage.
They cannot. No, the question about okay, I get your point. You are talking economy. I'm saying, do they have diplomatic channels with Nigeria?
They do. They're both Commonwealth countries.
Okay, all right. So before they go out labeling Nigeria, wait, I get the point you are making. Before they go out labeling Nigerians and all their propaganda stuff, do they have diplomatic channels to make a complaint?
They haven't labeled. No. So here's the thing: every country's interest is your interest first. What they've done is so hold on. Remember that the treaty between Nigeria, this same thing that Nigeria would do is usually vice versa. Before they make that ban, they will have communicated to the Ministry of Tourism or whatever it is, in Nigeria, Homeland Security or whatever it is that we have in Nigeria, to say this is what we are doing. They'll have sent that memo to them. So you know why they'll do that? So Nigeria Aviation Authority FAN will not allow anyone travel from Nigeria to Seychelles anymore without a proof. So the first thing they do is they will have communicated that to Nigeria first before they come and make a press statement.
They would have communicated that to
Nigeria.
They do.
They do. They would have.
Said now they raised it on the floor of the National Assembly.
Exactly. Yes.
To investigate. Wait. After the news broke out, so they raised it on the floor of National Assembly to investigate whether or not it's propaganda. So that doesn't sound to me like there is any diplomatic communication. No, okay, so wait. That doesn't sound to me.
Yeah. No, again, Fatah, you're missing that point. If I am a country, right, Paddy, for Freiburg or Paddy, and I want to ban citizens of Freiburg or Fatah for coming to my country, I won't just put that in press. You know why? Because your citizens will still come, and I would have to turn them back. I would have made that communication to my airline to say anybody who's going to board your airline should have a proof. They should be students, they should be residents, they should carry other passports here and there. If they don't have these things, they can't come to my country. Now, remember that the House of Assembly are going to investigate anti-propaganda. So those ones will now investigate that claim. However, based on travel treaties, you'll have communicated to the Nigerian Ministry of Aviation already done and dusted.
No. You are helping them to fill that gap. You are helping them to fill in that gap.
I know how it works. That's why I give you that example.
You know how it works, but the Senate is investigating.
That's the work of the Senate. That's the work of the Senate.
You don't get my point. I'm not saying it's not the work of the Senate, right? I'm saying, so if you have a country, as you said, if you have a treaty with a country and you're going to have a change of position, right? You have a robust communication with that country. You don't just change it. You don't just announce on the pages of newspaper that your people are criminals. That your people are criminals, and therefore
sorry, Fatai. Let me come in for a moment. This story actually broke. I can go and trace it back. There was a chap that sent out a tweet, an SOS to Rufai Oseni, that Nigerians were being arrested in the Seychelles, and then off the back of that, that was how we actually came into the media space, and if the Seychelles, I just went to check, by the way, it's a tiny little island, barely 200,000 people. So if the Seychelles are seeing this trend that they are finding difficult to cope with, so their first course of action, any reasonable expectation will be to put an immediate stop to it, which is a blanket, hold on, which is a blanket ban. And then you do the diplomatic work, or you can do it cheek by jowl. But certainly they have to do the blanket ban. Was that not what they didn't have to protect? Are you objecting to that? That you are destroying their country and they are banning you? Are you objecting to that?
Yeah, no. A country has a right to do whatever it wants to do, right? But when you are going to propaganda against my country, with which we have a relationship, you have to initiate why do you have a diplomatic relationship with people? I'm not saying you shouldn't do whatever you want to do with your country. By the way, also, these people, let me just laugh. These people are also, so they think life is one-way traffic, right? You want to make money from tourists. You think people are just going to dump their money in your country? They implement ridiculous travel processes, right? That when people see loopholes in them, they don't have a foresight to see that when they are implementing irregular travel procedures, don't they know that people are going to take advantage of them? It's a two-way traffic. And also, excuse me. And also, when situations happen, it's a two-side to a coin. It's not only Nigerians. Their own country people are the ones at the other end of this problem. But it is only Nigerians who get the propaganda.
Fatai, this is
sound like a strong man. Nigerian is the sexy name to put in there.
All right, hold on, Fatai and Paddy. Let me bring you where this story actually came in, and then I'll bring Kulata into the conversation because I think he's coming especially for this space. So, as I was saying, a chap had sent out a tweet to Rufai Oseni, which we did a while ago. It says, Man shares photo of Nigerian citizens arrested for drug trafficking in the Seychelles. So that is the sorry face of the Nigerian. There's nobody that looks more sorrowful after being caught than a Nigerian. Look at that. So that's it. A Nigerian man has asked the federal government to intervene after sharing photo of Nigerians held in Seychelles for alleged drug trafficking. Matthias Adidi, the president of Nigerian community in Seychelles, took to Twitter to alert journalist Oseni Rufai of the incident. According to Mr. Adidi, a drug syndicate in Nigeria is using Nigerians to smuggle drugs into the Seychelles. In a tweet on Sunday, July the 2nd, 2023, Adidi claimed that 7 Nigerian nationals were arrested on Friday. I am Matthias Adidi, the president of the Nigerian community in Seychelles. Please help us inform Nigerians. Someone in Nigeria is sending Nigerians to bring drugs to Seychelles, and it is not safe. They are being arrested every day. Last Friday, 7 Nigerians were arrested. So it's an epidemic of this thing. Kulata, you broken cover to come in. Kulata, good to see you. You escaped therapy from work. Kulata, how far?
I'm still going back to the work.
You're even wearing new clothes. What's this new clothes that you're wearing now? Who's this?
I am Peter Obi now.
Peter Obi. Okay, carry on. Yes, let's hear from you.
So, I mean, I don't know. Have we messed up Seychelles? Please tell me no. Nigeria.
We have. Their vice president have told us that they are banned green passport holders.
Seychelles is very dear to me for personal reasons. I've been there. Also, because of this no visa policy, we had something there that many Nigerians could enjoy. So, I mean, all you had to do at the Maye airport, look at me with H factor, at the Maye airport, was to just show your hotel that you have hotel stay. They stamp you in. Of course, it's not for long entry. And at the back of my mind, then, that was over a decade ago, though, I was like, I hope Nigerians do not abuse this, because on getting there, we took this catamaran of a something, and I saw two Nigerian girls on that catamaran, and they were using. They used. So that's just random stuff. Doesn't mean anything. But if is established that we are involved in the drug trade in that small, because it's just a very small bunch of islands. The biggest ones is called Mahe. I can't remember the other one's name. It's not a society that can handle drugs. It's kind of like, think about some quaint island or islands with very laid back people, island life. Drugs will ruin their society. So if it has been established that they caught Nigerians repeated pattern, then as a country, I would not fault them for preventing Nigeria to use the what's it called? I would not fault them if they stopped relaxing the visa entry rules, the visa on what's it called, stamping at the airport. Because except we want to kid ourselves, we have a big problem with Nigerian youths peddling drugs. And it's kind of like scarred our reputation in many countries. Whether it's all Nigerian youths or people claiming to be Nigerians, the reputation, the reputational damage is on Nigeria. So it will be very sad, because that was a place you could just take advantage of. Like people can just fly from Nigeria and just go enjoy 1 week or 2 weeks of bliss. That place is bloody expensive, though. It will be very sad. So there's nothing to defend there if they've caught Nigerians repeatedly abusing that privilege, because it's a privilege. You have no right to enter any country, regardless of any relationship you have. And that country has every right to protect its own citizens.
Hold on, Kulata. Just for the benefit of the conversation, let me represent it, because it's a red-handed sort of thing. They did not act in haste, if you listen to what they are saying. It says drug trafficking and fraud. Seychelles authorities explain why they banned Nigerians. Authorities of Seychelles Island have said that an increase in drug trafficking and fraudulent activities by Nigerian passport holders have forced them to tighten their borders against Nigerian passport holders. So now it's at the top level of that country that they are speaking. In a chat with reporters on Thursday, July the 13th, the vice president of Seychelles, so the vice president of the country, Ahmed Afif, said that Nigerians with diplomatic passports are valid work or resident permits issued by the island nation will be allowed to enter. For others, the government will keep its eye open, and the SEBS, Seychelles Electronic Border System, will analyze much more to find out what reasons they are coming. Example, someone who is coming for a holiday for only 1 day, we have to ask questions because it is strange. We have seen that happening, he said. He added that there were many instances where several Nigerians came into the country with payment from one source. When we checked the payments made for them to come to Seychelles, it was from one source. This is for different people coming on different days, which shows an organized syndicate, said Afif. He explained that in the past year, especially the past few months, the government has observed a tendency that we have deemed as dangerous for our border control and economy due to criminal activities happening in the country. We have seen a clear link between these with certain people from Nigeria. In the past 2 weeks, for example, 13 coming from Nigeria have been arrested when entering Seychelles because they were carrying drugs into the country, said the vice president. He added that in the past months, there have been incidents where Nigerians have used false credit cards at tourist establishments. In one case, 62 Nigerians who said they were on holiday used false credit cards, and the money was never credited to the accounts of these establishments. These establishments have lost money. These people spent free holiday in the country at the expense of the establishment owners, and there is nothing that can be done for them, Afif said. He also outlined that there have been other incidents implicating financial institutions, and in one case, Nigerians were involved in a fraud where £1 million was lost. There are other online scams originating from Nigeria. We have seen that these people are also coming to the Seychelles and doing those scams. We do not have a problem with Nigeria or its people, though we do not tolerate such criminal activities in our country. So they've not acted in haste. They've not acted
one man. I have
that's a long leash.
They've not acted in haste now. What else can they do?
One man, let me just say this and go to sleep. You have read this before, right? I haven't seen something you have identified that is uniquely Nigerian that other people don't do. He said, you even read one part, he said there were some 1 million fraud. Nigerians are involved. That is so prescient. So Nigerians are involved. What are the other people involved? Why is it only Nigerians are involved? Nigerians are involved. And what other nationals were that set of the people that perpetrated that 1 million fraud? So Nigerians are involved, which means there are other people too. But the cheap one, the sexy one to highlight is Nigerians. The second thing I take out from here, he said that basically they said the people with diplomatic passport, the people with this and that, basically officially they're not really banning Nigerians. Essentially, the people who are coming irregularly is the issue. So in other words, it's just newspaper consumption. In other words,
the visa on arrival is gone now, and the easy access to that country is also gone.
So the country is essentially doing, rather than they're not taking any chances, is what I'm hearing. It doesn't mean you're banned from Seychelles. It just means you can't enjoy that stamping of visa at the airport. So you have to go to whatever semblance of embassy you have, apply, show proof of funds, show proof of whatever that you're going to stay somewhere. Because this is the only way they can try, because it's not 100% foolproof. Try to make sure the people coming to Seychelles are coming for legitimate reasons. Because the laxity of their policy right now is what the result that they're seeing.
Okay, can I just finish and go? Look, here is my point. Everybody can help with promoting the hate of Nigeria. It's all, you can look to everybody. Nigerians are the criminals, the only criminals, and everything like that. And because some Nigerians are criminals, they can say Nigerians and you are all okay with it. It's okay. God bless you all. Help in the propagation of the propaganda. It's fine. But I know for sure.
One man, can I say something in this?
Yes, you come in, Ekene, but let me just say this to Fatai. Fatai, we would defend ourselves against foreigners, but amongst ourselves, we cannot lie to ourselves. There's a problem. We cannot pretend like there isn't.
There is nothing new I have heard. Catching criminals is not some novel things. If they are interested, I just said before, one man, and what you have read, it's a cleanup after the propaganda. Oh yeah, now the reason we did this is because, well, don't they have diplomatic channels to report, especially report to Nigeria? Like if they say, the Nigerian authorities haven't helped to catch some syndicate doing something to Seychelles. That is understandable. So don't
Yeah,
they
but
have diplomatic channels?
hold on, Fatai. It wasn't actually the Seychelles that brought this to the media, to the public space. It was actually a Nigerian resident in the Seychelles that brought
Yeah,
it
because
hold on,
of
that brought it to the public space, and then of course the Nigerian media started to pressure the Seychelles, and then they had to then take an official position.
Okay, all right. Okay, I drop it. I drop it. It's okay. It's okay. Nigerians are the worst of all human beings. It's fine, right? It can keep going on. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I don't even know where to even start. But I know for sure. I haven't read here. Asking
It's not Nigerian media. It's not Nigerian media.
Asking.
Senate president. Senate president.
Oh no, hold on for me. Don't do that. Yeah,
I haven't heard that they have asked the corporation of the Nigerian government to help, because we are a very small country and we can't handle this, right? And because you are not helping us, we are doing this. It's so sexy to label Nigerians of all things. And of course, you will find Nigerians who fit into that, just like you will find in any society. It's not only Nigerians, it's 200 million people. So if you find 60 people from 200, I'm sure you can easily find 1,000 people. Easily, you will find 1,000 that are actually doing it. But you can prosecute people individually. You can ask for help with people you have with societies you have diplomatic relationship to help contain their people, or whatever it is you can do. But the sexiness of the propaganda against Nigerians that are very much easily helped up by fellow Nigerians, it's a disgrace. But it's okay. One man, thank you, good night. I don't know what to say too much, but I think
you don't have to always run away. It's a conversation. Hear from
man, I don't know about
Let
that.
me.
If there's clear,
hold on, Kulata. Let the Kenneth go first. The Kenneth come in, and then Kulata. Yeah.
You see, one man. You see, good thing is good thing, bad thing is a bad thing. All this, I cannot talk against any country trying to defend their territory or their immunity and all that, because I know there are good Nigerians. At least I've seen one. I've noticed one person that have maintained the law, left this country many years back without stress and all that. And I begin to ask myself, is this not a Nigerian? He's in Alaba. He maintained a very good background, both in his business and in everything. Traveled, he will come back. Travel, he will come back. And when he applied for a stay, they look at it, they see everything, they look at it. This guy is genuine. This guy is living happily in London today with his family. Nobody disturbing him. So when something is good, it is good. We should learn good morals in this country if we want to promote this country. We don't defend the fraud and the drug trafficking. I know many of them are into that. But when you present yourself,
it's not a defense. I'm not defending anything. Like I said, go after people that commit crimes. I'm not defending anything.
Yeah, but I know I'm not saying you're a defense. But what I'm trying to say is this in general. It's in a Nigeria. We cannot get there. We cannot get out from the fact that it's a Nigerian system. It's general. I know it's rampant in Nigeria.
Okay.
I don't know who you are going to arrest and leave the other people. It's too much. But the reason why I'm not blaming the citizens most especially, I want the government to still do more, because the rate of unemployment and the bad educational system we have in Nigeria today is contributing to all this. So I will still hold government accountable. So that is my position.
One man read something now. He said Nigerians are involved, but they didn't complete the story. The other people that are involved, they didn't complete the story. Their own citizens that are involved in the facilitation.
Hold on, Fatai. What consequences are their citizens are facing? Their citizens involved. What consequences are they facing?
No, they can face whatever consequences. Those Nigerians, whether 62 or 1 million, should face adequate consequences, right? But what is the propagation? Nigerians.
Well, no, they are Nigerians. They
are other nationals as well.
Hold on. We played a clip here yesterday about a bunch of Chinese that were acting funky in the mining sector, and the authorities. It's this clip here.
They should not stand it. Okay, sir. Yes, we should not.
Basically, we arrested some illegal miners, some Chinese national. We got.
There it is. There are some Chinese nationals. So there are Nigerians. Hold on. Forget all of that now. What are you even doing? There are Nigerians involved in that criminality, but they highlighted the foreign element and identified them as Chinese, just as there might well be some Seychelles nationals complicit in whatever the Nigerians are doing, but they highlighted the foreigners that are coming to their land to commit acts of criminality.
No. I remember very well. They are also highlighting that the traditional leaders are always involved. When you listen to those news of the mining criminality and everything, they are always saying.
All right, we're going off on a tangent. We're going off on a tangent.
I know. That's what I know. Let me just leave 1 second to just leave it. I know that the problem with Nigeria is in Nigeria. I'm not even talking to anybody who wants to promote. The problem that we have is that we have no government. If we have a government, those people, before they start doing stuff, Nigeria, they will communicate with the government because they have diplomatic relationships before they throw some blanket stuff against Nigeria. You people are not the only Nigerians. I am a Nigerian as well, and I detest it when I see blanket generalizations as if there are no other nationals who are doing stuff, and then you see this cascade. When this one does it and gets away with it, and even get support from Nigerians.
But Fatai, do you believe that this level of corruption is not just for ordinary citizens? This level, this the Chinese we are seeing.
No, sorry, hold on. I don't want to open up the Chinese space just yet, but Fatai, these conversations that we're having is because we're Nigerians. Other nationals of other countries, they will be having this sort of similar conversations.
Really?
What do you mean? Oh, really?
Oh, really? Not only to leave that aside, right? But here's my problem: the government of the country goes out and starts shouting Nigerians, right? They are not shouting the other countries, right? It's not
how do you know that? No. This is straw man, so I will say it. How do you know they are not shouting other nationalities? All right, good night. Because it's not making sense, whatever it is you are saying. So, we are only identifying it because we are Nigerians. That is it. I'm sure there are other nationals from other countries who have been mentioned by the Seychelles or whichever country who are having similar conversations that we're having now. So it's not as though the whole world is saying it's like Kolata coming.
Sorry, one man. I'm not sure I even understand. Is Fatai arguing that they're stereotyping Nigerians or they're?
I think that's his argument. Yes.
Okay, if they catch criminals and they said they have one credit card, everybody is using it. They just happen to be Nigerians, and they catch drug people, even if they're locals. They're not going to deport their locals or tell their locals not to enter the country. That will be some form of criminal punishment or something. So if a country decides to try and protect itself by saying, okay, they're not saying Nigerians cannot enter the country. They're just going to make the process of entering the country a little bit more stringent to weed out the bad people. It protects Nigerians because a honest Nigerian vacationer or holiday goer will not be penalized because he'll be able to prove his stay or do whatever. But like the ones that are doing like one-day trips, you can easily weed those out. It's not going to be 100% proof, but I find it a little bit weird that a country that decides to protect itself somehow is like picking at Nigerians. Like sometimes we just need to be honest with ourselves. Our reputation and some of the things our kids do abroad, it's not cool. If I were a country, I would protect my country too.
Kulata, what the Seychelles are telling us is that they're seeing a preponderance of Nigerians trafficking drugs into their country and committing fraud. You know,
see now,
and they are doing that through arrest. So they have the data of all of these things happening.
But let's be honest with ourselves.
What are they meant to do? Pretend that it wasn't happening, or
a lot of Nigerians just really just shop around for visa free or laxity in visa whatever, and they just start going to those countries. That's how Malaysia got polluted, Philippines, Indonesia, all these places got polluted with all these drug peddlers. And now they don't even know Nigerians by name. They even know us by tribe. I was watching a video on YouTube a long time ago. That's one, I don't know if it's Thai or Filipino policeman, was talking about Anambra. Yeah, I was shocked.
I remember the video.
Filipino. I mean, let's be honest with ourselves. What we do is what some of us do is not nice. It's not good. And we have a lot of good people in us that all these few bad eggs they're just ruining things for everybody. We were able to go to Seychelles. The reason we went there was because it did not require visa. So people that could go with us won't be stressed to enter the country. Now that is gone. Am I supposed to be happy with that? No. But am I supposed to bellyache when I know the country is acting in their own best interest? Of course not.
It's gone not because of racism or hatred of Nigerians or anything. It's gone as a result of activities of Nigerians in that country.
Yeah.
Do you know that this thing also affects?
If there's preponderance of coming from Nigerians, I will be careful of Nigerians.
Do you know that this thing affects even business people that wants to have very good business relationship with maybe a partner maybe in China or in another part of the country?
Can I Seychelles, except you want to have fresh fish? I don't know. Yeah. You want to go take your stolen money and hide it. I don't know what
that is it. That is it, because you know when we are talking about all these things, there are young ones that are coming up in business. Maybe most of this older generation has duped them their monies and all that. So they are looking at the young ones. These are Nigerians. Maybe release goods for me, this and that. It will first of all Nigerian. Wow, you have to pay finish. China will tell you pay finish. My friend, pay finish before I send. So all those kinds of stuff.
Can you blame them?
You cannot blame them. You cannot. But these are what before they started business in our country. This is what they're doing genuinely with all their heart. You don't even beg them. All they want is, can you sell? My friend, can you sell? Once you can sell, take the goods and sell. Return the capital.
I mean,
but that area is destroyed. That particular area is destroyed, and it is affecting the new generation that wants to go into business relationship with the Chinese or any other part of the country. It's affecting them because these are one of the things that grow business. We know those men that made money in Alaba and many parts of the country. This is how they did. Most of them, the genuine ones. And it's not a rocket science. Once you are genuine to your partner, you do well in business. But because of greed and all that, you would like to corner the money. Maybe you want to build a house and all that. You want to show people you have get money. You have arrived. you are quick to corner Chinese money, and you even go ahead to find another company to buy your goods. Those characters are not good, and we cannot keep pretending that all these things are good when we know it's not good, because it's spoiling our reputation. I know before you can have a partner with a Chinese or any person now, I know you must have capacity. You must attend to some level, because they don't just trust you. Some will even take a risk of coming, or you, my friend, visit. But this is what they do freely before. They can ship one container. All they need, my friend, can you sell? Yes, I can sell. It doesn't
We're in the
happen anymore.
privilege.
Yeah. They have ruined it.
It's a real
So
problem.
what are we defending?
It's a real problem, and because I understand what Fatah is saying, that there should be a bit more patriotism and a bit more of a defending of the flag and all of that, which I'm on board with that. But we cannot, in a gathering of ourselves, pretend like it's not an issue, or they're just trying to call us bad. We can't pretend now. We're a tiny little island with less than 200,000 population. They're seeing this mass influx of drug trafficking through their space. Anytime they catch them, they see a green passport, and you are asking them not to say it's Nigerians. Of course, they will say that now. When the Nigerian, am I missing something?
Yeah, I don't know. I honestly, I don't know. I mean, when we talk about patriotism, is also acknowledging the bad aspects in us. It's not just blind loyalty. I don't think I've heard of a story out of Seychelles where someone was punished unjustly, maybe someone innocent. What they said is, we want to be more careful screening you guys before you come to our country. They did not say, I mean, I don't know. I've not been following because I've been buried in work. Did they say Nigerians should never come to Seychelles anymore, or you just don't enjoy stamping?
No, they are tightening. They are tightening the criteria, and they are narrowing it to, it's a lot more stringent than it ever was.
Another thing is in international diplomatic circuits like that, Dubai already did it now. Seychelles is not unaware of what Dubai did. When other countries are doing it, and they now start seeing some patterns in their country, isn't it a rational move for them to follow suit? Because, I mean, they're not breaking new ground there. Many countries have denied Nigeria, have denied Nigeria that whatever privilege we used to have. This is not a new story. We too, we have to behave ourselves. So, like, I mean, genuine people, I don't think they'll be affected, because they will have a genuine reason to visit the Seychelles, and they'll be able to present whatever they need to present to show that. It's an inconvenience. It is not a denial. So, I mean, even as Nigerians, we can't bury our heads in the sand and play the ostrich and say we don't have a drug trafficking problem. We do have a drug trafficking problem. And we do have a criminal problem.
Kulata, have you been seeing some of the images coming out of India over the last few months or so?
You know, I was in India in April. They took me to an area and they were laughing that this is where Nigerians are. And that was coded. I just smiled and I said, okay. And guess what? I said I wanted to go to Kerala. Not Kerala. The west coast of India. What's the name of that place again? The place Portuguese, the Portuguese side of India. Yeah, it's kind of like full of resorts and co. Guess what they said? They said,
is it Chennai?
No, it's not Chennai. It's not Chennai. The name skips me. They have nice resorts and beaches and co.
Pondicherry or something like that. Is it Pondicherry? But anyway,
man. Yeah. So I said I wanted to go there. They said,
Is it Daman or Damal or something like that? Or Dadra?
I can Google the name. The name just, my brain is fried right now. So I said I wanted to go there. They said, you want to go and meet your Nigerian friends? You guys want to go do the powder thing? I said, sure. Of course, when you check news, when they do catch drug people, there are a lot of Nigerian names showing up. Nigerian and Indian names, of course, but they're locals. So I mean, what do you do? Local is crime. So we've ruined our own. I mean, we have some few people. I don't know how big they are.
Is it Goa? He's not saying it's
Goa, Washiri,
Yeah,
Goa is Goa. It's Goa. We have some few people that have ruined. Just type Goa, type cocaine or something. Arrest. Just Google it randomly. Tell me what you see. So these people have ruined our reputation, and whatever hate we suffer for it is a collective hate.
Carry on. Yeah.
I'm not going to deny it. A lot of them are from the southeast, particularly Anambra State. Well, I mean, there's no crime to disclose it. It is a fact. Go just check. Most of them are from Anambra State. So I'm not saying southeast. I'm particular about even the state. Anambra. There are many people from Anambra, indigenous of Anambra, that undertake this thing, especially in Goa. I mean, it's been an embarrassment now because they used it to yab me, and I couldn't say anything because I too did my research and I kept my mouth shut. So what are we talking about here? When we misbehave all over the place, we are expected to suffer reputational damage. No matter how good our diplomacy is, what do we have? What sort of, like, this is where you look at foreign policy. What do we have in return? What do we have to exchange in return for anybody to kind of like give us some leeway? We're not really giving them anything apart from, I mean, our labor, like people like you and I that are immigrants now slaving away for Oyinbo people. But it is what it is, man. Let's not lie to ourselves. Our reputations are in tatters. And if countries as small as Seychelles can pull away the privileges, so be it. At least, as long as genuine people that want to travel have all the ducks line, I mean, their T's crossed and their I's dotted, they will be able to visit the Seychelles and enjoy it. It's just very unfortunate that it becomes a little bit more inconvenient to now go to the Seychelles. So where next? Are they going to now do Cape Verde? I mean, are they going to now ban us from Cape Verde now? And where else are we? I mean, where else?
Kudos that you should mention Cape Verde, because the Nigerian reputation coming out of Cape Verde is going in the direction of what we're seeing in the Seychelles. But you're saying where next? And that was really what made me bring the story. Malaysia, they already know us, and they know us in a certain way. Indonesia, they know us in a certain way. India knows us in a certain way. Dubai knows us in a certain way. South Africa knows us in a certain way. Everybody knows us in a certain way. So a lot of it, mudslinging, you would say, but at what point do we actually have to speak true to ourselves and say, look, we have an issue. We have an issue now. Fatai, we have an issue.
Except we're going to be in denial. We have a serious issue. We have an issue. And, like, we have to fix the issue. There's no point hiding it or trying to, like come and, I mean, be mad about it. It's where we find ourselves now, and we have to do something about it. Otherwise, our kids will suffer for it. But I'm glad the good still overshadows the bad. We still have some Nigerians doing very good things, doing very great things that, at the end of the day, people still here in Nigeria, some of them know, okay, these are smart people. At least that happens in America. Where, I mean, look at the immigrants. One of the highest earning immigrants are Nigerians. The highest educated immigrants are Nigerians. We're in the White House. We're in the British Parliament. We're doing great things. But at the same time, there's a few kids that are ruining the reputation of the country. And we should not bury our heads in the sand in some patriotism that is misguided. So that's how I see it. It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly add to your point. Yeah, so many of the America also has the same problem with Nigerians running cyber crimes. And it's a ridiculous number, especially during the pandemic funds. There were hundreds of Nigerians that were.
Oh my God, COVID funds! Nigerians stole a lot of COVID funds.
Yeah, in millions of dollars. So America is aware. The only difference is that because we have a cultural settlement here, we have like generations of migrants who have been able to infuse. So it's a little bit difficult. There are tons of. I mean, you remember even America had to ban us from visa. The same reason.
Yes.
So if even UK is ban us from visa for at some point, they had to then they did student ban. So it's almost as though there's almost no country where we have a good reputation. Even Maldives are not complaining that Nigerians are impregnating their girls.
Maldives, I think that one too is visa free, or
visa
I think
free. It's also visa free.
Stamp. And Mauritius too. I wonder if they're going to ban us from Mauritius.
So it's ridiculous that it's almost as though there's a deliberate. So we see an opportunity, and rather than see how to enjoy it, the next instance is how do we bastardize this for our own personal gains? So no one is even considering about their next fellow Nigerian who's going to come. I mean, you remember the example you gave over a decade ago? You went there and you were thinking, I hope my people will not ruin this. And this was a thought process you had a decade ago.
Because he knows his people. Because he knows his people.
I know my people now. Why am I? Once I heard like at that time, I was like, so they're visa-free country, Nigeria. In my mind, I was like, I was telling my wife, you know that side, but look at it now.
And then imagine how many Nigerians are traveling via our airports, carrying drugs, and the airport is not even catching them. So they had to do what they had to do. Because those people were traveling from Nigeria for 1 day trip, and they passed through immigration, passed through aviation security, passed through NDLEA, went through all the way to Seychelles, and then come back, and then running multiple trips, and no one is catching them for such. There's no way they won't put an eye on Nigeria and ban it, because it is now proven that there's a porosity, there's a porous entry from Nigeria. It just very makes sense. I'm wondering why Fatai was very heavy-headed about trying to defend this in nefarious act.
There's nothing to defend. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's coming from the fact that sometimes some innocent Nigerians may get caught up in what they did not do, and things like that happen, and it's because of all these bad Nigerians. So, but at the end of the day, though, it's part of our collateral damage.
I think.
Okay, one man, please, can we bring it back home? You understand me? If we bring this crime back home right now, accepted we bring it back home. If NDLA they start going, because we know the region, we know the people that are doing this thing.
No, don't say that to Yoruba people to do it, please. Before you make it too regional.
I live in South Africa. I know this. I know what I'm talking about.
I just want you to be careful.
I know what I'm talking about. You understand me? If we bring it back home, NDLA start going. Go and see the comments now. They don't want anything to touch them. They don't want police to even you will see some Nigerian youth. Police stop them, start asking questions. They start going gaga. You understand? It's like we want good government. We don't obey the law. We just do anyhow. We need a government that's going to go hard on these people. And all of us, we don't go. We don't realize this NDLA man. This man is one of the best man that do enough in all this drug cabal, this Marua. What's this man name? Let us bring this case. Let us bring this conversation back home. How can we solve this problem from Nigeria?
But you cannot enforce a law by also behaving in the same manner. You cannot enforce the law that the way Nigerian police enforce their own law is not the way they do it in other countries.
That's
so you don't. Let me finish.
No. Kumi, no, please. Let him land, and then you come after him. Otherwise, we hear nobody. Land it, Kene, and then Kumi come after.
Yeah, you see the way our policemen also behave. So who is going now to caution each other? You know what is going on in the police sector. And the policeman can even arrest you and take you to a point of ATM for you to withdraw money and all that. There is no law guiding this country in terms of policing. So everything is all about the way they do things in these countries, they do it upside down. They cannot do that in those countries that you are living there. See, the way sometimes you see policeman, you don't want to associate with him. But police are supposed to be your friend. They're supposed to protect you. You're supposed to come close to them. But you don't want to associate with the policeman because you don't know what is in his mind. Because they too are corrupt. They too are corrupt. A policeman doesn't care how to maintain the law. He only wants to get money out from you. Once you can offer him big money, then anything can go. So you don't just say the citizens bounce on them. Before you can be able to enforce a law, you yourself must also, in fact, it is laid on you that before you can enforce a law, you should be a mirror that people should emulate, both police and the government. If your citizens or the people you are governing cannot emulate your lifestyle, the law you are enforcing is useless. It's as simple as that. The police, other organization must show example in their own duties. So that when you are enforcing that law, if the citizens don't do the right thing, you will now have the audacity to deal with them. So enforcing law, it doesn't mean go to the street, fight this person, get this person, arrest this person. It doesn't work like that. When you know that they don't go there, they are going there to look out. If you are in Nigeria, you see what the police are doing in this, you begin to ask yourself, what is happening? The way they go about their matter, it's all about corner. They don't do things straightforward to be able to get out, to get a good.
Sorry, but that should not be justification or explanation of why our behavior is like that. I mean,
no, it should be. Let me tell you.
It should not.
You see, this are mindset. You see, a leader in his position. When you are placed on a position level, you are supposed to.
Sorry, Kenneth. Let me come in. I think Ekene may be right, Kolata. What Ekene is saying is that the system is rotten at its core.
I get what he's saying.
And therefore, you cannot expect anything less.
I get what he's saying, but there's something called agency. Everybody has it. Everybody has it. The ability to know what's wrong from what's right. Ability to do the right thing. Ability to handle yourself. We all have it.
Thank you.
Nigeria is not the only corrupt. Hold on a second. Nigeria is not the only corrupt country. Look at corruption index. There are many countries that are ahead of Nigeria in terms of corruption. But I will wager out to say that some of the countries even higher than Nigeria are not suffering as much reputational damage as us, because the way we do ours is not just corruption at home. We take it abroad. Some countries that are more corrupt than us don't take it abroad as we take it abroad. And we have, we're bold. We don't give a damn. We do it with impunity outside of our shores. It's a different thing. Bangladesh is corrupt. How many do you see? Is Bangladesh suffering the kind of reputational damage we are suffering? I don't think so. I've not done any study on it, but based on my own intuition, I don't think so. So it's the police is bad, government is bad, blah, 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 blah. But individuals know what is right from what is wrong. At the end of the day, it's a decision that you have to take. I'm going to go swallow drugs and go ship it.
Hold on, Kenneth. Let Kumi come in after Kulata, because he's been wanting to come in.
At the end of the day, it's still an individual decision that you make to go do it. You know what's right, you know what's wrong. Where the government is bad, there's neither here nor there. So let's not use that as an excuse. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. There is no excuse for doing any bad thing. There is not. See, the reason why I'm saying this now, because I've lived with them. You understand? I know what I'm talking about. You know, I live with them and I don't feel comfortable. I move out. They call me many names. You're Manu, blah, blah, blah. You understand? I know what I'm talking about. See, doing bad things. Now, let us come back home, because now we can't defend this thing. Everybody will protect the country. Even us too, we do that. If someone from another country come damaging our country, we will block the revenue of that. I can't blame them. But let us talk about how we can fix this problem back home. Now, let me tell you, if we have a good system that working, they start going after these people. Do you know what the media will turn into? They will turn into ethnicity, and they are going for one particular region. See, I don't know how we're gonna do it, because this thing is affecting everybody. Everybody. I went to my first travel is from Kenya. They turned me back because of Nigeria. They first put me. A lot of other countries out there. They put me aside, and then bring different excuse. They just bring in one excuse. Oh, you know what? We don't have enough confidence in you coming to Kenya, and they send me back. All this damage, all this thing is affecting everybody, and we must fix this thing. You hear what he say? Police should be going after everybody, smoking, and even before this NDLA man come in on board, they are already selling drug. Anyhow, in Lekki, there is a lot of drug. There is a lot of ladies that you will just see them on the street with drug habits. After this man coming, that's why everything slowed down. And we know how this thing how it's going on. My own advice is we should look for a government to come in and go hard after all these people. I believe if they can do that in the next 2, 3, 4 years, it's going to reduce. From there, I think maybe we can gain our respect back after many years. If many countries saying that okay, drug is not coming from this country, all this thing is not coming, because everybody will protect their own country.
Okay, can you come in? Hold on, respond, and then after you, Paddy, wrap up that space, and then we move on.
Okay, yeah, I'm not saying that the police should not go after anybody that commits a crime. Is my point. But with what I've witnessed in the past, that even the police getting someone that committed a crime have their prize. That is my point. They won't allow the law to take its course. They will have to divert it, collect their own money. At the end of the day, you discharge that person. You don't see that person going to court, charge that person in court. If the jail term is a year or 2 years, let that person serve the jail term. That is my point. So when you know that when you go and commit a crime, or you collect 1 million naira and you know you can bribe a policeman with 200,000 naira, then what is the need of that police? That is my point. It's not that they should not arrest anybody. Anybody that commits a crime needs to be arrested. That's the work of the police. But my point is that with what I've witnessed, that even the police will now demand their own share from your crime money, from that crime money. The money that they knew that this money you got it from Yahoo, from this and all that. They name their price. You pay them. So next time you have the boldness to go out there to commit the crime, because you know that the police have its price. So when we begin to see our police avoiding all this unnecessary bribery and corruption, and then we start to bring those guys, you begin to see justice, you begin to see people fear, because you know that once you commit this crime, if the police catches you, you are going to face the law. I'm not going to use the money to use that money to get out of that judgment. You know that once a policeman arrests you today, no matter what happens, once you have the money, you are going to get out from that. You are going to go free. So what's the need of the policing? Police is to maintain law and order. That is my point. I'm not saying that they should anybody they arrest, I don't care. Wherever you are from, I don't care. But my problem is that even the police, in arresting you, they have already set out their price. I've seen it. It's not that they are telling me. It's not that they're telling me. And they will even give you contact. If they will even give you contact, if you have problem again, call me. I will solve your problem. So So what type of policing is that? So when you know that you in a position to show that example, you are not showing it. The people you are trying to show an example knows that when I commit this crime, I can easily call my police contact and get I will just transfer money to him. Then that case will not go on again. What type of policing is that? And it's very rampant in our police system. How many cases have you seen go through in this country? That is my point. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you, Kenneth. So, Paddy, wrap up that space, and then from that space, go on to the narrative of this, the rather harrowing one. It says, watch chilling video of father of 2-year-old boy weeping as he pursues NDLEA official who allegedly killed his son via a stray bullet in Delta. But I'll wrap up the Seychelles, and then for the benefit of our listeners who are just new to the conversation, I'll play them Polo shot his son now, but back to you, Paddy.
All right, thanks, one man. I mean, I think the arguments have been very, very solid, and we'll hope that things get better. And maybe just a little bit of reminder, if Fatai is still listening, I'm sure Fatai probably remembers during the Ebola, when Nigeria banned Liberians from coming to Nigeria because of the Ebola crisis. So it's just very natural that countries would, when they sense some sort of insecurities, either for whatever reason, you ban people from coming from there. And I mean, I hope that things just get better. And to the man that lost, the man whose son got hit, with the straight bullets. I think it's a very emotional news. I think I was listening to it with my wife, and I was reading it with my wife, and both of us felt very heartsick. Especially when we read the details of how the mother had cried to the father. So he had dropped them, and then he was on his way probably home or something. Wife called him back and says their son's guts is outside. I mean. And this is the same NDLEA that we are saying should arrest Nigerians for committing crime or for carrying illicit drugs. They can't even. So even whilst they are supposedly doing the duty they should be doing, which you just argued.
Paddy, that culture of stray bullet is now is somewhat it's too rampant. I don't want to say the word pandemic or epidemic or any make, but it's they just shoot sporadically in a condensed area, and then you hear this narrative of stray bullets. Are these people even trained?
I mean, one man, even whilst back in Nigeria, I remember very many incidents of stray bullets. People would be in their houses and the stray bullets just hit them. There's always that they're always very trigger happy. So you just want to shoot to warn people. And I think it's also a cultural thing where we have to oppress ourselves. If we talk to you and you don't want, we have to shoot at you to oppress, to intimidate you. Or compared to the Western world where it's a simple siren, you just about enough. The uniform just about enough. So the same people that I bribed yesterday, right, just like what Ekene said, they want to come in today to come and tell me to, want to cuff me. I'll push back. So there's almost no respect for that force. There's no respect for uniform. There's no respect for, and then everyone, and of course, so it's just, the news just saddened me. Remember, just imagine how many things the father will be thinking, how many things the mother will be thinking. In fact, according to the news that was read, the boy still had his school bag and his back behind him. He had his backpack, wrapped up. So they shot him just about when he was dropped. I mean, of course, it wasn't a direct shoot. And I would hope that Buba Marwa will do something more about it than the typical, we will investigate, we give them some, but there has to be some sort of compensation. And then the officers will indeed, should actually, they should face some sort of.
This sort of thing, because if you kill somebody, then you can be charged under two strands of law, either murder or manslaughter. But if you shoot sporadically into a dense area, does that constitute manslaughter or murder? Because of course, if you're shooting into a space that you know is crowded, then you know for sure that that bullet is going to hit somebody. And if it wasn't targeted against a specific suspect, and you're shooting that bullet knowing what a bullet can do, that goes beyond manslaughter, doesn't it?
I mean, I think it's probably like a first degree manslaughter. In this case, unfortunately, there's usually some level of immunity that comes to forces, especially in places like Nigeria, and to fall under negligence of personal negligence. And the ones that happen is that officer will probably get suspended or fired and something like that. That they will face a court judgment. In fact, I don't know if you do whilst reading the news, the father, whilst he said he was chasing after them, their first reaction wasn't even to plead. Their first reaction was to cock their gun at the father again. So after you are aware that you shot a boy, the younger brother had glass debris into his eye, the father had found them, chased after them, and their reaction was to cock the gun at the father. Thankfully, they didn't shoot the man, maybe probably because it was public, and the guy was already recording. Then so you had to go drive. You drove further. It kept on driving after them before they started pleading, and then they now went into their station. So there was no even remorse, and these things are very worrisome. That people don't even feel safe in Nigeria. Just a little bit of a digression. I saw another video of a supposed couple who had just landed from the United States. They were in a cab or a taxi, and then a soldier in the military uniform had literally harassed their car, damaged their car. I mean, I'm not sure how the story went. So it's almost as though they're just a chaotic display of military might, and maybe because we've come from that era. I know police brutality happens everywhere, but in Nigeria, it's a bit of a concern. Yes, street bullet happens here in America as well too. Maybe not so much in England, because I know your police don't usually carry arms like they do here. But nonetheless, there has to be some.
They carry a baton here. You know the joke. You know the joke about the the British police. They say if they shout stop and you don't stop, what would they do? They will shout stop again, because they don't have anything else to make you stop.
Yeah. I mean, it's pretty sad. I mean, my condolences with the family. My thoughts and prayers are with them. I will hope that they find some sort of stress during this very difficult, phase of their life. It's going to be very worrisome. The mother would almost never forget that scene ever in her life, because. And even
that woman is destroyed. That woman, she's destroyed.
It's one thing to lose a child. It's another thing to lose that child before you. It's another thing to see the way that child passed on, with his guts hanging out. I mean, just simply because. I mean, and
that marriage is over as well.
I mean, and that entire community would not respect. So that community will now become very vicious towards any form of government worker, be it NEPA, be it PHCN, be it police, be it NDLEA. They're going to come in there and they're going to have stones pelted at them forthwith within that community. So that's one community that might become a notorious haven, because nobody would trust the forces anymore. I mean, they most likely won't even go there, because and that's how. So these things don't just happen in buckets. They trickle down. So NDLEA has come in there, they've done that bit. NDLEA will almost not come there anymore, because that place becomes, you don't want communities to rage at you. And once that place happens like that, it becomes a safe haven for criminals, and life becomes there unsafe, because this is how buckets of dens are being built, because you come in there once, you do something bad, you are scared to come there again, or next time you come there, you're a bit more careful, and everybody just feels like you won't do anything. Because once police come in there, they start pelting them with stones. It's just, I mean, simply because, and this is the same NDLEA that we were arguing just not long ago, to be the ones that to be catching criminals. They can't even do that due diligence. You want to shoot, you want to warn people, and then you are shooting sporadically into the air. I mean, and I'm sure it's not a case. The report didn't say that the people that they assumed were drug lords or the drug lords or the drug criminals are shot at them, and so it wasn't in that case. It was just to
No,
intimidate
it
people.
was probably shock and awe, wasn't it? They landed, they want to do shock and awe, and they start
Yeah,
to fire
yeah.
sporadically.
It's
Yeah.
it's really sad and very disheartening. I mean, no parents should see their child, die. Not even think of seeing that child die in that particular way.
All right, brilliant, Wapo. So thank you, Prince. No, thank you, Paddy. Rather, so Paddy, let me go from you to Prince, who has been unusually quiet. Let's see if he's still there. Prince Daddy, you're up next.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yeah, good to see you, Prince. You've been so quiet. I wondered if you were there because sometimes you can't resist and you just say, "Oh no, I'm gonna beat it," But no, good to have you, Prince. Let me take you to the headline on the screen. Then we will resist any plot to impose it at home on the Southwest. Yoruba warlord Gani Adam warns Simon Ekpa. So Simon Ekpa has been putting out missives on Twitter to say that once the 2-week sit-at-home is over in the Southeast, he's looking to impose a sit-at-home in the Southwest. So, of course, he's targeting his own demography, and he says he's already in conversations with his demography in the Southwest to effect a sit-at-home to expand it into that space. So, Alaba Market, and I'm glad that Kede is here. So, he will account them for what Simon Ekpa has been sending them. So, Alaba Market now to do sit-at-home. What do you make of this now fledgling battle between Gani Adams and Simon Ekpa?
Yeah, thanks, Morman. Hello, everyone. Like and subscribe. Listen to you earlier. I think you suggested that perhaps Gani Adams shouldn't have responded to Samuel Ekpa, and rightfully so. But I'm not sure what exactly. I mean, obviously, he's maybe trying to placate the people from that's Samuel Ekpa, people from the southeast that live in Yoruba land, I guess, or southwest. It can make Samuel Ekpa can make any pronouncement. That's fine. I mean, it's up to the people if they want to listen to him or not. But the issue in the southwest or the southeast rather is an issue of enforcement of policing. The notion that people of militancy can go out there and harass people, beat up people for coming out. It's a different ball game. I think it was a Patty and a Kenna also said it. It's up to the people who don't want to leave their market and stay home. Either way, they'll still be paying taxes or be charged by the Lagos state government for whatever fees or tax they need to pay.
If Simon Ekpa orders, because really, if you're talking about the Southwest, we're really talking about Lagos. If Simon Ekpa orders a sit-at-home in Lagos, and then Southeast dominated market spaces, they observe that sit-at-home. Do you expect a response from the state government? And if so, what sort of response?
Yeah. Well, yeah, again, the people are free. They're free moral people. If they want to stay at home, that is fine. Well, the response, well, what is the economic impact on the state? How dependent is the Lagos state, for example, on the Southeasterners or what they trade in? It would be the question. And by the way, someone made a point, I think it was a Kenneth, that the Chinese are they're just knocking around the corner. They probably make some deals with the state, Lagos state. And these people, see, commerce in today's world, I guess, in Nigerian space, can easily be duplicated or replaced. The Chinese are waiting around the corner to replace them. If you want, you can import the Ghanaians; they'll replace them too. Or any other people from Nigeria. It's not a very complex venture to get into. The barrier of entry is pretty low.
what order stuff from China, sell them. Okay, there's nothing to that really. So they can be easily replaceable if they become quote unquote a nuisance to the space whereby people are being denied basic things because they have the dominance in the marketplace. That's all they can do. But again, Lagos can tell them they should come out by force. They can't do that. I mean, they've been frozen.
If they order the sit at home, and we're still using Lagos as the test case, and it is observed, if he orders the sit at home and it is observed, would it be deemed as excessive if Lagos state government then proceeds to withdraw the C of O of that market space, that if you're not going to be trading here, then we're revoking your C of O? So if they take that as a punitive measure as a response, would that be deemed as excessive? Let's use Alaba as an example. If Alaba does a sit at home on 2 Mondays successively, if Sanwo-Olu then withdraws the C of O for Alaba market, would that be deemed excessive?
1 time, 2 times, it could be. It could be. Again, it all depends on the impact on the people. I mean, how strategic is Alaba to the survival of an average Lagosian? Is that reality? Well, I don't know. But unless they are controlling a critical sector or that would impact the people and the functioning of the state at optimal level, sure, the government can step in. But if not, if just a mere inconvenience, then it would be excessive to go that far, to withdraw whatever CFO or whatever permit that they have to operate in that state. So yeah, it would be excessive. But again, it's not like any country. Is it a critical sector? I mean, we talking about healthcare here. If it's ordering all the doctors from the southeast in Lagos, for example, to sit at home, and it's going to make a huge impact in the health of the people, sure, now that's a different ballgame. But just television or computers or generators, well, I don't think those are critical things, and it's not. Yeah, that'd be a stretch. Yeah.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to this space.
Can I say something?
Yeah, come in. Yes, that space was actually for you. Yeah, so come in, yeah.
When did Simon Ekpa even give this sit at home order in the southwest?
No, it's mentioning it on Twitter that as soon as 2 weeks is over in the southeast, that he's already in consultation with people in the west to extend this sit at home there.
See, the way the people in Alaba will react is not the way the people in the southeast will react, unless if we don't see them face to face. I believe that what we have here can defeat them. Okay, see, that thing they're doing there is not I don't even know what they think. Where is he going to bring the sit at home? In Alaba? In Alaba International. Only the security there will match them. Because I know that even the shaman will not support it. The amalgamation will not support it.
Sorry, let me ask you a question. Can Samuel Ekpa not lock? I don't know. I've never been to Alaba in my life, but let's just assume it has gates, right? Can Samuel Ekpa not lock it gate and say, okay, every shop owner in Alaba
Simon Ekpa cannot do it.
Go and enjoy vacation.
Simon Ekpa is too small to do it in Alaba. You see, Alaba, you don't know how Alaba is. Alaba has one of the best. Alaba has one of the best government a market should have, and they are You see, if you are in Alaba,
what about Computer Village?
Computer Village, Computer Village is like street market now. It's like a plaza, street market, and all that. But Alaba, if you come to Alaba, it's a very big market now. You have electronic section, you have musical, you have fancy and furniture, you have electrical, and all that. Then you now have all these section have their government and all that. Then they now have amalgamated. You know what it means? if they do meeting for you, if this amalgamation sit down and they have a meeting for you, you will not escape. If you need to see their task force, you need to see their own security. You know how much we pay for security every month? Do you know how much a shop owner is paying for security every month in Alaba International Market?
So you think EPA is wasting his time?
EPA is wasting his time now. What is it? I don't, unless people that may decide, maybe let me stay at home, or I want to, which I know, for me that lost my business so much, you cannot come and give me such order now. It's impossible. Which I know that maybe even the chairman of Alaba will not buy to that. He's only doing it because our governors are weak in the southeast. And not only that are weak, they're not doing what they're supposed to do for the people. Do you understand? Those governors are not doing what they're supposed to do for the people. So that is why those sit at home is having an effect in the southeast. If the governors are up and doing, this sit at home will not be effective in the southeast. It's just that the governors are just like more of a for themselves. They don't care about the security of the people. They even benefit from the sit at home and all that. So why wouldn't they? That is the point.
Okay, I just realized we've never really asked you what you sell in your shop. If it's something you're happy to let us know, what you sell in your shop?
I sell electronics parts. I sell the parts. I don't sell complete electronics.
Oh, okay. So like TV screens, that sort of stuff.
Yeah. And other things, both.
But is that what you sell in all your 10? Is that what you sell in all of your 10 shops, or does each shop have a?
That is what I'm selling for now.
In all your 10 shops.
Those small business.
And look at this guy.
It's a small business, one man.
It's a small business. How many countries have you traveled to? I suspect that you travel. How many countries have you traveled to?
No, I don't travel. Just only China. Just once.
Only China.
Before COVID.
Where in China did you go? Is it Guangzhou?
Guangzhou, yeah.
Okay.
So,
sorry, still staying in that space. Is there? Have you noticed an improvement in the quality of Chinese products being brought in? Because there was a time that they just used to export rubbish to Nigeria. Has there been an improvement in the quality of products that they are sending to our country, or what level of quality?
Oh man, quality is what you demand. Quality is not what China does for you. Do you understand? Quality depends on what you demand. You check your market. You know what is moving. Just like if you come to television now, there is the low standard one, which is still working. You can even use it for 5 years, 4 years, but you can get it for a very cheap price in the new one. But the new one might be the other cheap one, maybe let's say at 2 inches. You can get it like 50K for 32 inches, new one in a low quality. But when you are going for upgraded quality, it will be the same LG. When you're going for the main quality, you should be looking at the 120 upwards. Do you understand what I mean? And those two products are in the market. If you come to the market, if you want to buy, if you demand for the quality, they show you where they sell the quality. So if you have the money, you buy it. So it's not Chinese. It's what, how the country is. You cannot set a standard in our business, because the people need to watch television, whether low or high quality. They need to get it. Do you understand what I mean? So quality is what you demand. Everything in our market have high and low quality. So when you come to buy, if you want to buy low quality, we take you where you can get it. If you want to buy good quality, we take you where you can get it. It's in the market, and there are people selling it. Even those high quality, most of them, their companies in Nigeria, Gogo, those Chinese, they most of. So what they do is sign agreement with the company. They go to their warehouse, bring their goods inside the market. Don't even need to import it. You don't need to go towards the process of importing it. So those low quality, those best quality for now, something like Hisense don't have low quality in the market. It's only high quality. Anything Hisense products is the only one that has copy now. Is the most where you will see copy that low quality is based on LG, and is the one of the most movable most anything that has LG.
Let me ask you one more question, and you don't have to answer it. But of course, you are just an anonymous face. So, what's the markup? What's the markup? What's the profit margin on the average product? What's the markup? How do you mark it up?
The profit margin.
Yes.
The profit margin is not much.
Give me a percentage on an average product. What's your markup?
Like my product, it's not up to 5% profit.
No, that's not Abba. No.
No, it's a quantity. Let me give you an example.
If you're not making 30 to 40% on as a markup, then
okay, let me tell you how it works. Let me tell you how it works. It will not be up to 5%, but you will sell quantity. Alaba is not where you come to buy one this, one that.
So you buy something for 100 naira and you sell it for 105 naira. That's
yeah.
What you're saying.
Yes, highest 120. You buy 90, you sell 100. But somebody can come and buy 1,000 pieces at a spot. You can only do that business in Alaba. You cannot do it in most of the other places. Alaba is where you see Ghanaians, you see Togos, you see Benin Republic, you see Congo.
Sorry, who is your average buyer? Is it a reseller? Is it people that buy to resell? Is that your average buyer, a reseller?
Yeah, even some people also buy. Most people still buy and go and sell in a wholesale price in other places from Alaba.
So they buy it. Okay, so they buy it from you as a wholesaler, and then you still sell as a wholesaler to a retailer.
A wholesaler. Yeah, that is why I told you that time that before Ghanaians don't go to import goods. It's now that they started to do import because they will come to Alaba. Yeah, they will come to Alaba. They will just press the price. When you press the price for them, they will just look at it. Even if Chinese give them what is the wasting of time? Is it because of 10 naira or 20 naira? Will I be traveling to or sending my money to China? He can buy a market of 5 million naira, 10 million naira at export. And there is no way you will do that business. You will not see it. You will be counting to that 20 naira. Before you know it is millions. You are getting your millions for a day. This is how it works. So it's not the issue of you sell one item at export, you want to gain 50% profit. It doesn't work like that. Unless there are goods that are not popular. Those ones that are not popular, those ones that are not movable. Those are the kind of goods that you can gain that such profit. But those popular goods, you don't get that profit there. So even Alaba is where you come and buy and so also sell wholesale. Alaba don't you see people that come to Alaba with truck 20 feet container to buy goods. Some Dazun truck, they will buy goods and fill it and travel to maybe Uyo or Calabar, wherever in the north, wherever. So that's how it was. Alaba is not where you come and buy one. People still sell one. It's not that they don't sell one, but the price of that one will not be the same as person buying like from 100 pieces up. Do you understand what I mean? Yeah. That is how that's how it was.
All right, brilliant. Yes, we should have asked that question earlier, but let me go back to let me go back to Prince Daddy. So Prince, rather than cycle through all the news that we have been cycling through, there's this clip that one of the subscribers sent in. I know you have a religious bent, and I know that and I know that Prince, I know that Paddy has a religious bent too. So this clip has a religious undertone. I have not seen it myself, but let me play it now, and then you lead the conversation on it. So Prince Daddy, watch this.
Coming of Christianity into Nigeria did us some good. It wasn't all negative. If any British group can claim to have ever done us any good at all, it was the missionaries, not the colonialists. We must be careful to distinguish between the activities of the missionaries and those of the colonialists. Most of the missionaries that came to Nigeria came purely out of the desire to obey the Great Commission of spreading the gospel of Christ Jesus. And therefore, they also had the interests of their converts at heart. Left to the colonial masters, they never wanted us to have schools, they never wanted us to have hospitals. In fact, railways were built only because they were necessary for trade, never because they wanted to develop the country. They deliberately didn't want Africa to be industrialized. You can check the racist policies of Lord Lugard for confirmation. It was the missionaries who introduced literacy, schools, hospitals, and relatively better conditions of living. And today, aren't we all grateful to be literate? Also, many of our ancestors were so corrupt that they didn't want to end slavery. It was the missionaries also that put an end to that. The Yoruba ethnic group as we know it today is largely a creation of the missionaries. In the pre-colonial days, we may have recognized common ancestry, but we never really considered ourselves the same people. We considered ourselves different nations, and we even sold one another into slavery. It was the missionaries that amalgamated all of us, and while translating the Bible into Yoruba, they developed the standard Yoruba Jumolo that we now speak today. This was what made us one people. And the same thing was done to the Igbos. I've talked about this more comprehensively in the past. Please check out the video. Human sacrifice and the killing of twins was also ended in some parts of Nigeria, not all. And by the way, human sacrifice was never unique to Africa. It existed one time or the other in every part of the world, especially in Europe and Asia. It was a human problem, not an African thing as the British like to preach it. But the gist of this video is that the missionaries were different from the colonialists. Colonialism was politics, missionary was religion, and it wasn't the colonial masters that brought religion to Nigeria. The missionaries and the colonial masters operated differently and had different methods. At times, they even had clashes. For instance, during the Adobe War, the missionaries criticized the British government for killing the citizens of Egbaland. So we have to recognize this difference. Today, we are happy to be university graduates and you speak the English language only because the missionaries introduced Western education to Nigeria. But as they did this, they also destroyed our cultures and pre-colonial values. Washiri.
Oh, all right, Washiri, but was that controversial, Prince Daddy? Because my understanding was that the colonization came under the banner of coming to civilize or to rescue these heathens and give them religion as a pathway to God. So I thought the colonization, it came under the banner of religion, but this guy is now making the distinction that the religion actually brought us all of this civilization, whilst the colonialization brought us brutality. Is this guy trying to rewrite history? What's your take on that guy's piece?
Yeah, well, man, most of the things guys said is right, if not all of them. But I've also made that point before. It's nothing new, because people like to blame, it's the white man, slavery, and also the missionary were part of slavery. Well, and I have this quote: "There's nothing ever been given to man that man has not abused." They used religion or the missionary as a tool to further their slavery business or enterprise. Yes, they did that, but the notion that, and who knows, we're not there, who knows that some of the slave masters or the people that dealt in slavery, they themselves did not present themselves as missionaries. They, in other words, they impersonated the true missionaries that were doing God's work. So it was all convoluted. And was to say, I don't think the people that owned the slave ship were the missionaries. They probably also cut a ride to Africa to go spread the gospel. You see, so and from the African perspective of the colonized people, they just see them as one. But if you know history, you should be able to separate the two. But sometimes it's convoluted. But a good way to look at it is to look at the benefit of the missionaries in Africa or in Nigeria specifically, and see what they did that was good, or what they had to offer. He mentioned it, the schools, the colonial, the slave masters, or the British built the railroad lines for their own enterprise to siphon maybe natural resource or whatever they had to do. But introduction of education, reading, and some other things, those are the things that we benefited from the missionaries, and we do have examples of them in terms of schools, the structures, and whatnot. So it's actually totally agree with the guy. It's stating facts. Nothing is surprised me in what he said, because it is what it is. But by the same time, I won't be delusional to say that some of the people get corrupt. If you know the Bible, even the people in the Bible we call saints and religious people, they were also corrupt. Also, some of them were bad. Of course, they changed. Some changed their ways. So I would not be delusional to think that some missionaries, though they want to spread the word of God in Africa, but when they got there and they saw what the slave master were doing that was profitable, they themselves did not put down the Bible and their robe and join the slave masters or the colonialists. So yeah.
Prince, do you know what a Faustian pact is? A Faustian pact.
Please remind me. I've heard that term before.
Yes, it's. I'm just going from loose memory as well, but it's when you come with something of a high moral value, but underneath it is something that is more self-interest and worldly, and that's how I've always really understood that religious overcoating of a colonialist agenda, because I don't think Christianity brought anything to Africa. I don't think so. Apart from the penicillin, which is the only thing that will give them. I don't think.
Sorry, woman. Is it the same thing as Faustian bargain?
Well, yeah, along the same
Yes.
lines. Yes, the
Yes, it
Faustian pact, Faustian
Yeah.
bargain.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's pretty much making a deal with the devil.
Yes,
giving up something.
yes. So that's it's a Faustian pact.
Yeah.
There is I see Christianity and colonialism as two sides of one hand. So the one presents a color, and the flip side presents a different color, but it's just the one hand. I don't see the distinction. I don't see the distinction.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, I guess it's unfortunate that you don't see it. So do many people don't see it that way. But there's a clear distinction. Again, before the missionaries came to Africa, I mean, the gospel was spread around the world, all the way from the Mid East, all the way to India, East India, the country India. I think that's where the disciple Thomas was killed, and many of them, of course, went around in European nations. So the spreading of the word of God is not unique to Africa. Okay, but I don't see that distinction.
You know, cultures that Christianity or any of the Abrahamic religions are cultures that any of the Abrahamic religion have been, let me say, foisted upon. They've never really evolved in any significant way. But cultures that they tried to introduce the Abrahamic religions to, but they repelled it, they've always prospered. India, China, etc. Conversely, Africa and other places that are adopted these Abrahamic religions.
That's not true. No, that's not true all the way. There's maybe an element of truth to it, but that's not the case. Quite frankly, The Europeans, even if you remove religion, they brought us a lot of positive to Africa and the way we do things.
Yeah, penicillin. That's what they brought.
Well,
Penicillin.
it's more than that. I mean,
Sorry. Can you be more specific about these amazing things that they brought to us? I really want to know. Please tell us, Prince Daddy. I really want to know. Please go ahead.
well, in terms of education, right? I mean, sure, they brought.
Miseducation, sir. Miseducation.
Well, you can call it miseducation to be a liberal in that sense, but we see. Do you know also that most, not now that we have people like Hawkins and Dawkins, those atheist people that despise religion in science, but if you want to go back to science itself, from Galileo to Isaac Newton, all those people were Christians. They believe in the Bible, and they,
Please, excuse me, sir.
Sorry. I beg your pardon, Babati. Were they Christians that believe in the Bible, or were they Christian by default? Because during that era, you just necessarily had to be a Christian, and often instances you are just Christian by default. But Babati come in, and then Prince Daddy pick it up.
It's just one question to Prince, and it boils down to this, sir. Prince Daddy, the price, the sacrifice Africa paid for this so-called civilization, was it worth it?
In hindsight, I say yes. Yeah, in hindsight, I say yes. It's absolutely it's worth it. It doesn't justify the brutality.
Excuse me. So slavery, millions of people being killed, rape, especially our natural resources, is worth the price for the so-called education that we have. That's what you're telling me. It's worth it.
No, see, okay.
No.
One second. Let me jump in real quick. We have to distinguish between slavery, the institutional slavery, and colonialism, because slavery was out of Africa. These people were brutal. They could kill us about the human beings, and they shipped the people around the world, from to the West to South America and the Americas in general. But colonial masters, they came, even though they may not, it wasn't a plan all the way to make things better for us, but nonetheless they imported the culture and the ways of doing things, and we greatly benefited from that. Let's not lie about that, because the education.
Excuse me. So you lose your own way of life, adopt somebody else's way of culture, which makes you inferior to them within that country, what they're giving you, and that is worth it according to your own logic. All right. Okay.
No, well, see, I'll say this. You can only rule over a conquered people. So if we had been able to resist them, how come we didn't do that? And to your point, by the way, I think you are familiar with the Ifa religion, which is one of the top religions of the world, and it's an advanced spiritual system. And I've heard the argument, and I've seen that the Ifa is the origin of computer science. When I first heard it, I thought it was laughable, and it took me aback. But in looking at it closely, and Ifa religion is super advanced, and perhaps that may have been the foundation of computer science because of the binary system in which you operate. But check this out. But we did not bring anything out of it because it was more secretive. We did not convert the knowledge that we knew about the spirituality of Ifa and brought that to bear on books and documentation to share amongst ourselves. So in our selfishness and our way of doing things, see, one thing I got to give to the West or the white man is the ability to document. They are great documenters. They document a lot of things. In so doing, they are able to transmit knowledge to themselves and to other people. So let's not blame them for our own weakness or the things we couldn't do. Now, for example, they say the Mongolians, go check them out today. They are so backward than anything else. But guess what? They conquer Europe. They conquer Western Europe. They run over Europe and conquer these people. But of course, they can't do that anymore. But when they conquered Europe, the Europeans could not resist them or oppose them. And they had their way, just like many other cultures across the world. So when it comes to slavery, I don't want to be down on it. The horrors of slavery.
Can I ask you a question, Prince Daddy? Can you name one? I was going to say name three, but let me just narrow it just to give you enough room too. Can you name one country that the any of the Abrahamic religions was introduced to and has prospered as that religion being the main religion of that country. Can you name one country that either
Well, sure.
Christianity, any
Well,
of the Abrahamic religions? Yeah.
yeah, let's go with Germany. At one point in time, the most advanced nation in the world. Let's go with France. Let's go with Great Britain. Let's go with Oh, it's funny, huh? But yeah, do you not know those religions? It's so funny. One man, those religions are not organic to those places at all. It's not a. So that's the funny thing. Christianity or Abrahamic religion is not a white man's religion. It's such a joke. Because see, anybody can take. Anybody. Sure.
What version of Christianity are we talking about? Is it the co-opted one that we practice, or the Orthodox one? Because you can say the Orthodox is a bit more, Eastern Orthodox Christianity is a bit more foreign to them. But the one they co-opted using the paganism out of what's it called, Constantine, out of the Roman Empire, it was basically co-opted into an European religion. What we practice right now is European. It's not. It's lost that Middle Eastern essence. It's lost what the Nicene practiced before it became Christianity. When Christ died, it was a Jewish sect. Actually, a few Jewish sects that, the ones that followed Christ, I think was called Nicene, before John the Baptist followers started following. That branch became what you see in Egypt. The Egypt Orthodox Christianity is closer to that. Same thing with the one you see in Ethiopia. The one we practice now that we all call Jesus Christ Christianity is unrecognizable. So when you say it's foreign to Germany, I laugh. Because Germany, they incorporated it into their own culture. So it's not even just a religion right now. It is European culture. You forgot Martin Luther and his role.
Yeah, Martin Luther.
Where's Martin Luther from?
He's the German.
Germany.
So don't say like it's foreign. No, they took it. Hang on a second. Just hang on a second. They took the Christianity and made it their own. So it is theirs. So it's not foreign to them.
Okay. I'm not sure. One second.
Hold on, Prince. Let Paddy come in and then you wrap it up. But I think you tried to dodge my question a little bit there. But Paddy come in and then you pick it up again, Prince. Paddy.
Yeah. So to counter Colada's point, I think this is one thing that many of us also miss. What we did with our Christianity, even though it seems as though it's very European, we also owned it too. We mixed that Christianity with our culture.
Yeah, thank you.
The version that we use is not the.
It's only Celestial Church and Cherubim that we made our culture. The rest is still foreign to us.
So maybe Catholic, yes, but this Celestial bit, we beat drums. They don't beat drum in Christianity. We do cymbals. We do God. It's in our name.
No, I don't agree.
Yes, Kulata. So
if you go to a Mexican, Hispanic Christianity is as Pentecostal as Nigerians' own will be. Yes. The only Christianity that we really did adapt to ours is Celestial Church of Christ, Cherubim and Seraphim, Jesu of Onyigbo, and whatever weird one that we really Africanized.
Yeah, but even within the
Guru Marahari,
Guru, the one with the red hibiscus.
Yeah, so even the Easterners too also have a little bit of mix. Yes, Catholicism, Baptist are a bit still stringent. But I'm going to speak within the southwestern Yoruba part of it.
I'm going to give you a question when you're done, just to show. Yeah, go ahead.
Awesome. So
now compare. Can you compare that? Can you compare the way when you say Christianity was adapted? Look at the what's it called? The one Santeria and the one practice in Brazil and the one practice in Cuba. That was adapted to Yoruba religion. That is more ours, even though it's Yoruba on the diaspora, because they took those angels, they're calling Shango and Co. They co-opted Shango into Christianity. We never did that. That is what you call adaptation.
But we did.
We didn't go all the way to like that.
We did Obatala.
Which one?
In our names, I'm speaking Yoruba now. All those Olu that call ourselves. Those are patronal names. Those are not Christian names, though. The Olu is an Obatala name.
It's an but they changed it. I get that.
Yeah,
I know.
yeah. So
They
so we did the
adopted
same thing
that.
too.
Not like the Europe. The Europe, too, like even the image of Christ is a freaking blonde with blue eyes.
What did King James
Yeshua
do
never
to
looked
Europe?
like that.
Hey, Kolata, what did King James do with the Bible? That's literally
What?
mixing. That's literally mixing the the Abrahamic, the Greek, the Aramaic version of Christianity into their politics. The Catholic
Yeah.
Church itself was born based off of that. That's how the Catholic Church was born.
The Catholic Church is all a political entity. It was just to govern Europe.
Exactly. So they did the same thing. They mixed their culture, their politics into that religion. The same. And when they sold it to us, we took the same.
Yeah,
I think. Hold on. I think one thing that religion has literally done almost pan globally is literally mix the local cultures of the people and they assimilate it and mix it with their. Even when Hebrews had it. And that religion, that's Abrahamic religion, moved to the Middle East. The way the Middle Easterns handle the Abrahamic religion is different from the way the Hebrews handled it. And when it came to Rome, because Constantinople and Co., the way they handled it was also different. And when they moved to Germany, the way they handled it is they mixed that culture into that religion. So I think religion over time evolved into culture. Now I can't speak largely for the Igbos, but it's even in their name. If so, with the Chuko and Co, I bit more at them even assimilating a bit of a tradition into those particular names. So because what
it's also in the Yoruba
the pantheon,
yes,
space as well too.
Oluwa. I don't think pre-Christianity. So people correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we had Olu as a prefix to then your first name. Or pre-Christianity.
It was a title. You barely saw those in names. I think it was titles.
Yeah, they were titles. They were deities. They were gods. I mean, so if it's like So what Yorubas did.
Yeah, more likely to have if something. And then if I turned into Olu.
Exactly.
Yes.
So those names that were titled towards Eledumare, which we use.
I want to disagree with you. I think Christianity has framed our culture more than our culture has framed Christianity. In Europe, is different. Yeah, because here's the thing. Because I mean, apart from the superficial Oluwa this, Oluwa that, people call him Jesus something. The fundamentals, the Bible. The Bible, the stories, the everything, a lot of it. See, in Europe, they even selected the books that they wanted. They really messed with the whole thing, big time. They picked holidays, pagan holidays, made them some Christ-like this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Christmas made it all sorts of stuff that is unrecognizable to Christ right now. How far did we go? Can I do Ebo and say I'm worshiping Christ? Everybody will be looking at me like, what is this guy talking about? Can I mix up, like, can I just cut down some parts? Let me just say all the parts that Paul wrote. Paul never met Christ. So you can just say Paul was just writing nonsense or Paul was just writing his own personal belief. Can I remove it and mix it with something more Yorubic? They went to that extent. We are bending to the European version. And whenever we try to really own it, which is Celestial Church of Christ, all of us like Tomba noses on Sele, and the Yorubas that really did own it to the extent that it should be owned, they're in Brazil. So I think it's more it messed us up more than us owning it. We kind of own it in a superficial way, but not really. I mean, when you want something is malleable, we kind of like bend it into our own Ifa ways. We never. At all, we didn't even get to that level.
I mean, I'm sure I know just a little bit of Islam here. Do you know that the Islam is practiced within the Southwest? The As-Salatu that we do, they don't do it in the North. They don't do it in Arab world. They don't sing the way we sing. So that's still us, also still owning that religion and mixing it with our culture. So
I get that.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. That as much as I remember, even back then, likes of Sele, Cherubim and Seraphim and Co. would did a little bit, but that was probably because within the Yoruba space, we had a very high amount of spiritual divinity that we were living. Again, I don't know so much about the Southeast Eastern space. I know that I do, but that story is a bit different. I don't want to trigger anybody tonight. And and the Northerners had already absorbed Arabic and Islam vast much more. But that culture, what we did, well, aside from maybe Baptist and maybe Catholic, which we didn't even really stretch so much within the Southwestern region, we were able to just take those things that we did and make it like with that Christianity, and it helped people who were struggling with both. I think the part where I was agreeing with Prince Daddy is the fact that one thing that he did. I mean, well, one man said it, even though with tongue in cheek. Penicillin, the fact that we're able to get good vaccines and Medicare is something that we cannot trade. And
wait. I'm not happy with that statement. Do you know where Oyinbo got vaccination technology from?
So but I didn't. Not from us. Not from. When I mean
they got it from us. What do you mean? They got it from us. It was an African slave. It was an African slave that taught them, and the African slave got it from Shokbono. They got it from Shokbono. Don't you know that was how it was? You would take a weaker strain, infect yourself, and then go and infect those people with the harder strain.
Oh, I do. I think I've argued it before on one man's show. The Shokbono came from them. The smallpox or so came from them.
We taught Oyibo people that all you have to do to battle this thing is to put a weaker strain in you. And of course, Oyinbo took it and modernized it. It's the same principle till today.
But the biggest cure for Shokbono is that your immunity itself builds. You can once you have it.
Hold on, Kolata. Let him land that point. But as you're landing that point, is Shokbono an ailment or a deity? Just for my own naivety,
it's an ailment that we made as deity.
No, what the hell are you talking about?
Hold on. Okay.
Shokbono is not.
Hold on. Let him land.
Shokbono is smallpox, right? It was an illness. Smallpox. It was an illness that was new to us. We didn't have it. When the white men came into us, there was this breakout in Europe. When they started treating with them, smallpox came into our space, right? And then when we found a way to start treating it, what we now did, we now made it into a deity, even that is still worshipped till today. But over time, we now know that a few vaccines can handle it. Shokbono, look, I don't know why we're even arguing. Shokbono was new to us. It was a disease.
You don't know what you're talking about, man. Oh man, this guy is talking nonsense.
Hold on, let him land, then you can correct him.
I really don't know why he's biting. Again, clearly, Shokbono was new to us. It's a blood for smallpox. We never had smallpox. Smallpox was a big breakout in Europe. They brought it to us. So there are several diseases that they brought to us, right? And what we did, we literally created that particular god. We just call a monkey head to create that god, and we call it God of Shokbono. But over time now, there's now treatment for such things where we don't need to now worship that particular god anymore. And that's just pretty much different. It became a thing of it became, in fact, some of the people, some of our our herbalists made it like a terror. So in fact, they would even curse you with it. It was something that they will curse you with, Shokbono if you committed a crime.
We used it for warfare.
We use that tools for warfare. We could point on your body, and you also have smallpox. Your body start itching, your skin start peeling. It was those things that we now used it for because. And here's the thing: once you remember the people who had it back then, the science behind it was that many of the people who had it back then and they got cured will not have it again. And those are people who were now taking sacrifices from people. I mean, I don't want to now make it seem like I'm bashing Yoruba culture, but there are very many Yorubas who argue these things that are just plain true. Like,
are you a traditional practitioner? Well, I have a question. Are you a traditional practitioner?
So one man,
you are not. So what's the source of your knowledge that you are giving us? Based on what? Rumors?
I don't know why you're heckling. Does this sound
because what you're saying is very terrible, man.
Hold on, Mike. Bring it home, Paddy, because you know why you're feeling heckled by Mike. This is Mike's area of specialism, all that IFA stuff, and a little bit of Babate as well, but more Mike. But bring it home, because if you are talking about Shokbono, make sure you're 100% if Mike is around. But bring it home, and then let Mike counter that. And I think Ekene wants to say a few words, and then we do it in that order.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe they should just go. I'm not very used to this kind of caravan in the beer. I don't do heckles. But if he argues that this wasn't something that was introduced to us during slave trading with them. And Jan says it's something that's pre-existing that I know he doesn't know what he's talking about. But Chapono was clearly, I mean, even Colata is even arguing that bit. It was something that we discovered, and in fact, we have the same people. They say they use bere to cure those things and all those kind of all those bits. But because of our temperate temperate region here, we were able to. So in short, quarantining is usually like one of the biggest or one of the quickest best cure for this particular thing. But so it just became a tool for us. But the difference is this, right? Whilst the missionaries were able to figure out a vaccine or an illness, and then they'll make it into something that becomes massively produced for everybody. One of the things that our people did was to turn those things to deities to scare people. And then people feared them more than see it as something that was receptive. So whilst other people were worshiping those deities and using them to scare people, scare tactics, or fight battles and wars, what the missionaries, this is to my point, woman, what the missionaries did was to make that once they found that cure, make it open for everyone. So the lame man who did not have cowries or goats to appease the gods, all I had to do was just go to the missionary hospitals and they would get those cures for free. That's why very many people were able to quickly move away from our traditional processes and started and worship Christianity than those gods. It was because the processes to gain them were a lot freer. I mean, even Adeboye said one story long ago, as Pastor Adeboye, on how
got your information from pastors. I get it now. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Settle down, Mike.
Can we just move on from this? Can we?
Yeah.
I don't at this point, man. Yes.
All right. Let Mike have the final word on that space, and then we will move on because
but we need to tie it back to one man's question because I wanted to tie it back to one man's question before it went too far. It went too deep. But let me quickly tie it back. What I'm saying is the Christianity has influenced us more than we've influenced it. And because of that, we've lost our originality. So our thoughts are fungazi, they're inferior. We have zero. I mean, the only place where we succeed in life globally is from our direct culture. The fact that we can sing, we have rhythm. Our language is even rhythm. I mean, our language is what's this Oyinbo? Whatever. So anything that is borrowed, we're inferior in it. The only where we shine is in our culture. But when you look at countries like India that still kept their native religion, like Japan, all of them got exposed, China and all, they still have their original thought process in place. Their original culture is there. West did not frame them. They just used the West and they just copied from the West. And the ability to copy is what's helping them because they can think in their original thought process and then they can copy technology. But we gave everything, and in some subliminal way, we kind of we venerate some blue-eyed Christ and some other guy in the Middle East.
That was the reason why I asked the question earlier that was it worth it? The price.
Well,
it's not. It's not worth it because what we gave up for it is too much.
Well, see, you just made the argument actually because the ability of the Chinese or the Indians to use what was given to them to improve their society or better themselves is not the fault of the Europeans. We are pretty much given the same thing as maybe the Chinese or the Indians were, and if we didn't do nothing with it, it has nothing to do with the Europeans. I tell you, the development of.
Sorry, Prince. What people are saying is that the Chinese, the Indians, etc., they had the same contact, but they did not surrender their culture and
exactly.
And one man, whose fault is that?
It was only the Africans.
But we did.
Okay, so who's to blame for that? That's a non-question actually. Hold on, that's the non-question. I mean, see, this is the problem when we make this argument because, in other words, you're making us or the black race sound like a second-class human being that we can't think or do things ourselves.
Are we not? Are we not?
Maybe we are. I'm not arguing against that. Maybe we are.
Suggest we are. I mean,
okay.
Based on the way people reason today alone.
If you accept that premise of that argument, so what is the problem? What is the problem there? So it's our fault. If you're second class human being,
you said one man posed the question to you.
Sorry, hold on. Let me. Hold on. You said that it's our fault, but sorry, Kulata. Where I am tracing it down to is to that clip that it was actually maybe it's our fault, but really is when we had that intersection of religion into our evolution. That was
It,
what
it,
pivoted
it's
our direction of travel. That's
no one man.
yeah.
It's a nice way to put it in order to glorify yourselves or your culture. But one thing you should tell me rather, instead of making this argument, and everybody else on this platform, if you want to, tell us pre-colonialism or slavery, the great invention that we had in Africa, the great things that we did that impact the rest of the world. Then we make a more stronger argument on that. But rather, some people came from far away by the advanced technology. They came and conquered us, and we're complaining that we're conquered. If we're so superior than they were with our Batala, Ifa, and all these things, how come we didn't conquer them? Let me tell you, it's not all people were conquered. Some people, the conquerors came and they had resistance and they were defeated and they had to leave. So we
But
too, if
that's
we're
a
so
false.
superior.
Sorry to
So
interject.
when they
It's a
left
false
Africa,
argument you're making.
I'm sorry.
You're making a false argument.
yeah,
The
exactly.
argument is not whether we're conquered or not. It's a challenge to you that any people that wholesale sold themselves out wholesale to a foreign culture that is succeeding, show them, name them, let us know about them. Do they exist? Of course, we're not them because we gave up our own and we can't do things by ourselves. Other people that got exposed, that got conquered, they never conquered their own culture, and they're doing well now. Us
But they did
and
well.
Even the word conquer, I
To an
really
extent,
won't
they
say.
did.
I really won't say we. I would say we are the one conquering ourselves, to be honest, because there's nothing European really did in Africa. In fact,
Okay, so okay.
Wait.
Hold on, let Mike come in.
If
Yeah.
I ask you, give me the process of their conquest, how they conquered it, you see that it was us really conquering ourselves. Everything they did, they were using us. Even to today, they're still using our intellectuals. People like Paddy, everything said is basically he's speaking to the. He's speaking from a white man's view. Everything from a white man's perspective, his knowledge, the source of his information about his own tradition is from a white man. So and what he's doing now is conquering Africa because we preach what is preaching right now to a child growing up in Africa. He is conquering the mind of that child of Africa. So it's really we are conquering ourselves on behalf of Europeans.
Okay.
I don't know if so really I can't give credit to Europeans as far as everything they have achieved in Africa or successfully done in Africa. I can't really give them the credit. The credit will go to the Africans. Even today, our leaders, they don't have to be selling us out. All they have to do is just not do it. Nobody will put a gun on your head and say, sell your people. All they have to do is just not sell us. If you're afraid to die as a president, then don't be president. You don't have to make yourself a president in the country and be selling your people to Europe. And then we say Europeans are the one conquering us. And you blame the gods. Like, why didn't the god do anything? What can the gods do if you yourself are selling yourself?
Hold on, Prince. Let me bring Babati in. Babati, there was a Yoruba professor. She's now dead now. Professor Sophia Oluwole. In the broad theoretical span, in the broad theoretical space, she was speaking to this sort of narrative. Her thing then, the takeaway from her life was that you can only really learn best in your native language. That's her theory, that you can only really learn best in your native language. Because if you take a learning in a language that is secondary to you, because you are not DNA'd in the nuance of that language, you will only really learn it in up to a certain point. I think we've all adopted that maybe English is our primary language, but it's not our DNA language. So it's to that wider space. And the conversation then that people who did not wholesale their culture and way of being to either a religion or a second or a different culture, they've evolved, and they came into contact with all of these cultures around about the same time, but they've evolved exponentially better than cultures that surrender. So to that space, Babati.
Yes, thank you. By the way, what is the Yoruba name for nation? Orile-ede, right? Tongue, your tongue, that is what defines the nation pretty much. What is that language? So when you dismiss that and sacrifice that, we are here speaking English for God's sake. I mean, there's some things. I mean, it's a very powerful tool. It's a way of life, pretty much at this point. And we sacrificed that. That's why I kept asking, like, was it worth the sacrifice? And like most people have said, except for Prince Daddy and Paddy, they said it was worth it. Even though they were trying to absolve religion, like they didn't know anything about slave, like they were just there doing their thing and they didn't know what was going on the side. But I'll leave that. But yes, Sophia, I've listened to her a couple of times, some like lengthy video like years back, and she spoke about the power in the tongue, the importance of your culture. So when people like me come here talking about Lagos has to adopt Yoruba language, it's not because I don't like someone there from the East. When you talk about having English as the official language of Lagos because it brings everybody together and it's a cosmopolitan city, this is what I'm talking about. The ideal the best would have been, okay, Lagos is Yoruba is the official language, for instance. If you come into Lagos, then you speak Yoruba, you mix with Igbo. I would rather have us speaking Igbo, Yoruba in Lagos and have us speak English. That is the importance of language. So let me just stop right there. Let me just listen for now because I got something going on in the background. But Orile-Ede is a nation. Orile-Ede, your tongue, that is where it comes from. And if you cannot have Orile-Ede and the tongue is foreign, you won't have any growth.
All right, let me bring Ikene in and then I'll make my way from Ikene back to you, Prince Daddy, because I know you've not yet had the fullness of expression. But Ikene, come in. You wanted to come in, Ikene.
One man. Is it on this space? Because I don't really like talking about religion and all that. Because for me, religion is different from Christianity. That is my own understanding. So, in terms of religion, there are rules, laws guiding them. When it comes to Christianity is something that you have to gain by the grace you have in Christ. So to really live that Christian life, that is called Christianity. So it's all about Christ-like. You behave how Christ showed the example as written in the scripture.
Is that not in itself a limitation? Christ, of course, a Palestinian, you an Igbo man from Anambra State. So how can you live like a Palestinian?
Well, you called him a Palestinian. I don't know. Christ,
yeah, that's where he came from.
The man was born in Bethlehem. I've been there, so I know.
Yes, and Bethlehem is in Palestine. Yeah.
It's also written in the Bible. So for me, if as far as the man is, thank God you told me you were there. So it still confirmed that the Christian race is not in vain. So Christianity is not all about it. Christianity build the moral life of the people that wants to practice it in truth and injustice and all that. You see their life being transformed, doing things in a more peaceful way, living peacefully, because the law that we have in Christianity that covers everything is love your neighbor as yourself. That's the practical.
But those are not Christian values. Those are not Christian. Those are human values. You know,
those are a pure.
You know a lot of those value systems. They actually predate Christianity. I think they actually go deep into the Asian culture. All those do the right thing values that we have in the Bible. It predates Christianity.
Do you know that there are many times you will see good things to do it, but because of the spirit in you, you will not have the capacity to do that good. That good you want to do, that evil that is out there will pressing that good down, that you cannot perform that good because maybe there is corruption that you want to gain a little thing from. So it takes someone that has that grace to say no, I will not go in that evil direction. If you really understand what Christianity is all about. Paul the Apostle was speaking once in one of his scriptures. He said that many times the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. So our flesh is what is controlling us. in general. So when you understand Christianity, what it does is that it comes to neutralize that flesh, that it will not have control over our spiritual being and the way we think. The spirit in us, the spirit of God in us will come alive and begin to practice that real peace. It is not hypocritical peace. It is real peace. Whether you are a Muslim, whether you are a pagan, whether whoever you are, as a Christian, it is embedded in you in the scripture that you must live peaceably with all men. That's a command from Christ. And I don't see it as a bad command. When Christ is telling you that you must live peaceably with all men, the way you talk, the way you present yourself, the way you interact with people, it has to measure your temperament and all that. And you cannot do all this.
All right. Hold on. We're going too far from the
No, that's why I'm saying that. I'm saying that.
Can you hold on? We're going too far from what we're discussing. What that clip was telling us was that the missionaries were beneficial to Africa as opposed to the colonialists. So that's really where we were. So I don't want us to get too deeply into the Bible.
I don't know how it benefited them. I don't know, but for me, it benefited me, and I will not shy away from it. So all these even though in our society today we know that there are people that are corrupting that Christianity, we have bad Christian leaders and all that, doesn't take away the fact that that Christianity has benefited a lot of people in our society. So that we have something that I know that even the Bible said that in the last days the perilous time will come, this bad prophet will arise and all that. And I'm seeing it today.
Hold on. Let me ask you the question that Babati asked. You say Christianity has been beneficial, but the trade-off for Christianity was the stagnation of our cultural, traditional evolution. So was that a price worth paying? Which I think was the question that Babati brought forward. Was that a price worth paying that we had to abandon our trajectory in order to pivot into the new Christianity way, which you say has been beneficial, but was the price worth paying?
Well, the price for me, it worth it for me, but to some people it might not worth it them, because even in my own village, I still see people that still maintain that cultural things. They don't want to shift their ground. They still want to still do things in the way of their forefathers and all that. And I cannot condemn them.
Can I read a quote in the Bible for you real quick, just to see if it contradicts what you're telling us here? Like if you go to, I'll read two verses in the Bible. The book of Numbers 31, 7 verse 18. It say God commanded Moses to go. God commanded Moses to kill all the male Midianites children and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl who has never slept with a man. And then another quote, Samuel 15 verse 3. Now go and go to Smith Amalek and utterly destroy all that they have, and spare them not, but slay both man and woman, infants and sickle cell, ox and sheep, camel and ass. So there are verses in the Bible that contradict this holy that you guys talk about, man. Like where literally God is commanding people to go and slaughter, genocide.
No, it doesn't contradict it at all. If you are a student of the Bible,
trust me, that Bible, if I begin to pull out some verses, I tell you.
No, I know everything. Most of the things in the Old Testament, if you begin to compare them and use only it to practice Christianity, you are getting it wrong. Because even Christ himself,
but the Old Testament is not Christianity, though.
you know that the Old Testament is all about history. Do you know that?
It's not all about history, Ekene.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
a
not all
history book.
about.
It's not
At
all
least
about history.
at least the five
But I
book
get
of
your point.
the 5 book of the Old Testament is a history book.
According to the Ethiopians, go tell them to the Ethiopians that
Well, the issue is this: the laws that goes on there. But even Christ resurrection started from the Genesis.
So God, when God was telling
in the book of Genesis, all the starting
so it
from
was a
chapter
different
2.
God I was calling for those things. So the New
No, let
Testament
me
God
finish.
changed to another God.
To tell you that what happened in the New Testament is not coincident. It's not. It didn't just happen. It was planned by God. So
On the
when
other
you
cheek.
read the Old Testament, as far as Genesis chapter 2, when you go through there, you will see when God Himself has already pronounced that a child will be born.
Ekene, hold on a second.
Do you understand?
Ekene, wait. Let me ask you a basic question. Which version of Genesis? Because what you call the Bible is the Tanakh, the Old Testament. That's the Tanakh, the Hebrew Bible. Is the Hebrew books. They use the Tanakh and they have Torah. This Tanakh, the child getting born or Isaiah's prophecy, go and ask a Jew today. It's not Jesus. You are just extrapolating it to Jesus because the Jewish people that decided to follow Christ after he left, that's what they co-opted. And of course, Paul that never met Jesus also expanded on it. Paul never met Jesus. He was a Jew for all I care. So you can't say Christ. Wait.
Hold on.
Wait.
You have to hold on for
Just
people to
wait.
land. Let people land.
Wait.
Yes.
So you cannot tell me that Christ is the person referred to in Genesis because Genesis is not an original Christian book. Genesis is from the Tanakh. It's an Hebrew book. It's for Jews, and they don't see your Christ.
Well, for me,
their book.
you have to go and if you read it very well, it's not only in Genesis. You find it in the
It's
book
in
of Psalm.
Isaiah. It's in different places.
In Isaiah.
But
so Christ coming on in Matthew.
It's not Christ. The
no,
Jews
you
believe
cannot.
in a
You cannot see in terms of Christianity.
Let me land. Let me land.
Okay.
The Jews, this is a Jewish thing. They believe in a savior coming, and to them that savior is not Christ because they did not expect someone to come from an humble beginning to be their savior. The savior is supposed to be like a god, like someone coming from the sky and all, and they're still expecting that savior. So the same book that you are reading from, they wrote it, and that person you're calling Christ, it is not their Christ. So there's kind of like
no, there is nothing confusing there. There is nothing confusing
I'm not saying it's confusing. I'm not saying it's
for
confusing.
me, for me,
I think you should focus on speaking your Yoruba people.
Yeah, for me, the way Christianity is practiced in Nigeria today, you see that God is not an author of confusion. You see how it's used religion to hold our nations together.
See, hold on. Let me just ask one quick question. There's one question I wanted to ask.
Let me tell you how it is happening in Nigeria today that makes Christianity and
all right, but condense it so that we can move it around a little bit. Condense it and then we'll move it from.
At least we have most of our geos are from the West. We have top geos from the West, and they have most followers from the East. You can go and check it. And whether you call it religion or slavery, it doesn't matter. But how God used it to bind our nation together. Because when you talk about geos of Nigeria, the people that preach this Christianity the most, you talk about the Yorubas. When you talk about the people that follow them, their followers, you talk about the Igbos. Even here in Lagos.
Okay, cool.
You understand?
Yeah.
So that is how God has used Christianity to bind us together. as a nation.
Really, and that's why we are fighting. Okay. Anyway, I will get your point. Okay, cool. One question I want to ask is this: when I go to South America and the Caribbean, one of the orishas I left with the slaves when they left Nigeria there was Shopono. We also call him Obaloaye. They worship it highly there. So now somebody made a point earlier saying it was when the missionaries or colonialists began, they did something, and that's when we now adopt a new god called Shopono. So how can you answer how the Shopono ended up in the Caribbean and in South America?
All right. So should I answer you? Oh, okay. So good. So Shopono smallpox as a disease, right?
No.
Yes.
Let me correct you quick.
Okay, correct him, but then let him respond when you ask the question.
Yeah. So Shopono is no smallpox. That's one thing. Shopono, also known as Obaloaye, is an orisha. Wait, sorry. I think you should go and sit down with.
It's not about. It's not.
So,
Yeah.
wait now. Wait. Shopono is one orisha I have. So how did I create my own? How did Yoruba create orisha?
Just hold on.
Wait. Let me land. Let me explain what orisha is to you. Orisha.
Oh, goodness. I'm a Yoruba guy. I don't know why I feel orisha to me.
We can't. A person cannot create his own. We can't. Wait, hold on, bros. Hold on. Give me a chance.
Okay.
We don't create orisha.
Thank
you.
Mike, and then respond, Paddy.
In Yoruba land, we cannot wake up and create an orisha. Orishas were created by Olodumare, and they've been here, and there are 401 of them. We can't create orisha. Just get that fact straight. So don't tell us that we create orisha, and don't tell us Shopono means smallpox. Yes, Shopono can inflict people with disease, and it also cures disease. That's what Shopono is to us. So Shopono is not smallpox. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I mean, first off, I get normal. Yes, we'll banter and exchange stuff. But personally, I don't like heckles. I feel like they're very uncouth. I like how we converse, we listen and stuff like that. But I get it that you have to land your point, right? Then one man, if I'm panting, just bury me. I'm actually working out. I just stopped to make this conversation. So I wasn't speaking to Shopono yet. I was speaking to the disease itself. But to the Shopono itself, Shopono within Yoruba pantheon, in fact, the name Shopono was even forbidden to be mentioned. So they had maybe Omolu or Babaloaye, like you rightly said, was ways that they called Shopono. It was something like, if you called it 3-4 times, so people didn't call the name because of the fear of what Shopono would do. Shopono was probably believed to be one of the children of Shango, as the case was, and it was probably a deity for punishment. So, if the deity is angry at you for doing something that you didn't need to do, you could get punished by Shopono. So that's what Shopono was. And now, in regard smallpox became a pandemic or an epidemic within our area, with the southwest area, and it came in through slave trade. So many of the slave traders, the colonial slave traders who were coming into the Yoruba area, were coming with that disease, right? And the slaves that they were taking, that they were capturing from the Yoruba area through the Caribbeans and the like, were also getting infected. Now, at that period, it became a very known disease, right? So it was a wrath. So whatever it was that you did that made you get Shopono, it was believed that you had done something wrong, and then the gods were angry with you, and because of the thing that you particularly had done, Shopono was angry at you, so you were cursed with this particular disease, and that disease is, in this case, was actually smallpox. So the worship of it and the appeasing of it is what the slaves. So it wasn't that maybe the Caribbeans called themselves. It was the slaves that were taken from our area that moved to the Caribbeans, or that were captured to the Caribbeans, that went with every other culture that they practiced, including Shopono. So they went with Shango, they went with Oya, they went with, in fact, even as far to the Home area, even though they call it different, they call it Shakmana or something like that. So those people too also had it as well. So it wasn't just within the Yoruba, but everybody knew that this particular disease was crazy, and the gods that was known to punish you for your misdeed was that god called Shopono. Now, far back, it became a thing where, over time, the British colonial masters found out that this is more like even within the 19th century, that the spread was being perpetrated by local priests who were taking scripts from people who were infected and using it I'm speaking to smallpox, not anything else. So smallpox. So there was a herbalist that was they would take scripts from people who were already infected with Shopono, the water of it, wash it, and using it to cure people. Now, mind you, the mindset before, or the impression was, if you do something wrong, Shopono will cast you or curse you. So that punishment came from the gods by the deity. However, in actuality, they found out that no, it was people who were actually perpetrating that, using that to terrorize people. So either for war, either for oppression, whatever it was. And when they found that particular thing, the British were the ones who actually banned the worship of Shopono. And of course, it was, listen now, don't argue that. The British were the one who banned the worship of Shopono. In fact, I can get you the year, I can Google it. And if you just Google, maybe one man can help me Google it. When the British colonial rulers banned worship of Shopono in Britain, the Yoruba area, it was in 1905 or something like that. I can't remember the year. It's just easy.
Did they also ban the worship of Ishu? Did they also ban the worship of Ishu? Since they told us the issue was Satan.
I clearly say Shopono. So don't do strong man.
I'm just asking, did they also ban the worship of Ishu?
Don't do strong man.
All right.
I clearly say Shopono.
Carry on, Paddy.
Okay, all right. So they banned that because they found out how people were getting infected. And not long after, they became a vaccine. Now, people answered, "Now, one man, this wasn't a very easy negotiation. People literally rebelled and fought against the British because, obviously, I mean, they didn't want to lose that god, one. Number two, because they didn't want to get affected because they felt like you stopping that. The reason we were not going to get affected was because of, you know, we can't even pronounce his name, so we had to call him.
Did they drop?
Yeah, go ahead, woman.
Am I here?
Yes, you're here.
No, you dropped, but carry on. I think you dropped, but carry on.
Okay, yeah. So when the British found out that it was the deliberate spread of that particular smallpox, they banned it, and then not long after there was a vaccine for it. It was when the vaccine became vastly spread. In fact, the vaccine for smallpox ended in Nigeria in just 1980 here, just 1980. So it wasn't like it was so long ago. And that they had to vaccine everyone who was born and people who had it before, so that people will not have that vaccine. It was based on that vaccine that the worship of Shopono now even reduced. In fact, there's even a god. There's a figurine of Shopono in a museum in Europe. The one that had the skull head of monkey skull head and carries and co, where they took it to show that look, this is. In fact, the British had to even do a campaign to prove that this deity isn't as revered as people should revere. Of course, people still worship it to this very day, but it's a very minuscule number and the way they had to help the people understand that you didn't need to worship Shopono because they made the vaccines very available. And smallpox had to be eradicated from Nigeria. That's when people stop. People that be like, "Oh, it's about vaccine." We shouldn't do it again. Obvious.
Can I ask a quick question before you continue?
Go ahead. Before you land that point, and then before you ask that question, let me insert this article. But land, Paddy, I'll insert this article, and then you pick it up, Mike.
No, I think I'll just leave it like that.
All right. Let me insert this article before you come in, Mike. It says, Shopono, the Yoruba god of smallpox. It says, perhaps the most iconic object in the David J. Sensor CDC Museum is Shopono, the Yoruba god of smallpox. It represents the international effort to eradicate smallpox in the 1960s and the 1970s. One of four in the CDC Museum collection, this Shopono is on display. The figure was commissioned along with several others in 1969 from a fetishua. I don't know what a fetishua is, a babalawo or something like it. A fetishua from Abeokuta near Lagos, shortly before the May Inter-Regional Seminar on Smallpox Eradication held in Lagos. It is a unique carved wooden figure upon which the layered meaningful objects such as monkey skulls, cowrie shells, and fur. Yoruba legend held that the supreme god delegated authority over various kingdoms of the world to his two sons. To his second born son, Shango, he gave control of the sky, but to his eldest, Shopono, he gave control of the earth, who nourished man by giving him all the grains in the earth. So on and on it goes. I'm too tired to labor through it, but very quickly, Mike, then you will tell us, of course,
But
that is a hold on.
why should you?
Let Mike come in.
Beg.
Yes, Mike, you will quickly tell us, of course, that that is Oyinbo people telling us our history. But Mike, let's hear
Yeah,
from you.
yeah.
No,
I
I
just
just
think
wanted to ask him
No,
before he
no,
continues.
no.
no.
Can
It's a
you hold
question.
on? No, Can I don't do that, please.
Okay.
Let Mike carry on. Mike, carry on.
I think it's very important for people. I mean, including yourself. Like, if you really want to get information, knowledge of Yoruba spirituality and things like that, you go to the original source. Go and see with the people that spend years studying and understand the full package of it. And not just say you pull up a book or you Google something. You get information, but you're not going to get it accurately, because most times what these intellectuals do is they want to learn about something, they'll go and spend 1 or 2 days or a few hours in the midst of the people, and the people will break things down to them, and they will go and write a book based on their little understanding that they got from what they just heard from those traditional people. And sometimes they will give, I'll read it, I'm like, okay, it's making sense, but obviously this guy's not an expert. It's kind of like me travel to China today. I'm trying to learn about their religion, spend 2 days there, just ask them questions, and they tell me things. And many of the things they will tell me, I will misunderstand it, and I'm going to write a book about it. So I read books by a lot of these scholars, particularly most of them are usually reverends, pastors. They want to write about. So this guy Samuel Johnson, I have the book right. I read it, and after reading half of it, I just want to throw up, because they don't give their accurate information. It's very unfortunate, you know. So when the guy said a comment earlier among what he was saying, that people stop worshiping Shokono, and for someone that practices Yeshe, that statement will not make any sense, because you can tell me that maybe people that convert to Christianity or people that convert to Islam or that left the tradition stop doing it. Yeah, I can get it, but you cannot practice the Yeshe and dissociate yourself from a particular Orisha. It's not possible, because in our tradition, when we do divination about Dafa, if I can tell you that, hey, this thing that's happening in your life or something, you need to go and appease Shokono. All these things happening in your life, you need to go and appease Shongo. You can't dissociate yourself from any of the Orishas. They're all parts and parcels of Ifa. You cannot say they stop worship. You can tell me people that converted to Christianity stop doing that. And you can't tell me somebody banned one Orisha. For you to ban him, you have to ban the whole entire Isheshe. You can't separate the Orishas from Isheshe. It's a complete part and parcels of it. So when people talk, scholars, and it's very unfortunate in Nigeria, like, and we have to do campaign about that. People should stop talking about this thing. If you are not part of the tradition, stop talking about it.
But Paddy was right that Shokono is the god of smallpox. So he said that.
No, he said Shokono is smallpox.
Well,
that's what I was trying to correct earlier. Because they are saying Shokono means. He later changed it.
Hold on, but that's still broadly correct now.
No. Shokono. First of all, Shokono is not smallpox. It's not god of smallpox. Then let's get that straight. Shokono. That's what they are writing. But that's what I explained to you, that the misunderstanding of information that we get. Maybe during when smallpox epidemics, for example, when COVID started, the first thing we, the initiative community, started doing was going to Babaloayi to appease Babaloayi, because whenever there's a disease, we all go to Babaloayi to make sure that disease doesn't affect us, it afflict us. That's what we do. You understand? Quickly. And during that time, maybe there was a smallpox epidemic, and the Yoruba people started shouting, hello, Shokono, in the community, start saying, go and appease Shokono, because people believe when a pandemic break out in Yoruba land, it's either it's Shokono that will heal it, and sometimes it's either pandemic break out through source of some kind of different ways, and sometimes Shokono is can afflict disease into a society. So the moment disease comes into a society, some people start thinking, is Shokono angry with the community? Some Yoruba will say, Shokono has inflicted disease on us, and let's go and appease him. You understand? So during that time when smallpox came, maybe it was happening, it was affecting people. Maybe the European, maybe they wanted to come and wipe us out, because of course we know how they wiped the Native Americans out. They went there with smallpox and wiped them out. Maybe when they came, they wanted to wipe the people out there so that they can take the land. Maybe that's when he came, and then the people started shouting Shokono, and the British were like,
hold on, sorry, Mike. Did you think the Europeans wittingly wiped out the Native Americans, or did you think that was an accident of lack of knowledge there, because of course the Europeans were highly diseased people, and they infected every purer culture they came across. Did the Native Americans just not have the DNA to resist the diseases that the Europeans were bringing?
I went to school here in the US, and from what they wrote in American history here was that when they came, they put smallpox in a blanket and they were giving it to the Native Americans to wear. That's what they will learn in their own school here.
Yeah,
So they
but
themselves,
was that as a deliberate effort to wipe
yeah,
them
they
out?
wanted to kill them and take their land. They wanted to wipe them out. There was a mass genocide, man. They killed them. Not only with disease, even with guns, they were gunning them down. Like it was a genocide in North America. How United States came about. It was a very bad history, man. Like they literally did it to them. And no one can see and tell me that there's no way they didn't try to do the same in Africa. There's no way anyone can tell me that. Because first of all, the continent of Africa is way, way richer than North America. If anybody wants the land in this planet, it will be Africa. And when people say, where were the gods? When the Europeans, if you know the gods, you won't be there. You won't be there. They've conquered the people. The gods are the one between your total annihilation and the Europeans. I'm telling you, most of you that's why Europeans have to do propaganda to turn you against your own deities. Because they know the only thing they are away from taking you out or wiping you out is your deities. The disease, I'm sure, was Shokono that didn't allow them to kill us all. So you can see ambassador Shokono all you want. So just to correct, if you want to learn about your tradition, go to the people in the tradition so they can explain it to you. You don't go to Pastor Adeboye or one man that want to convert you to Christianity and start writing books because he went to British school. And that's what the British did. They came there and they knew they themselves couldn't on their own brainwash us. So they had to create some class of bourgeoisies, intellectuals, took them to England to brainwash them, turn them to Christian and teach them how to read, and then send them to the community to go and brainwash the rest of the population. And and that's what is still going on till today. That's why I get frustrated when I see those category of people come online and start talking. I'm like, hold on. When you went to school, it frustrated me. If one ignorant guy is talking, I was okay, this guy's not educated, so he can talk like him. But when someone that went to college and the first thing you learn in school is that you have to know the source of your information. You have to, when you even write an essay, you have to give the source. Where's the source? And you have to give a credible source. You can't say, oh, I said this, and say, well, what's your source? And you say, okay, this guy told me. No, you gotta come from the origin. Like if you want to talk to me about, if you write a book to me about African spirituality, even in United States, if you write a book about African spirituality, and you say your source is one pastor, they will fail you. But if you say your source comes from the priest, they can say, oh, it makes sense because those are the actual practitioners. It's like me writing something about Islam, and they say, who told you? Where did you get your source? And I start bringing a book written by a pastor. It does not make sense. So that's where my frustration comes from. You're an educated person. You can't say.
I didn't say so. You were heckling. You didn't hear. I didn't say. I was giving a separate story entirely about Deboye, but because you were heckling, you had something else entirely. You cherry picked my word and made something out of it. But just go on. I didn't say Adeboye. I had from Adeboye. I did not say so. I was giving a separate story of how Adeboye was sharing a story on how Christians were receiving vaccines on something on malaria. I was just giving that example entirely, hoping that maybe you might have heard it before. I wasn't speaking to Shopono how I got myself from Adeboye, but then because you were heckling, you cherry picked that word and said that was what I meant. And just to brag for the sake of bragging, I didn't just go to normal school. I went to Harvard, and I came out, cum laude. So I'm just saying.
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, everybody. So now we have somebody better educated than Babati. So Babati, at last we've relegated you. So there it is. At last, we don't catch you at last, Babati.
Well, no comment, oh man, no comment.
all this pleading and peacocking that you do here. Now we've got.
How do I pick up? I'm a nice guy. I'm a very humble person.
Oh, don't do that. Look, I mean,
carry on.
Mike, right? I mean, I get that this is your religion, right? And if I'd come that way to make it seem as though I was chastising your religion and that of Adeola as well too. For that be, that wasn't my intention. I was just speaking to based on the conversation we're having around Christianity. And here's the thing. I did not hear a source and just went through it and just assumed that if I heard this particular bit, I went to market with it. I literally did several researches. In fact, this is not maybe like a one day Google and I picked out something. One thing you also need to understand is this. In our culture, in our pantheon, we believe in several deities and gods and cultures and orishas and philosophies and co. But let's not mix our ethics as a people with the fact that there's certain people who had different things that they worship. I'm from Abeokuta. I mean, that's my heritage, right? And within the Abeokuta area, even where Shopono itself was big.
Wait. How many people from Abeokuta on this forum now? Like, Kilo Day now.
I had to take over, eh?
Kilo Day now.
I had to take over.
You know what's really funny? Like, typically someone from Oshun, they will know more. I don't know, like when I go through Yoruba land, it's like the only place where our tradition is still publicly preached and expressed and done tradition festival. It's Oshun. Yeah, practice. It's like publicly, it's Oshun. But more like Lagos, Ogun, all these places, it's done more privately, and then the people just, they just
Are you aware that the Abeokutas were actually very big worshippers of Shopono? In fact, the name Omolu is an Egba name. Olomolu. Yeah, the Omolu name of Shopono was given by the Egbas.
Let me explain something to you. Let me tell you something. When people always say this, do you know this thing is from here or this Orisha is no. All Orisha, if you from the beginning, all original Ile-Ife, the origin of Yoruba tradition, spiritualism from Ile-Ife. Even the go to Benin Republic, everywhere they will tell, hey, the origin, the gods all came to Ile-Ife. They landed. Tobalo Kofa, that's the first thing you learn. But it was Ile-Ife that he came.
Mike, what he's saying is that there is variation.
I know what he's saying. He's saying let me just get across so he understand how the whole thing work. When it comes to Orisha, when you say they are worshiping Orisha, there's this. Now, Orisha, Ifa, Isheshe is all one part and parcel of each other. There's no division. When they say they are worshiper, this one worshiper, it's a family. It's when you do Ifa initiation, for example, you as an individual, in that initiation, they will tell you which Orisha really has relationship with your destiny in life or your family. So that Orisha is what they will give you. Is after you do your Ifa, they will not say, share Orisha, go and do this initiation of this Orisha. So you now have that Orisha. You usually 1, 2. Some people is just 1. Some people will be 2 or 3. They will say in your family lineage or your personal life destiny, this Orisha here has a lot to do with your destiny. Like me, when I got in the same wait, let me learn now. I learned my Orisha was Oshun, Shango. I was Egbe. I was Obatala. I had like 4 or 5 Orishas, and I have all of them. So now people say, they worship Shango, but doesn't mean I don't have any affinity with other Orishas. So when I do it for divination, when there's a problem in my life or there's an issue I have, they can tell me there's Obaloaye that will help me. I will have to go and go to an Obaloaye priest or the family where they have Obaloaye and go to them and pay them to help me a piece of Obaloaye. So it's not like there's nowhere they have Isheshe where they don't have all the Orishas. So there's no such thing as this in Egbaland. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. There's a day.
Sorry. Let me just introduce an aside from what Mike was just saying there. You know that divination. You know that chap, that Franklin. You must know him. You know they are chasing him all over because he does this divination for pay something. Which a lot of, they are now trying to color him a scammer. Is really under the culture on that. When Mike was just talking about divination, I just remember that. But carry on.
Show Lu don't differ, but Malubes differ.
Go to his page now. His main link is towards some divination, and he will charge you $400.
Facebook.
Yes,
You see what I'm saying now, Mike? You see what I'm saying? On the phone on Facebook.
There's a lot of people out there that are catching out on tradition now. We have to be careful.
Mike, the question I was going to ask you is this, right? What's this Ifa? You know that not everybody practice the Ifa divinity or divination. There's even the Erin the logo. I'm sure you are probably familiar with that, which is different from Ifa. Yeah, which is different from Ifa. They don't use the Ifa. I don't know what's the. Is it I don't know that Yoruba word. they use cowries for their own divination, and it's different. The reading is different from Ifa. They don't use the Ifa divination. They don't use the Ifa binary system. You are aware of that, right?
Let me explain something to you. See that in Ilogun itself, it's also a binary system. It's a form of binary system. See, when the people say they have Okpele and they have in Ilogun, it's a divination too. You understand? Now, some Orisha use energy logo like Oshun, Shango, energy logo now Orisha to do divination. There are also other tools you can use. Now there's Iki. Now, let me explain. Those are communication tools between man and the deities. It's not that thing you're looking, it's not the Ifa itself. The word Ifa is it's just information from the.
I know.
That's what Ifa means. Ifa is the past. Listen. No. Ifa is part and parcel. Everything together is Ifa. Now, people refer to a Babalawo as the Onifa. A Babalawo is the master of Ifa. A Babalawo is Olorun Mila. You understand? He's a master of Ifa, the divination, because that's his job to learn about the divination, to draw information, general divination. But what I would tell you is, I think you should.
Hold on, Mike. Let him insert. Yeah, carry on.
There are some people who worship Obatala and they don't practice Ifa. Are you aware of that?
There's no way you can practice an Orisha and not practice Ifa. It's not possible. It's part of Ifa. All Orishas are under Ifa.
Hold on, Mike. Let him expand on that, because remember, he was the guy that told us that Lucifer was Jesus Christ. So he may know a thing or two, but how is it possible to
when did Lucifer?
You missed though. He was the one that told us that Lucifer is Jesus Christ. That with the so carry on. It's about to drop another cycle.
Okay, I'm awake. I'm awake. Let me hear. Let's continue.
It's about to drop another psychedelic bombshell. Oh yeah, carry on.
All right, one man. So Obatala, or otherwise known as the white deity, Orisha Funfun, they're actually people who generally dedicate their life into worshiping Obatala exclusively, and they don't go through Ifa. In fact, they're the ones who use like white snail, the albino snails to worship their baits. That's where my grandmother is from, and my grandmother never practiced Ifa. In fact, she had her own ordination. It was a big community, where they actually are direct Obatala worshippers. Based off of the heritage, Obatala was one of the people that gifted, so within Yoruba pantheon, Obatala had come to earth to create earth, and in between that period, okay. I don't know. I don't like.
Don't worry about Mike. He will come after you anyway. So just say.
Okay, so during based on the story, there were some people who were probably, today we call them disabled people, people who had some deformities, right? And within that Yoruba pantheon, it was said that the reason those people with deformities, so maybe people who are like polio, who are like rickets, who have some sort of deformity, maybe like Siamese twins, in this case, if you ever had any within that period, were said that the reason those people were born was because Obatala was drunk. So Obatala was said to have taken palm wine, and because he was inebriated, he made people who had deformity, and Eledumare called him back and scolded him, and for that reason he he had to take him away from being the one to, and then of course there was now Ifala came, and so I don't want to go into that full detail, but you get my point. But there's still some people who still now, and here's the thing. It also within that Yoruba clan, I'm able to explain to you why some people worship Obatala directly and not go through Ifa.
Sorry, before you go on, just in terms of the practice itself, if they are worshiping Obatala but they are not worshiping it through Ifa, then how does that worship take place?
Yeah, so that's exactly what I was going to say. So there's a belief that when you are made in heaven, so Obatala is the one that makes you as a being, but then he doesn't make you. So, but the body will now go in and select the head. So let's just assume that we're going to have like a headless Frankenstein, who will now go in and select the head. So you are made by Obatala, which is your body, neck down, but the body is the one who now goes to choose the head. So when you get that head, you bring that head and take it back to Obatala. Obatala now blesses you, and you become who you are. You become your identity. So people who are, again, these are selected people within the Egba area. So not by but no, who have body deformities. They now go to worship Obatala to get their bodies right. Knowing fully well that you and your mom, that your head will still pick your head. So they pray for the body that Obatala will make, or the worship of Obatala that Obatala will make, to give them a good body, so that body will not go and also choose a good head. So those are, and this usually happens for maybe women who are barren, or women who do not have babies for a very long time. So whilst they are waiting to have to have kids and co, during that phase process, they actually worship Obatala directly, asking for the body, then hoping that body will go. So they circumvent every other process to worship Obatala. And when that child finally comes, they dedicate that child to Obatala. Now I'm saying this because the story that I'm very familiar with, my grandmother, like I said, did not have a child for a very long time. In fact, my step grandmothers had several children before she actually bought us. So during that phase, she was worshiping to Obatala to have her own child. So Obatala should make her own child for her. And there are several barren women like that within the Egba pantheon who would just go to Obatala directly and not go through those places because again they were barren. So it was probably like, so the people who worshipped Obatala directly were largely, a number of them were actually the barren women. In fact, some of them will go to Ijebu to go and worship the gods within the Ijebu area, within the Ijebu culture to get the kids.
How does that worship take place? Do they worship through the path of a priest, or I don't want to use the word shaman, but do they worship through the path of a knowledgeable person?
Yes. So they have like a Martha, more which usually also maybe another female. And I think one of the things that I know they do, of course, they use like everything white. The bowls are extremely brilliant white. The breakable bowls are, the China bowls are brilliant white. They were all white. Everything is pure white. Even the snails they used to worship Obatala are also white as well. So they use.
For your information, I'm an Obatala worshiper too. I'm an Obatala.
Fantastic. Okay, yeah, you mentioned it before. And even the snails they use are also the brilliant white notes. Because
right.
Everything in between they use.
So how does that the knowledgeable person, and if you think of a term for that, then we use it. But let's use the word knowledge. How does that? So the person looking for the fruit of the womb, as they like to call it in Christianity, he goes there, or she rather goes to a sage of that particular religion, and then that sage then what pathway does he use to contact the deity in order then to prefer a solution to the woman's problem? Because of course, you are saying Ifa is out of the equation.
Well, one man is actually unbeknownst to me in the entirety of the details. Yeah.
Okay. Can I ask him a question, please? Can I just to clarify? Is it Paddy, right?
Yeah.
You said what is the god that they worship again? Your grandmother that you were saying, is it Ogun? You were saying
Obatala.
Some families, I personally agree with you. They have restrictions that all they do is Shango. This is Agbole, Ngoton Bombe. So you're partially right. Maybe in that part of your family, that's what they can do. So some families have restrictions into Agbole Shangoro, Agbole Ogure. So some people have that kind of, I won't call it limitations. So in that context, you're partially right that they don't necessarily have to be like Ifa or subscribe to that. But
I mean, so you may remember I narrowed it down to the exact reason.
So
it was a barren woman. Yes. So I'm saying that it was a barren woman who were going to seek, the Orisha Obatala for his humanity.
But in Agbole now, that narrative is not Agbole.
It's not Agbole per se.
They came from that kind of So just to clarify,
no, I'm not on no man.
No, you said that they didn't subscribe to Ifa. I was just to that argument that they only did the. Well, go ahead. Sorry, I missed that part. Sorry, my bad.
No,
all right. That's quite interesting. You must come here more often, Paddy, because the last time you told us that Jesus Christ is Lucifer.
You caught that tape, right, man? You caught that tape, right?
Yes, it was so divine. I had to stand it alone. and now he's telling us.
Can we talk about that? I wasn't there now.
No. Go and watch the video so you can see where it's coming from.
Yes.
Let's not just make a judgment. Come on.
I think the thing about him is. The thing is, he's partly right in things. The thing he goes, and unfortunately, many Nigerians will do that thing. We want to learn about something. We don't go and practice it. We just go and ask questions like, "Hey, why this?" And people just give us answers, and then we take that answer as, "Oh, we are now expert on that area, that particular area."
You didn't say it was an
You know
expert.
that unfortunately, and many, I'll see many Nigerians just talk. I'm like, come on, and don't say it's categorical. It's just something. It's your perception. That's what it is. You know. But he's partly right. The information he gets, things he said.
Hold on, Mike. It's not a perception. It cited personal examples that it was the lived experience of his grandmother.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's why I say it's partly right in things he said. I understand a lot of things. I don't know understand where it's going when you talk about the Babalala, the Emu. That's why Obatala's taboo is I can't give Obatala palm wine unless I want to get in trouble. You understand? Things he's saying, I get it, but he doesn't understand the old big picture. Like for example, he see that family as family that worship Obatala now. He believe that that's a whole different religion from Shango, from other Orishas, and from Ifa. That's where he sees it. Like, okay, because that family, they practice Obatala. So it means that's a complete different religion. They don't associate, no connection with any other Orisha. And I give you an example earlier. I say, me, I have like 3-4 Orishas that I'm focused on. I don't focus on other Orisha. You understand? Because that's not part of my lineage. And that's not part of my personal destiny in life. They are not part of my guardian Orishas. So now what you need to understand is, and this is very important too for you guys that always mix everything when people post everything online. There's a different, the word Olorisha, the word Babalawo, and the word Onishegun. They are 3 different words. There are 3 different descriptions, but they are all parts and parcels of each other. And I will explain it to you. When you say somebody is an Olorisha, but each family, like you mentioned, that they focus on Obatala, that you call them Olorisha, but you don't call them Babalawos or you understand? Like his father is doing Obatala now. You say Olorisha. If you are only doing Shango, we say Olorisha. If you are only doing Oshun, you are Olorisha because they are only focusing on an Orisha. But now when they say somebody is Babalawo, they are also Olorisha, but those are people that are directly with Orunmila. Orunmila is also an Orisha, but he is the master of Ifa. Is the one among all the Orisha that Olodumare gave the knowledge of Ifa, the knowledge of communicating Ifa through Ifa. And Ifa itself is a word drawn from Olodumare. That's why I say Ifa is the direct information from Olodumare himself. And the only Orisha that's mastered that is Orunmila. So a Babalawo is the Olorunmila. And Babalawo can also, like me, I'm Olorunmila. I'm also Olorisha. I have Orunmila. I also have some Orishas. And then you have people they call Onishegun. Onishegun are people that are master of herbs and charms and all those things, charms, and they are the one that usually do all those crazy charms that do good or bad, all those things that people put on TV. They'll say, "Oh, look at them." They'll think it's everybody. For example, if Onishegun is doing money ritual or whatever all those things you talk about, and they will look at his family that do Obatala, they will say that's them. But Obatala people have no knowledge of charms and all those things. They have no knowledge of Ogun, all those things. They don't have no knowledge of it. But people will look at Onishegun. Look at them. Oh, the Babalawo, they'll call Onishegun Babalawo. And Babalawo is not part of Ogun. Onishegun are people that master of charm. And they're also part of an Orisha that are actually the master of charms, which is known as Osoyin.
Okay. Can I clarify a few things? Sorry, before you go, can I clarify a few things? So I think what Mike is just to clarify is sometimes when we read things on the internet or we read some things, we think it's like somebody saying, Yoruba Badura. In Yoruba culture, we don't have Adura. Adura is not the Yoruba like it's not. I can say Adura in Yoruba culture. We do Awo Ilaban say I can Badura. If 1 + 1 is 2, 2 + 2 will be 4. Invocation, we might invoke in Otoba Fedin. So, but if
communication,
but
back and forth.
If you just say so it's like me saying, let me give you another one. Yoruba don't have midnight. The next day starts at 4 a.m. That is the next day. So is still yesterday. So those kind of things that we don't have. That's all nonsense. It's not Yoruba. Yoruba only has 5 weekdays. So, but when we just go online and
what are those weekdays for the benefit?
You say weekdays or in total? 5 weeks, but they only have 5 days in a week, not 7 days in a week.
Yeah, these are days dedicated to your God Oshu.
So they are deity days. So they are 5 days.
So 5 days. We don't have 7 days. When your crowders came, it's when they messed that up. So what I'm saying is that there are more things you need to learn beyond what you read on the internet. You can't get everything on Google or Google search. So you need to talk to people that actually practice Isheshi or practice those things to give you this information. And I said to one man before, I need to bring Dr. Agba on your show if he has time. He's a doctor in New York. He's an Oluwo there too. Let me call him that. Maybe he can, he's educated, so he can come here and just talk to us about some few things.
Yes, I've been looking to have that session. I've been trying. I think I've been trying to have conversations with you, Mike, about that space.
We do it on Fridays on Clubhouse, so we are more active on Clubhouse. It's just like
how is a political discussion handled up with Babalawo discussion?
One
the one that's funny. Paddy, do you know, just like you said, your family house, they do Obatala. Do you know their family house, they also do issue. They call it issue. They are only dating they worship is issue.
Yes, I know. But based on what you just said, you clearly went listen to me. I didn't say my family. I said my grandmother.
Grandmother family. Okay.
Yeah, who needed a child. So she on her own, because she was barren, went ahead and was worshiping of. I said it in details because she wanted that humanity from Obatala to give her a child. I said that. I didn't say my family. So I said. Oh no,
I don't. I get it. I misunderstand. What I mean, family. You have to say with your family member.
And then
all right. Let's make our way. Yeah. Okay. Land that point.
Just 5 seconds. And here's the thing. I mean, from what I clearly said, I didn't think it sounded like just stories from the internet. Even Mike writes, there's a bit, antagonistic was clearly said I said something. But here's where you are wrong. I get that people push back over the internet, right? Everything's not on the internet. Most of you saw on the internet, but I think it's a bit mendacious for us to actually disavow the powers of the internet. I'm clearly in front of me now. I googled the 4 days within the Yoruba calendar, and it's there on the internet. So you said,
can you tell us what they are, just to document that? Yeah.
So there's the one that's dedicated to Obatala, Shopono, Yami Aje. There's day 2 dedicated to Oromila, Yeshu and Oshu. Day 3 dedicated to Ogun and Ushosi. Day 4 dedicated to Songo and Oya. However, they're actually the names. So there's the Ojo Shongo, Ojo Oromila, Ojo Ogun.
I have it in I'll put it in the comment section for everybody.
That's what we call
Sorry guys. So what happened to Aiku Ojo Ishegun?
That is nonsense. They don't
those are Yoruba scholars trying to create a new.
So imagine someone that I read there Yoruba scholar somewhere typing bullshit. It's all nonsense.
No, okay, but yeah, I don't worry. I think my pushback to many arguments is this, right? Yoruba land, however it is, would not have lived in isolation from the rest of the global world. At some point, would have had to adopt the Gregorian calendar. Even Ethiopia, that's claimed to have a different calendar, they still use the international calendar for their travels. So yes, they might. So you might create those.
Do you know the Chinese calendar is went from the?
Hold on, Mike. Now, please. We have to have one voice.
Okay. I got
you. Topic like this.
Yes, I know. It's Mike's space, so that's his specialism. Yeah, but carry on, Paddy.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm pretty much one of my son. So the example I get, I say even Ethiopia use international calendars for their travels. So if we are flying through Ethiopia, you see international calendar. When they're doing treaties, you have to use Gregorian calendar. At some point, we can't live in isolation and assume that our culture is going to be the only thing that will take us up. Our culture, even Yoruba culture, is fluid. Yoruba culture, the ethnicity of Yoruba is fluid. Not everything that we had were the ones that we created by ourselves. There are so very many things that we borrowed from each other. In fact, okay, let me not even go there because I'll trigger people. But maybe someday I will say it.
No, you have to when we have the Ifa Day, and I'm so keen to have that Ifa Day, and definitely even if I have to fly to America and put him in a neck lock, I make sure Mike is around. But anybody that has a good knowledge of, because I want to document the. But in a really academic sort of knowledgeable, not wishful. So we have to have an.
Bring Franklin now, bring Franklin.
No, that one doesn't do anything now. That one is just $400 a pop now for Franklin.
One man. There's a fact within. This is actually, it's an archive. So maybe anyone who has access to maybe an Oxford library or a Harvard library can get access to some of these things. I don't have them anymore since I graduated.
No, I won't. No, sorry. I won't advise anybody to be going through Oxford Library. All these. Those people's documentation.
No, hold on. Those are the world's biggest, most important repositories.
Exactly.
Wait. Oxford Library about our tradition.
We can't depend on
Yes.
Oyinbo people will give us. They'll want to teach us about our tradition.
Don't worry about that.
No.
They've documented you. Hold on. They've documented you more than you've documented.
No, they cannot. Impossible. One man. Do you know why? There's no one man in this planet that can learn it fine in one lifetime.
I'm telling you. Even learning it. So you were arguing to you. I wasn't even speaking to you far. I was just saying that the vast majority of the Yoruba culture, our Ajami script, our Ifa, our language, were largely influenced from people from the Wolof, from the Hausas, and from the Swahili. Take it to the bank. He
just said some of the most ridiculous things.
Hold on, Mike. Hold on, everybody. I want to bring in voices that have not come in. But the word alafia, I think that's from the
one man.
Northerners.
Sorry to cut you. Remember earlier?
It's Arabic.
No, wait. I just told you we don't do Adra, we do Iwuri. Just to that borrowed word. But the pure form is still there. So
the pure form is there. If you
say that it's no, come on. That's what are you talking about?
See what we have. Let me add to that.
Let me say something real quick. So
English,
when you look at English word, for example, they borrow words from everywhere. They borrow Latin words, German. They borrow different words. Does that mean that English is losing their value, or does that mean that now every single thing about them is being they took it from German or they took it from Latin? No, they when you mix together, then you try to use different words. Just like Yoruba, for example, I heard that Baba is not even our word; it's something Hausa. So that doesn't mean that we don't have our own. It just means that we mix so much that we started trading words. So that's what I think in that part. I don't think a lot of stuff from them. We took a lot of stuff from them. No, we can't say
influenced. I said influenced.
One man, am I going to come in later?
Influenced.
Well, still, influence doesn't mean that we took a lot of influence. I mean, I don't know how you mean it, because when you say someone influenced you, you can just use some of their words, but doesn't mean that a lot of stuff about you is from them.
So are you aware that even the entire, one man, not here from Oyo, even a large subset of the Oyo culture were influenced by, working with people from Nupe and,
what are you talking about?
Oh my God, man.
Hold on. The horse riding culture, the turbans they were wearing, even the first round.
Is not wrong. FYI.
Oh yeah, I can agree with you.
He's right.
No, but
it's not just Nupe, also Bariba, Nupe, everything.
Yes. Oh yeah, also Bariba.
And Shongai.
Shongai.
Let's put this in context when we speak. Influence, the way he say, they made it like a little replacement. No.
It's the way you took it. It's the way you took it. I give exactly example. It's the way you took it. I mean, one man like Somoyo gets me. Collateral has been mute gets me. Why are you not getting me?
No, because you're mixing spirituality. We're talking about the spirituality, but when you start using the word borrow, are you saying we borrow things in our?
I said Oyo. I didn't say spirituality now.
Let me just say this, and then I want to get back to Prince Daddy, who has the floor, but Prince Daddy would never push his way through. But I'm not sure I'm not sure that we have a culture that is pure anywhere in the world, because every culture has been influenced in so many ways by other cultures. But Prince Daddy, you came in under that clip of that guy telling us that there's a distinction between what the missionaries did and what the colonizers did, and the missionaries were good for the Nigerian space and the wider African space. A lot of people recoil from that, but you seem to agree.
Oh, well, man, a lot of things been said. You see,
Yes.
um, well, I didn't interject because it's beyond my area, so to speak, and that's why nobody has monopoly of knowledge in all fields. So I stayed away because if people talking about this traditional religions are right or wrong, I can't even dispute or argue against it, which is fine. But sometimes it does happen in the platform that somebody has an opinion on a certain subject matter different from another. It doesn't make either side wrong, but some people are incapable of accepting a different diversion in knowledge. And it's a big problem sometimes. But anyways, I mean, I've learned a lot. Chopin, all this stuff, yeah, good stuff. I learned a lot. Um, Coming from my ancestors, coming from Bekuta Balan, I had no knowledge. So I can't claim, oh well, yeah, because I'm from there, my ancestors from there. Then no, I know this things I don't, which is fine. But it doesn't dispute what I know about Christianity, and what I know about Christianity is not absolute. So when somebody comes and give me a different interpretation, just like it says in the Bible that a verse, one single verse, can be interpreted in 7 different ways, can be refined. Actually, that's what the word says. Some people, you know, which is true. So I can listen to somebody else tell me about Christianity, a Kenneth's version of Christianity. I totally subscribe to that, even Pansat for that matter. But one book I would suggest is called "What is So Great About Christianity" by Dinesh D'Souza. I think he offered a lot of explanation and origin of Christianity and good things about Christianity, quite frankly. Um, One thing also, we tend to, when we talk about tradition, our background, we talk in silos somewhat. If you look at the Yoruba religion and you look at that of the Greek and even the Chinese and the Indians, there's so many similarities in terms of how the origin comes about. I bet some of you guys know on this platform that the Hinduism has over 300 million gods. How they count it, I don't know. I heard it from an Hindu, and of course, it's practiced in India. So many religions have different gods. We know the Greek for sure. I mean, some of the Greek gods, they sound like the Yoruba gods for that matter. I mean, it's amazing. Even the India, they have a god of water, and I think in Yoruba land they call it Oshun also. So from its origin, even our in technological wise also, many religions, many cultures started in a crude way, but some over time they advanced greatly than others. Okay, the notion that we have, you know, one thing, there's always a resistance about this issue of a white man, this white man that many religions, just like Patty was saying, we all borrow things from other cultures, even their language. The English language is full of French and Latin in so many ways. Even the word computer is not origin to the Japanese. They just use the English version of it. They call it computer. That's how they pronounce it in Japan. So and I see the backwardness of Africans or Black people in general, always trying to be absolutists when it comes to what they understand, what they know. But other cultures from the so-called white man culture, they adopt a lot of stuff. Yeah, the Yorubas have 4 days, okay, in a week. That is fine. But there comes about Christianity, and believe it or not, new words have to be formed, just like in medicine, just like engineering. So and for that matter, perhaps the English language is the most robust language when it comes to everything, because you know the person that invents something is the one that names it. That's just the way it works. So it's more robust, it's more versed in a lot of ways. I mean, I don't dispute or try and disparage any religion or any culture for that matter if I don't know. But
Can I ask you a question, Prince Daddy? You said you did not interject in the back and forth around deity worship, Shokono, and whatnot. Was it really because you did not want to blaspheme because you're such a devotee of the Christian faith? Is that where you? Did you think lightning was going to strike you if you said the word?
No, I absolutely don't. I do not want to blaspheme for sure, and I don't speak on things I don't have knowledge about. I mean, quite frankly, sometimes when Benny comes on the platform, I don't even come into the studio because I want to hear him from the background because he has a lot to share. I like to learn. But it doesn't mean I don't have an opinion. Most people have opinion on a lot of things. I do too. But sometimes it's better to just listen to people than to just talk or trying to sound, like you're knowledgeable about it. But even the people that have knowledge about certain subject matter, they don't have absolute knowledge. They have limitation also. So, but you might hear some comment about something on your field. It doesn't mean that person is wrong. You may be saying something and be correct 100%, but it's not absolute because you don't know the entire field or things to be known about that subject matter. We're talking earlier about the corruption or the core of different religions, and even the so-called Christianity. We're talking about how it's practiced in Africa and around the world. If it's European Christianity and all these things, those are inconsequential, really, until one gets the essence of Christianity, that is the followership of Christ. Then you know truly what Christianity is all about. It's mute, and at the same time, it's inconsequential for me to argue about the physical appearance of a man called Jesus Christ. It's totally relevant to any serious Christian, and I can tell many people that have been Christian for many years, they don't have a clue about Christianity. If you even talk about the Bible, they don't have the essence of it. And the Bible, just like you said, is the Word of God and His Spirit. And also, people that understand the Word of God can only get it by revelation. And revelation is greater than anything you can ever read in the Bible or any text, in any book or in any script that's given to you. Perception, to perceive something.
Sorry, Prince. Faith is, of course, is very central to the Christian religion and to every other religion as well. So faith is very central to it.
Faith, yeah. Well, absolutely. Well, faith, yeah. Faith is very central to.
Do you know why I said that?
Why?
Because faith really is an invitation to abdicate logic and reason. So is abject surrender, isn't it, faith?
You absolutely.
And that's the seeding of indoctrination.
Well, maybe in the dictionary definition of it, that is true. But in the true definition of faith, you're wrong. And anyone that thinks so. Faith does not allow you to submit or defenestrate your logic. Not at all. Not at all.
But it invites you not to question, though. Faith invites you not to question.
It's a lie, because I don't know where you heard that from. And quite frankly, I won't be surprised that you heard that from a pulpit. A lot of people that preach this Word of God, they don't have a clue about it. They don't have a clue. They like to say things that are sensational or things that grabs their attention. These people are actors, many of them. I watch them, but that's not the case. Even you're allowed to question a lot of things about the Bible. Well, meaning even in the book of Isaiah, it talks about God Himself invites you to come and discuss and have a conversation about something. See, Christianity is not as rigid as people want to make it to be. It is a relationship, really, with you and your God, with Christ. But it's not like, hey, lightning is going to strike you or something bad is going to happen. No. It's a relationship, quite frankly, from head to toe. I'm just going to mention the scripture, Galatians 3:3, actually. And this is Apostle Paul talking to the Galatians about how the Christianity that he brought to them has been corrupted. Why? Because they introduced their own culture, the tradition into it. So there's this notion about, I mean, sometimes I actually laugh at this, not laugh really, but the Anglican or whatever, the way they practice their Christianity in England is, and even the Catholics. They've introduced so much into it from their culture or what they think is right. And guess what? Guess who doesn't condemn them? God. God doesn't condemn them. It doesn't.
I didn't know that.
Can I ask you a question, Prince? And you don't have to answer it, but can you tell us a little bit about your journey to where you are now? And I'm only asking that question because every time I listen, we all know you're a Christian, by the way, and a devout, a very, very strong one, just because of the way you speak to that space. But then when you speak as well, clearly highly educated, well-traveled, emancipated sort of a person. So from the way you come across, you sound like the antithesis of somebody that will be who you are. So how did you end up at that space? Just if it's too personal, you don't have to say. But it's just there's it's a contradictory sort of personality. So yeah, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, thanks, Mama, for that question. I totally understand where you're coming from. Yeah, it appears to be so. If I don't talk about it, people wouldn't know. But at the same time, I'm not afraid or scared to share the gospel or talk about Jesus Christ to anyone. Yeah, I'm just like everybody else. No, grew up in Lagos. No, what do I know? Nothing. Yeah, my family from Abeokuta. I think our family name was Ajeborisha. Imagine that. That's my lineage. Obviously, my grandfather was called out of it. He became a reverend, a prominent one for that matter. It was the editor of the Methodist Church in Lagos, Isaleko. So we have a background. I mean, so grew up as a Christian, right? Grew up as a Christian, but in Nigeria, before I even traveled, I don't Christianity to me. I mean, you just go to church. I was not even in depth into the things of God, not at all. And it happened to be my interaction in overseas in America with mostly white people, Christians, that I got to know deeply about Christianity and the essence of spirituality when it comes to Christianity. See, the power is all in me as the individual, just like any other Christian. The notions want to bow down to people, a pastor, a prophet, all these things, not at all, because the word of God, it's for everyone, just like salvation is for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're Christian or non-Christian, doesn't matter. So my journey, I mean, and the reason why I got to learn a whole lot was because of personal experience, just put it that way, spiritually, that is. And that's why I was able to break down a lot of things. And I was just in a little chat with Kenny earlier in the chat. You were talking about personal experience and general knowledge. And as you know, one is able to interpret general knowledge more better with experience, the experiential knowledge. And that's my case. So I would never, when even people talk about Christianity, I'm not going to jump up and say, yeah, I know all about that. No. Sometimes even a verse that I think I know, I'll leave it up to somebody else to interpret it or say something about it so I can learn, because there's no monopoly about it. You might have a different interpretation based on your experience, with Christ, but it doesn't mean that my interpretation, understanding is different. So I guess to wrap up your question, to wrap it up, my experience with Christianity, or how I got to know more about it, is because of personal experience, quite frankly. And that's why I can never disparage any Christian or anybody. And I think, to Mike's point, yeah, I believe Christ does not, or God does not discriminate against anyone the way they practice Christianity, not even the Catholics or any other person. Because if you were, I mean, no one is perfect, just like it says in the Bible. Only Christ came came in the flesh and was tested at all points, just like it says in the book of Hebrew, and it never failed. Every other person is susceptible to failure or change. So again, the way we practice Christianity, it doesn't mean that you should condemn people the way they do it, because I'm not even sure who practices Christianity in its purest form. I believe there are some people, and those people are those people that go beyond the physical and the materialistic definition or approach to Christianity. And just like it says in the Bible, that seek the kingdom of God first, and everything else will be added to it. And we only worship God in spirit and truth. But all this other thing is, to me, is nonsense. How Jesus Christ looks like it's complete nonsense. Yeah, I don't care about that. It's the spirit of God that matters.
All right, brilliant to Apple. So let's bring Oriola in. So Oriola, you rushed in very quickly under that fast pace. But I didn't really think that you had any interest in that sort of stuff. Oriola, good to see you. Oriola is rushed back at.
Yeah.
There you are.
Actually, I've been trying to get in, and I think, wait, when the discussion started with what was Well, this discussion that led to here, well, what was the beginning of it? I think I was interested in that, and there
No,
was other topics that
yeah,
we talked about.
we played a clip about a chap telling us that there's a distinction between the missionaries and the colonizers, and overall the missionaries were better for they left good legacies in Africa.
Yeah, I think a lot of people kind of like debunk that, so I kind of like go with them. I don't think they actually have any good intention because everywhere they actually colonized, just like America, Canada, they did the same thing. Like they took away their lands and made it their own. 'Cause, like right now, European they own Americas, I believe, Canada and United States. So I think a lot of places they go, even I think they colonized the India as well, but they didn't really like get into, but they still do some stuff. Same thing with China, Hong Kong and Macau, I think. So I don't think the way everybody was saying it, I mean, a couple people were saying that they they really think they, oh wait, the video, the guy saying, I just feel like, yeah, that guy's trying to change history. And that's the thing. Like, I'm definitely sure a lot of the information that he got it through internet. And the thing about internet is this, if you don't really go into like the archive, you have to have like library because they actually have like more information, even like information about every single thing that they did in Nigeria, like from, is it 19 before they came into Nigeria about, is it 1902 or 1914, whatever, up to till the time that they left, everything was documented, and we can see like, and if you go to like library, you can see those information. So I feel like there's more information, and I to be honest, I don't think they have good intention. They did the same thing they did to Native America. That's what they did. They took us, because I hate like people were saying they took us. Those other people, if we can go back to our lineage, probably one of our great uncles or whatever were taken away. And the only thing the only thing I think is we only listen to what they're telling us. I think that we ourselves, like, we actually need to do some research as well. And I would say the reason why I said that, let me give you an example. So you can't say you conquer people and they were able, so people that you conquer, that means you take everything about them, you took it away from them. Well, if you look at it, for example, Caribbean and for example, I think, is it Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, when you look at those places, they actually have name that, so for example, I think either Jamaica or Trinidad and Tobago, they have Abeokuta and they have Ilara. So that means, because in history, what we heard was some of the people from that were taken away, they refused to go where they were going. They had to like themselves. I guess they stopped by one of those islands because they refused to follow them. So I guess some of the warriors were able to like change location and move. So my point is that, well, the point I'm trying to make is this: it would be very hard to know that someone that actually feel like you're beneath them and they want to turn you into slavery, and still you are able to keep, because they still, some of those countries and some of those community, they still speak like fluent, they still speak Yoruba, even though the accent, like they've changed location for so many years, is changing, but they still speak Yoruba, they still act the same way, and they have like those community, they are named after where they were from. So there's a lot of things that's tricky about ours. I just feel like they did a good job by separating, they scattered us everywhere. I think they did a good job with that, because now the job they did, which eventually, if the way we look at it, that history like always go back around, like it's going in a circle. Eventually, it might actually be something problematic to them. But like I'm saying, I think there's so many things that I feel like we miss, and to be honest, it's us that we gotta find it. And I know is it Patty, or he was mentioning, like, if you go into the library, you see some of the archive. Yeah, we understand that even in the 20th century, they came, even in the 21st century, they still come, like, they would take some people that have knowledge and they would sit with those people and get information from them. So those information that's actually like turned into books, and they would put them on their archive and stuff. So there's so many things that's missed about us that I feel like, to be honest, we have to. I mean, especially if you're still in your 30s, 40s, it's something that we have to kind of like work towards. Like we gotta work. I mean, it's not gonna be like 100% or very. It might not get to where we want. It's just like a stepping stone, because you have to start. Then we can leave it to our kids, because definitely, not being able to speak our own language like we need to. I mean, like myself, for example, I kind of hated that. And I've been saying it's something that I want to, like, I mean, I have kids now. There's no way I want them to speak these things. And I would like to actually.
But that would be difficult. We've seen that you don't even speak it. You don't understand the word of
Oh,
Yoruba.
no,
So
that's not true. That's not true. I can speak it very well, maybe not very well, but I can speak it now. I can definitely, like, I'm comfortable. I think, like, but I'm not speaking it. And to be honest, even people that live in Nigeria, they're not speaking it the way it should be, because the Yoruba that we speak is just like mixed with English. Like a lot of stuff we can, sometimes we don't know exact meaning. So one of the things I'm trying to do is just like, I think I'll start. I want to write a book. I know, like, I'm just gonna gather people together, which I already started, but that's not the point. But the point is, I feel like we all hands has to be on deck, whatever we could do, especially people that have interest in it. And another area that I want to mention on, like,
sorry, Oriola, you know what you just said there is probably one of my least favorite phrases. I want to. I've always detected. What I like to hear is that I have started. I am in the process
I
of.
started, though. I'm not just gonna give you all the information. I started,
so don't say I want to do it.
No, I started, but I'm not gonna give out all the information until, like, if I finish one, then I'll be able to speak confidently about it. That's why I said I want to, which I understand. I hear you. Like, I want to is not like you're doing it. It's just like it's something that you sort of like a dream.
Wish list there.
Yeah, but another thing that I would like to mention about, like, Mike, I think, and the other guy as well, I see where a lot of stuff that they're saying coming from, but I would like us to be more open-minded in a way that we have to remember that even though we're saying a lot of things are not documented, which I don't believe that. I believe they were, but it's just like in a way that sort of what we went through kind of. So I'll give you an example why I think we have documentation. So if you listen to Oriki, for example, like where I'm from, I know, like, because I'm from Egba and I'm from, where is this? I'm Lakesi. I'm sure people that is Egba here would know Lakesi. So we have we have Oriki, and that Oriki is not just a word. Like, that thing kind of like talk about how, like, where I'm from is established, like, just like every other places, like Eko, for example, or whatever place in Yoruba land, like, they have Oriki to that, where, like, people that know these things can tell you that Oriki is the history that go. I just feel like there's so much things about us that we don't know. And I think all the gods that we're saying, I think it might just be what they made us to know. They might be more into it than that. Because, for example, Ogun is metal. And the person that this called this medal, or that know this medal. So, and we've been crafting a lot of stuff even before the 13th century, before they invaded us. So, are you telling me that that's not science? That's science right there. Because how would for someone to know about metal and for us to be crafting stuff, that's science. Like, they have knowledge, they have information, they know a lot of stuff. But I feel like we ourselves have to be asking questions, and that's where critical thinking comes in. Like, we have to be asking, what is this? Why is this? And we have to get answers to that. So that's some of the stuff. I see where people are coming from, and I'm taking it with open-minded, because even us saying, oh, this is God, where I'm from is all Batala, I know. Even though, like some of our parents now, they don't want us getting close to those things. But what do you mean? That's where I'm from. And if that's my lineage, I know there's something about it. Right? And I just feel like there's so many things like we can learn from ourselves. You just and I don't want to talk about the what is it? The slavery that turned everything into opposite. Because remember, when slavery started, when they started shipping us, the first people that were able to come back, which was the even the guy that was translating Yoruba to for
Ajayi Crowther. Ajayi Crowther. Yeah.
He wasn't the first generation that was free, that landed in Freetown. It was his dad before, and because they promised them that after the British and French, they start shipping people to 80 the islands in the Americans, after they start shipping them, because all of those Black people over there, plus the people that already refused to go where they want them to go to, like when they were in the I think 17th century, which is the 16th, before, that's when British force, like when they stopped slavery first. So those things, I just felt like Ajayi Crowther was just he was just like what he heard. And definitely you have to remember his dad was born into that. So that means you probably have like 2 or 3 generations before that. And when you're passing word that's not written down, you miss some step. So I felt like maybe those are the words that they passed to him, that some people that are bad in our own kingdom, then they were the one that were trading stuff. I feel like this, and people also mentioned that we refused to stop slavery. Come on, man. They were trading us first. They were attacking us and taking us away before some greedy people joined them. So there's so many. I feel like we just have to have open-minded and learn about these things. I was just like, I mean, I couldn't contain it when people say some things, and I feel like this is not how I see it. Even though I respect their point of view, but I just feel like we can't depend on everything they just put online and feel like we just accept it. All right, that's what I think.
All right, brilliant. Well put. Well put, Oriola. So always well put by Oriola, but it doesn't join us often enough. But somebody who has taken time to join us, let me go to Kulata if he's not already asleep. Kulata, are you still there? Kulata is gone. So let me go to Adewale, who we've not heard from. So Adewale, I'm surprised that you've been quiet. You like
Actually, I hate it,
No, yeah. You know, you're like chairman of the floor now.
when they call somebody, which kind of chairman? I go to chairman.
I want it after our show, yeah.
I want it after our show,
when
but unfortunately, Thomas is not available.
Run, if they say you be chairman, they will soon say you'll be Oluomo, Oluaye, or anyone now.
But what have you been making of the conversation so far?
I'm not interested in this babalawo of a discussion today. I'll just block my ears. I don't want to hear everybody mentioning babalawo. I've said
it's so close to the bone,
we should go back to our traditional way, but it seems everybody is confused. So let them continue to debate themselves. I've said it before, even though myself I haven't gone to church for almost a year plus now. So that's where I stand anyway.
Hold on. Can you still call yourself a Christian if you've not been to church for 12 months?
Of course, we all we live in abroad now. What if my job takes me away from going to church? You see, that's how one person lost his job in one of my old jobs.
Good afternoon, one man.
Good
That's
afternoon.
another pastor.
You brought me to come out. Adewale, you are not a Christian.
He's
Go
not
back to
now.
your Jesus is the Lord and the Savior. Thank you, one man.
Hold on, Thomas. Hold on, Thomas. Tell us where you are coming from now.
Church in
Thomas.
I'm coming from church.
And tell us why you are not available today.
Church.
It's because of church.
Look at that. So that's a Christian. That's a Christian.
You went there and parted with your money, your hard-earned money. You went there and paid.
Hey, you want no more? Me, let me get my money.
Okay.
Do you give 10%?
It will take a pastor to put a for share in the mouth for me to part with my money. Let it and like. I know they pay. I
give 10%. I give offering. I give thanksgiving. I know how my money is being spent, so I don't care about that.
Let pastor go and find a job too. Don't worry about all this. If your pastor doesn't have a side job, forget it. Everybody is just playing game. It's called church business.
Adewale, just to stay in that space just for a microsecond, and then I'll take it to the headline on the screen. You know, if you want to start auditing how much you give in church, so let's say you're a 10%er like Thomas is, so you give your 10%, and then of course, every Sunday they do offering, and then you dip in as well. And then I've never yet known a church that doesn't need a new roof or something, and then you dip in as well. So if you want to start auditing how much of your wages actually go into these churches, it can't be as high as maybe 15%, because 10% is already banked. But then this give here, give there, it could go as high as 15-20%, in some instances.
How many of those denominations or congregations are usually publish their account at the end of every financial year? How many? Even to the CAC, how many of them give accurate account of their financial statement to the regulatory authority? How many of them? Some of them they are not even registered. They just put one or two together.
Adewale, my church does.
You see,
we have AGL. We have AGL at the end of the year. Everything that the church realized throughout the year.
Is your church a Nigerian church? Nigerian owned church?
No, it's not a Nigerian church. No, it's not a Nigerian church.
Yeah, but you are living in an environment that is regulated. They regulate those, those.
Even auditors came. Auditors always came.
Of course,
to audit our account.
They still, despite that, it's been operated in a very sane environment. They still find a way to line their own pocket. Nothing is for free. And we were told by the same Bible that salvation is free. Okay? Even though people go to church today, and I tell you what, some of us that go to Nigerian churches, if you don't put in your Christmas clothes, people will look down on you as if you are nobody. But come to church today, you put generous donation to the inside their donation tray or whatever it is. Your name will be mentioned tomorrow, and you will see the kind of respect they will give you. The Redeemed Christian Church of God, the financial director, all the way down to people in accounting department are one way related to the GEO or GEO's wife or somebody like that. So, I haven't paid tax for the past decade, so, and I'm okay.
And you think you can make heaven without paying your tithe?
We see on that day, I'll talk to God, and God is going to listen to me. Sometimes, none of us has ever been dead before, so we don't know how it looks like on the other side. So,
but Dewale, sorry to interrupt. I apologize. Woman actually came up to the issue of this proposed sit-at-home in Lagos that I don't know.
All right.
They shouldn't bring that one or to
I have a proposal. It's a very simple.
You know what, Babati? Yes, sir. I changed my mind. All those things I said yesterday, I took them back. about being reasonable with these folks.
I told you now.
I take it back because
let me just
what I found out.
Hold on, Dewale. Let Babati have that interjection.
So,
but let me represent the headline. So we will resist any plot to impose sit at home on Southwest states. Yoruba warlord Gani Adams wants Simon Ekpa. So Gani Adams is not just speaking in abstract. It's just not having a brain fade. What Simon Ekpa is actually tweeting is that after the 2 week sit at home, he wants to extend the sit at home to southeastern dominated spaces within the Southwest. And he said he's already in consultation with people there. So that is what has prompted Gani Adams to come out with this headline. So you wanted to comment on that?
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But in this issue, we don't negotiate with terrorists in the Southwest, and Gani Adams spoke very well. I love his position, and this is my proposal. One man, it's very simple, and this is to anybody. I mean anybody. If you are seen caught locking up your shop on every Monday, you lose the shop. One man, it's not that difficult. Then we find someone that don't shop below. That is it. If anybody in the Southwest that chooses to lock his or her shop up on a Monday and is confirmed that is the reason he's doing it, then give the shop to somebody else. You lose that shop. That's it. We cannot negotiate with terrorists in our. You can do whatever you want in your. Okay, don't let me go there again because I'm going to be labeled as you know how. But in the Southwest or Lagos or anywhere in Southwest, if you choose to lock up your shop because of some bunch of miscreants, they call themselves IPOB or whatever they call them in the Southwest, you lose that shop. Oh no, need loaning, and then somebody that needs that shop on that Monday will take it over, and government to enforce that. That would be my position on that. One man.
No, I was going as far to say they should revoke the C of O if they do it in
in fact
in 3 cycles or more. If you do it for like a month,
right?
Then just
no. One man, they can sit at home, but if they're now trying to impose it on people, that's where the katakata will burst. Because you cannot impose it or force or compel people.
No, Diwali, you cannot even allow it to start in the first place.
No. They can
Diwali,
sit at home. No. What I'm saying is that those who want to sit back at home and don't want to go to their market, let them do that. But when you are trying to enforce it for those who showed up, trying to sell their way, and they are trying to, force them to close it, and that is where fight will start.
I disagree.
It's not even a matter of enforcement. Because we were using Alaba Market as an example when we were having the conversation. So let's say, for instance, Alaba Market, they agree to do the sit at home. So the traders then in Alaba Market, they sit at home on the first Monday of the week, second, third, then fourth. But then that impacts on economic activities in Lagos State. So it becomes a government matter. So even if they are doing it voluntarily, it still becomes a government matter.
But if they are doing it voluntarily, you still can't force them to go sell their wares. You can't bring people from their homes to go and sell market.
Yeah, but you can revoke the market from them. And then hand it to people
if you choose not to go to work tomorrow, that's your prerogative. Nobody is going to force you to go to work, especially when you are self-employed. It's only when you are not self-employed, your employer can now decide to question the reason behind you staying at home. But if I have a job and you have a shop, and because of what you believe you're trying to impose it on me for me to close my shop, because you want to follow one delusional human being from operating from another free country. Now, that is where there's going to be a problem. Now, the government can't enforce people that have decided or choose to stay at home. They can't force them to come out to sell their.
No, they
can introduce indirect policy that could impact them, by they staying at home, because if the larger part of the market decided to observe that, now of course you have business to business relationships, so others will be impacted as well. So the government can, maybe introduce some policies that will probably compel them or do something like you said, but the government still can't bring them out of their home. But Gani Adam has spoken. Gani Adam doesn't speak for me in the first place, but that's what ordinary Yoruba man would say in the first place. It is delusional. It is a cynic for someone to say, you know what, we are fighting for freedom because we want to have our own country. So therefore, don't go out, don't work, stay home, hungry, die of hunger.
Dewale, I disagree with you once again. That you cannot even
Quickly,
allow
Babati.
anybody to sit at home in the first
Yeah, I
place.
like your hat as well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, quickly, let me say, okay, of course, I'm with Diwali's position, but it's almost amazing that one man want to go draconian on this policy. See, we got to be careful when we give power to the states so much, just like Jam. If they want to sit at home, we know what they're doing. Let them sit at home. They're not breaking any law. Okay, but when they start to infringe like they do in the Southeast by trying to compel people by force to stay home or beat them up, that's a different case. But if there's going to be an impact on the state, on the economy, then the state has to pass policy or do things to remedy the situation. But we cannot go draconian and force them because they close the shop.
No. What do you propose? What do you propose then?
I don't think they should do anything.
All I know, they have to take a measurable legal way in doing it. If they see that,
you cannot allow them to even do in the first place. It has to be
I actually can align with you in that way. But if we truly practice democracy and we live in a free society, then we have to take the normal legal way.
Okay, close the shop, lose the shop.
Yeah, you can pass the policy. Sure, that's possible.
Stay home now. Then you lose the damn shop.
Yeah, but how many are they?
You have
How
even
many
more
are
time
they?
to sit at home then, Abby.
Wait,
What about those ones that work for the
do you think they can affect the economy? I don't think so. They're not that much. But and the thing is, it's up to the work that they work for. So if I have a company and you don't come to work, what does that say? I can't depend on you, so I gotta find somebody else. How many are they? How many of them have their own company? That's the thing. I feel like we're giving this
can't
too
even work
much.
in Lagos. You know why?
I won't be surprised if Yorubas join them in sitting at home.
Only have shops
No,
selling
that's not going to happen.
parts and stuff.
There are so many Yorubas that are.
We have three voices.
Mike,
one please, yeah.
Even though Alaba International Market is there are some other market people that depend or rely on what is happening in Alaba market. So some of their union leaders will play a very huge role in this. If some of those union leaders are involved in this sit at home, whatever, the government can call them to ask them, is this what you guys are doing? And if they're able to ascertain that that's the position of the leaders, of those people, market leaders, then the government can now decide that, you know what, since you've decided not to use this space, now the government is going to use it for something else, or transfer or relocate that market to somewhere else. Now people will now be compelled to come out. Like Mama, you are right. The state have the authority to make use of the land within the state, but the union leaders have to show to the authority that the reason why they are not coming to market is not because they're trying to paralyze the economic activity of the state, but you still can't force people to not to do whatever.
They were please excuse me. If you don't come up on Mondays in Lagos and you're from that part of the country, don't tell me it's for a different reason. We know why. Let's
Yeah,
not
but
play this game.
when the government is coming to collect their tax,
Let's
are you going to tell me
not
because
play
she
this
didn't tell
game,
you?
man.
Wait.
If you don't come on Monday,
What
you
is
know
the
why.
percentage of Alaba market, like when it comes to the economy of Lagos? What
Only
is
Alaba now.
how big is it? Because
You guys are keep.
what you're
Can I say,
saying
Omar, can I
is
drop
more
a
like the economy.
You are missing the point already. You're missing the point.
You may think
cannot
it's
even
not
let it happen.
significant, but what is coming out from that market, like I said,
Well,
it's not what is being sold there. There are some other businesses that depend on that Alaba market.
But it's
Other
only
people,
Alaba that
Well, but
you
yeah,
guys.
outside Lagos though.
Yeah,
guys are only focusing on Alaba. So
yeah, people
All right,
come
all
from.
right,
One man
all right.
cannot jump in. I
Oh,
haven't said
yeah,
anything.
all right. One voice, and that voice should be Mike. As some Mike come in, yeah.
Why is
So
Mike has dominated
I
this
haven't
space
said
for
anything for
right now
No,
all day today?
yes.
Is it
Let
because
him.
he has a big microphone or what?
No, let him come in. It's just I shouldn't really even be saying it anymore that we shouldn't have voices on top of each other. We have to think of the listening experience of our audience. So Mike, yeah.
yeah, it's like everybody keeps saying Alaba, Alaba. So, Alaba is the only place where Southeasterners are doing anything in Lagos. First of all, you got to look if there are sit at home somewhere proposing, right? Southeasterners, one thing I know is not only Southeasterners that will sit at home, that will end up sitting at home. One people I know that will definitely sit at home, some Yoruba boys that have Igbo girlfriend or Igbo boyfriend that will tell them that their boyfriend or girlfriend or wife and husband will tell them, okay, sit at home too. That's one. A lot of South people, they always, those one think they are Igbos in Lagos. They just do anything Igbo do. Those one too, they will find way to convince them to join and sit at home. And then you have Igbo people, maybe they have business that employ other ethnic group. They will tell of them, you must all sit at home or you lose your job. They will tell them that. I know that one for sure. And then you have like Igbo that are managers or something like that, or have a high position in a company. They will also influence some people. So it's not only going to be them. It's gonna be a lot of you that will sit at home. So you guys keep focusing on Alaba, forget it. So it will definitely affect a lot of other people, it will affect the city. So the only thing is, like I think I'm with Babati a little bit. Hey, if you guys want to be doing this, and again, I'm without sit at home, to be honest. I'm with Samuel Ekpa, like the guy, to be honest, because the guy is not committing crime.
Seriously. Well,
Mike Shekusheye.
Honestly, I don't hate Samuel Ekpa. I don't like him. I like Ekpa. Because Ekpa
But he can be prosecuted for what he's saying. His write-ups, they can use it against him.
What can I use against him?
What he's been writing. Isn't he the one that came up with this?
Well, when Samuel Ekpa get on the phone and start insulting Yoruba people or insulting Fulani, maybe he may have insulted Fulani, I don't know, but he's not an ethnic bigot. He's just focused on his own people. And I don't know anybody from other part will hate the guy. And the guy desire sit at home. If he desires, there's nothing wrong with the guy. And if the guy call for sit at home in Lagos, and Mumu they want to sit at home, it's none of my business. I won't fight with the guy. As long as he's not calling anyone to burn down Lagos, like I know we tell them, go and burn down this, go and burn down. He's not saying that. He's just saying sit at home. He has the right to do all that.
All right, back to Dewale. And then after Dewale, I would like to start to round up. Because I was only going to do 4 hours because Thomas is not available. But
Thomas is online.
Yes, it's only really occupying the space to listen in the background. But it's not it's there, but in body, not in spirit. But yeah, Dewale, to you.
The spirit man.
Yeah.
Anyway, you know what amuses me most, woman, is the fact that people like Samuel Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu has followers. I'm not talking about the original Ipobians now. I'm talking about people that listen and read his tweets and all those shows that posted on his channels. People actually listen to him and go by what he says and abide by those rules and all that. That makes every single one of them as delusional as he is. Because of what importance or added value is he adding to his people? Zero, nada. As of tonight or this morning, wherever we are, he has regular light. There's clean water in his house or in apartment, right? But the people that is dishing out order to have no other of those things. And that makes the two of them equal. Delusional people. You are fighting for what which you right. Nigeria is not serious. The federal government is not serious. They are not. Because if they're serious, I don't know the diplomatic ties Nigeria has with Finland. By now, it's supposed to have been fished out. Seriously. It it won't take too much from the federal government to get this guy, because this is getting too much. I mean, he believes he's untouchable. Recently, the Finland authority called him to ask questions, but I don't know. The federal government did not pursue that case. I see no reason why the federal government cannot request for extradition from Finland, but it also depends on our diplomatic relationship, because it seems that we and Finland are not actually. I mean, Nigeria really lives in Finland. Maybe people from the southeast. I haven't heard any southwestern Nigeria living in Finland. I mean, have you heard any woman or anybody on this show?
I think Remy actually lives in Finland.
Remy lives in Finland. I thought he lives in Arab world.
No, did he? Thomas, you can tell us.
Or
I
Germany,
think he lives in Finland.
Now that is really strange. That is, to me, is out of place, because there are some places southwesterners don't usually go to. But notwithstanding, him being in Finland and then sending evil messages to his people back home. And to be honest, yesterday I felt that, okay, these people are part of Nigeria, and federal government should not say that with what they're saying, and decided to be a little not get involved, because no matter what we do, we integrate this. We are part of Nigeria. But when I listen to what people are saying on online, reading tweets, and listening to the other shows and what they're talking about, see a lot of apologies, and it really got to me, and that's why I changed my mind. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe they should let them learn their lesson. And one thing I've known Southwestern part of Nigeria for, we don't take nonsense. We can start all those shenanigans. It didn't take that much for Obasanjo to crush OPC. Today, OPC is being used for something productive, something positive for the country. Even though they apply a political solution. And those things would not linger or fester much in Southwest, because they will fish you out. After all, you're part of the society, of that society. I mean, I'm not sympathetic to their cause no more, because it seems the more you try to, the more you're trying to be reasonable, the more, you hear some delusional.
Dewale, can I ask a question real quick?
Go ahead, brother.
So you said that you're open to them if they want to do that, close their own shop is fine, as long as they're not affecting other people. So at what point does the government have to then intervene? Because remember now, this is Southwest now. This is not Southeast.
Yeah.
At what point? So would you want them creepy economy? Because I don't care how small it is, it's still going to affect some businesses.
What government can do is to be indirectly affect them in one way or the other. The government can decide that, okay, you know what, guys, do you guys want to make use of this shop and start trading? We'll give you loan and start trading over there. And then the government can decide to send their people there, and they'll start opening shop. Those who decided to close the shop, they will, evict them from the shop.
So you are with me now.
Well, what I'm saying is that you can't force people to come out to open shop. If they choose not to come to work, that's their wala. But if it's affecting the economy of the state, because the other neighboring states.
All right, gentlemen, let me do this. Let me acknowledge the supers and then shut it down in the live stream, and then the conversation can carry on. So Audi comes in with the super chat. So thank you. And Ayo, of course, we always mention that name, and we mention it again today, not once but twice. A name that occurs with regularity now as well, Prince Daddy. So there he is, paying his tithes and offering. Alexander praying for the roof of the church. There he is, Alexander Gomez. Audi still that habit that Kulata has when he's not on screen, talking via super chat. Audi adopting that habit. Opeton TV, a new entrant, one of our newly discovered voices. And we discovered a voice yesterday as well. We winning. Who came on in Thomas's section. So I wanted to hear more from that voice. So maybe in tomorrow's session we'll hear from him. If you're listening, come and join us. I don't think I don't think you had a full space to give expression, but come join us so you can have that expression. And of course, Ayo opens up the session in the traditional manner that he does. So thank you to all the supers. So we round it off on the live stream, and then the conversation can go on in the back.